Finally, we're ready to get underway. Welcome, one and all, to the qualifiers, the Elite Classic #2. That's right, one of your favorite tournaments has returned, and some familiar faces alongside. Of course, I'm KP. Joining me, as always, the wonderful Lidicor to kick off a return to, well, literally the classics, right? Like, this is going to be a fun one, Lidicor. We had this tournament last year. Reception was incredible, so of course we had to run it back again.
Indeed, and as you kind of touched on this, reception was great. You know, this is a tournament that features more classical maps, less water, more land, and in general, it was one of the highest rated tournaments from last year's tournament season. So a lot of people are hyped about this one, and I think we can take a look at the draft for the first set of the day already. Of course, folks, this is the first day of the Open qualifiers. We'll have 4 players joining the 12 players that are invited in the tournament today. And we'll also have 4 players joining tomorrow in a similar set of qualifiers like we're going to see today.
And look at one of the players we've got vying for a place in the Elite Classic too. There is a name we have not seen in quite some time. The Turk, Special K, Mr. Kazra himself.
Oh, Kazma. I mean, one of the big fan favorites of AoE 4, also in AoE 2, the Master of Chaos. He's been kind of hopping in and out of AoE 4 recently, so I'm actually curious how this is going to go for him. But at the end of the day, he is still one of the more skilled AoE 4 players out there, someone that has been at Red Bull Vololos before. So I think he's one of the more likely candidates to qualify either today or, worst case scenario for him, tomorrow.
Yeah, the funny thing is actually by seeding, he's like underdog, right? Like Mr. Munch is ranked 172nd on the ladder. Kazva's ranked about 540th, but as you said, he hasn't played many games. I cast a few of those games. You know me, I like to catch up to them on my own channel. I remember I caught one where he went up against Wham on the OPA account. It was Japanese versus Chinese, and that is actually a matchup that favors the Japanese about 55 to 60% of the time. Funnily enough, Kazva, although he didn't end up losing that, he delivered the Kazva type performances. You know what I'm talking about. Pull 50 villagers across the other side of the map, build keeps an enemy base, almost kill them before discovering Shogunate Castle is a little bit strong. So even though Kazva hasn't been playing much, I wouldn't write him out, especially when he gets a dominant competitive pick like the Delhi to open up. Even if you haven't played for a year, Lidicor, Delhi is essentially the same thing played the same way.
Yeah, we're kicking this set off on a very classic map, Dry Arabia, of course. Frisian Marshes will be the home map for Kazva. And on the other side, Mr. Munch is bringing in a brand new map to this tournament. Coastal Cliffs will be in, has some water.
Ooh.
It's a very different map from what we are usually used to seeing in these tournaments. So you definitely see at least that approach from Mr. Munch that aims to make this set a little bit more confusing, a little bit more chaotic, and uncomfortable for a player that has not spent that much time in AoE 4 recently.
Now, the question mark is going to be whether Mr. Munch has had enough time to practice himself, because I always say when you look at new formats, new maps, new civs, whatever it may be, I always favor the aggressive player. And that's something that no matter how few games Kazva has, he's going to lean into, right? Like Kazva, usually his logic in this situation would be, oh, I don't have to like figure out all the nuances if I'm the one dictating the pace. So that's something to keep an eye out. Big shout out to Avli, by the way. He made Coastal Cliffs. He also made one of the other maps we're using in this tournament called Bridges. Coastal Cliffs specifically is going to be an interesting one to watch because we essentially are going to have Dry Arabia and what I like to call Dry Arabia on Slim Fast, because it's essentially the Dry Arabia format with a third chopped off it. So you end up with 2 sacred sites and a more compact experience. Interestingly enough, he was originally inspired by the Jousting Lanes map, if you remember that one, with the tree line
The
separating
classic
players. Yeah.
jousting lanes from Winter Team Championship, of course. One of the more wacky ways, or one of the more wacky maps that we had in that team game tournament. But yeah, I think this is where we have to touch on the fact that we had a bit of a community mapping contest for this event, and some of the maps in the map pool were brand new community creations, like Coastal Cliffs.
Yeah, and honestly, I've cast quite a few games of it now at this point. Coastal Cliffs have been being experimented with in some of the smaller tournaments in the build up to this. It plays really well, man. I think some of the civs that people expect to be dominant are not as dominant as you'd think. So there's some interesting little nuances in the way it's designed. For example, the stone outcroppings spawn further away from the TC than is standard, and that's intended to stop people from just booming up immediately. Also, civs like Delhi might seem like they'll suffer because there's only 2 sacred sites. They can perform quite well, and also quite highly rate the English because of how funneled the map becomes. It means that more rapid civs like the Rus, the French that use Cav, don't have as much breadth to play with. But before we even look at that, we've got to kind of like hone in on how this is going to open, right? Dry Arabia, Delhi versus Rus, two of the most competitively successful civs of the last year plus of Age of Empires 4, and we kick off with a familiar face against an upcomer here in a best of three in the first qualifier, the Elite Classic 2. Let's get into it. Kazva versus Mr. Munch, game number 1.
Jumping into Dry Arabia here, we have Mr. Munch playing as the Rus in yellow to the northern side of the map. And down south, a face returning to AoE 4 after quite some time of absence. It is Kazwa with the Delhi in red.
All right, this is the moment I'm going to just quickly remind the observer to press the insert button, or whatever is the change color, because I think we've got we've got some fun colors here. We've got blue on red. So just in case you're looking in-game, the blue player on the south side is going to be Kazva, and then the red player, confusingly, to the north side is...
Oh, what is that thing?
It's, I think it's like, I don't know how Vodka's got it set up, but there's a key for me is sometimes fun. It's insert for me. I think that might be the default one. If you press that, it should toggle to their normal colors, I think.
Hopefully it does, because indeed it's the Rus player playing in red under the current settings. And we have a blue-ish player. But we're going to have our observer resolve that for a second. Not the worst thing ever happening to us, it's just Dark Age, but yep, we'll get your colors fixed in just a second. But KP, of course, Rus versus Delhi matchup over here. Delhi, it's a frequently picked civilization on an open map like this, but when you look at the Rus, they haven't really made a lot of tournament appearances as of late, partly because they were frequently banned, but also partly because players just prioritized other civilizations on these more specific maps.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Rus is really kind of the Swiss knife, if you will, right? You can apply it to any situation and it'll do pretty well. But if you have that always in your pocket, if it's not banned, sometimes it's worth not picking just simply because your opponent always has to think, okay, what if they pick Rus on this map? What's the implications of that? Especially if you have other picks. And I mean, the draft, there was quite a lot of flexibility coming out there, right? So like for a 3-game series, Mr. Munch has the Mongols, Ottomans, English, and of course this Rus to pick from. Kaz on the other side, I mean, you can tell that he's maybe not played many games in the new civs. In fact, this series is not going to feature them at all, as he went for old civs as well, the Chinese, Abbasids, French, and then finally the Delhi's playing here.
Yeah, so when you look at these two civilizations, of course, it all starts out with the Delhi being able to capture the sacred sites, which are kind of evenly distributed across the map, but they are a little center-heavy. And I think they're a little offset towards the player spawning on the north, which was the Rus player. Indeed, the player to the south is the Delhi player. So I think here, specifically, you have to look at two things for Mr. Munch's Rus. Number one is obviously contesting those sacred sites, but number two, using a couple of early knights in Feudal Age to try and snipe some of those scholars.
Yeah, the interesting thing actually that I'm noticing is what is with the placement on that's kind of peculiar actually coming out from Mr. Munch. That is an insanely wide Kremlin. Like, we don't typically see one going that loose. Obviously, against the Delhi with this slow tech up, it's not going to get punished, but one thing that does scare me when I see a player get this ambitious with the Kremlin placement is like, oh, you know what? Like, you can't go home from here, right? Like, if you set up a little eco, you're screwed. But the reason why Mr. Munch is doing this is kind of genius. One of the best counters historically to Delhi has been Chinese later core, because if you drop your Barbican on one of the sacred sites, they can't force the win condition. Look at where he's dropped the Kremlin.
Yeah, and I'm hearing from the admins that we'll take a moment of a break here until the colors are fixed. So we'll be back in the lobby just for a brief moment here, KP, until our observers fix the colors. But yeah, just looking ahead for a brief moment. So Delhi versus Rus here on Dry Arabia. Of course, the losing player is going to pick the next home map over here. When it comes to remaining civilizations, Chinese, Abbasids, and French are the ones available to Kazva, and Mr. Munch has the Mongols, the Ottomans, the English, and of course the Rus that he's using in this game.
Yeah, and the important thing to remember is that the bans are specific to the player, but the picks are global. So we have no mirror matchups that are going to occur here. People pick it, they stick it. But the interesting thing to me is actually going to be the return of Frisian Marshes. Like, we talked about Coastal Cliffs. I'm actually genuinely more excited about Frisian Marshes. That, to me, dude, I love that map. I've been watching a few players practice on it, and genuinely it has been so refreshing to see it return. part of me wonders why we took it away. I know why we did. There was a few civs that just outperformed the rest, but the idea and the design of it, I mean, like, I'm just gonna say, I kind of miss the boy. Adney, the guy who made that map. I hope he comes back and makes something else. He's a little bit like a crazy scientist when it comes to map creation.
Oh yeah, and to be honest, Frisian Marshes became one of the more intriguing competitive maps and one of the most commonly used competitive maps out there. A lot of ways to play that. It's a very open map by design, so it kind of caters to aggression. But with all the shorefish available, it's also a map where you can build up eco very rapidly. So I think the amount of different approaches that you can take to play that map is one of the reasons why players love picking that map as their home maps.
Yeah, and some of the new civs, like some of the options, I think Japanese look pretty good. I just got confirmation. I believe we are ready to get back into the game. So there we go. It should be fixed now, folks. For those who see the colors similarly, they didn't care, but the rest of us were a little bit confused. We finally have it. In the red, we've got Kazza playing as the Deli and Mr. Munch as the Roost in the yellow. And we were just talking, Ludicor, about that very interesting Kremlin placement that is essentially a pseudo Barbican to block the Deli's win condition.
Yeah, we kind of touched on this just a couple of seconds ago before we went to the break. Mr. Munch, he's fairly close to two of those sacred sites, and with one of those Kremlins, or with that one Kremlin, he's able to deny this one sacred site fairly well, or at least contest it. And this is where we kind of need to look into the possibility of using a wooden fortress to try and deny the second one. It's fairly close, and wooden fortresses are extremely sturdy in Feudal Age, and it would take a big commitment from Kasva to take one of those out.
Yeah, and the thing you have to keep in mind is, like, the Kremlin is a very strong defense. I'd argue it's better than the Barbican. The Barbican, of course, has a higher base damage, but the Kremlin, when you garrison it, is just much more effective. Comes with the castle turrets already installed, right? Which means +2 to any archer fire coming out from it. So a very strong tool. And on top of that, it's got you this interesting kind of bridge point where I was highlighting there is a weakness right there where he's now extracting wood. If Kasva sees that, with Ghazi Raiders, he could ruin the Rooster's ability to gather wood, because now the only viable place you can gather wood efficiently in this Roost is on the south side, unless you want to spend 175 wood to get that 20% extra drop-off in your base.
And one of the big things here with the Ghazi Raiders, KP, is that they do get bonus damage against heavy cavalry like early knights. So Rus early knights are way less effective in this setup than they would be against a civilization that doesn't have such a unit. At the same time, we have some archers coming in as well from Mr. Munch, but no spearmen, so no direct response to those horsemen coming out.
No, I mean, the interesting thing here is, like, typically when you're playing Roost, you want to lean hard into knights and archers. That's kind of your bread and butter, right? Like, having feudal knights is already a big edge, and then when it comes to the fact that you get extra wood, archers just makes a lot of sense here. So, in a way, it feels like maybe Mr. Munch is just confident that his defenses and his scalability is going to be better, so he doesn't mind this idea of going up of what is typically going to be Ghazi plus archers. The negative of that, though, is because of Tower of Victory being the standard build, it screws over your potential. Luckily in this game, if I'm not mistaken, Kasva did go for a Dome of Faith, right? Which means, actually, the Roost comp can beat this very easily.
Yeah, for now it's just archers and knights coming in from Mr. Munch. On the other side, Kasva, very, very heavy on Ghazi Raiders, just now dropping his second production building. Interesting to see a barracks coming in here, though, because right now the Ghazi Raiders, they counter everything that Mr. Munch has, and he's about to beat up some of these knights. Ghazi Raiders also have a higher movement speed than knights, so they can chase down these fleeing troops.
They do, but the stats are, like, a bit weirdly deceptive, right? So I always say this is a better horseman, and that's true, but you need 2 to beat a knight. So, like, if you consider that you're paying 140, it's 140 to a 240 cost, right? So it's not like a 2-to-1 exact, which can kind of be a tricky predicament as the game goes on a lot. And also, because this is defender's advantage, like, realistically, there should be a way in which Mr. Munch should get ahead on raw count. Looks like he is going to now start adding in the Rax units, though. And what has me a little bit concerned here is that Kasva, at this point, forcing a 1-1-1, even with heavy knights in there, is meant to be an advantage to the Deli. But because he went for this Dome of Faith build, it's not. He doesn't have that extra attack speed booster on 2/3 of his eventual comp.
Yeah, but one thing that's concerning here for Mr. Munch is that he's kind of confined into his base. Some of his knights are also being banged up here. He's starting to lose archers, starting to lose HP on those knights as well, and he just cannot leave the safety of his base, forced to start taking the berries as he's running low on food.
Yeah, he's trying to right out to the right side, right? That's where the deer and the berries are. So great positioning so far from Kasva, but love the little chip in there. Knight tries to take out the Scholar. unfortunate reality here, though, is Piety makes it almost impossible to kill those Scholars with just one Knight on their own. So great reaction out of Casva. Keep in mind that even though he's locking these Sacred Sites, though, that west side Sacred Site is still a big question mark. With that Kremlin in range, you won't be able to capture it. In fact, can we just double check it definitely has coverage? Because I'm a little bit worried that Mr. Munch might be a tile or two too far back.
I don't think it matters, KP. I feel like Casva is going to be more than happy with 2 Sacred Sites even. If he can get the third, sure thing. But I think he is just playing onto 2 consistent Sacred Sites under his control. And he's just going to try to play a quick game over here. I feel like he senses the blood in the water. He knows that Mr. Munch lost a lot of precious troops. And Casva's got a lot of momentum here with all those Ghazi Raiders.
It depends a lot, though, right? Because he's adding in the spears now, and defender's advantage is a big thing in Age of Empires 4, right? We can't delude ourselves with that. The whole goal of the Delhi and the reason you aim for 3 Sacred Sites is to force your opponent out of their base, which is very beneficial when you're up against a player who's doing what Mr. Munch is doing right now. You see these walls? He doesn't want to come out. He's saying no. And although you can argue that the Delhi do have some unique perks, they do have extra gathering out the berries, they do have, of course, the gold trickling in from the Sacred Sites, it's not like the Rus are without their advantages as well. The 20% extra wood, the gold you can trickle in off the hunting cabins. There's ways that this Civ can actually get into it. And one interesting way they typically get into the game that we surprisingly enough have not seen at all here from Mr. Munch with this format is to go 2 TC. He's neglected to go into the stone at all.
Yeah, that's what concerns me here for Mr. Munch. We're playing 1 TC versus 1 TC, and Casva does have 2 Sacred Sites. And if Mr. Munch isn't coming out of his base, Casva can just go Costlage, start picking up the relics, start working towards some castles, Village Fortresses upgrade, of course, and start booming away with this game. If Mr. Munch was on 2 TCs, I would say, okay, he can play a more defensive game, but I feel like forfeiting all the map control while not building any kind of an eco lead is quite concerning right now for our yellow player.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing here, right? Like, when you go Dome of Faith build, it's meant to be about that, and I do not know what just happened to that.
Right?
Well, there's meant to be a blueprint. Like, yeah, there's a giant gap that wasn't being filled. Someone left a goal, and apparently Casva wanted to score. But the interesting thing is, like, Casva's build, by going Dome of Faith, you are essentially highlighting you want to go Castle Age to your opponent. That's really the big value play in a lot of these matchups right now instead of Tower of Victory. But the fact he went back for Archers is a little bit peculiar because it makes it so that Casva's actually more in on Feudal instead of this Castle Age Rush build, which has been rising in popularity with Delhi players in the last month.
Yeah, but as we kind of touched on this at the beginning of the series, Casva has not played a lot recently. So I'm actually curious how much he's into this semi-fast castle approach with the Delhi that kind of emerged fairly recently. It has been a thing for quite some time, but especially in scenarios like this, it has gotten a lot more popular recently. Nice little raid with the Knight over here. Casva has to pull all of his Ghazi Raiders back, which must be considered the win here for Mr. Munch. He is going to lose the Knight, but it's a great diversion, and it allows Mr. Munch to start leaving the safety of his base and start contesting these Sacred Sites.
Mr. Munch, he wasn't willing to risk it there for the biscuit. If he got that charge off while they were building, that would have been enough to clear up the spears. Instead, he's just trying to keep the opening long enough to get the archers in position here. A little bit surprised that Casva didn't commit to the walls. I think it's worth there to secure the Sacred Site to lose 3 or 4 spearmen. Instead, it's going to be a complete peel back here. In this situation, Casva has a phenomenal lead, right? 39 military to 26. Of course, a few of those are scholars, but that isn't a negative. When you get a little bit deeper into this build, with all the Dome of Faith spamming going on, it allows you to get healers in the fights. But we're not going to wait around any longer. Casva's finally pulling the trigger. He realizes just how big the advantage is here. Mr. Munch, playing 1 TC with a loose Kremlin and a smaller army, is about to be an entire age behind.
Yeah, you could argue that Casva could take this fight right now. It would be a costly engagement, and he doesn't want to take this fight right now, but once he's got a couple of men-at-arms mixed in, he's going to be able to easily take this army out, get the momentum, start securing relics. And I just want to touch on that wall that he's placing to the south. It's a very, very nice touch. He realized that Mr. Munch can contest that, and he's going to try to use this position as a chance to divert Casva's attention from the main battles. And now with these walls coming up, he's just giving Mr. Munch no chance to send over a couple of knights and distract him.
Yeah, a little bit surprised that when he pulled the Ghazi down, the spin were on the way. He didn't just use them to wall off. Would have been a little bit more efficient for him, but ultimately he's an entire age ahead. He's the one now who controls the state of this game, and Mr. Munch, he can just feel the grip tightening around him here. He needs to get a dive in, he needs to get some significant damage done, because at this pacing, Mr. Munch himself is 3 minutes away from Castle Age, and that's if he doesn't build units.
Now, one important thing here, of course, with the Delhi is that upgrades take a long time. So as much as Kasva does have an age advantage, his units are still feudal age units, but numbers looking pretty promising for him, and we talked about this. Kasva could justify taking this fight even in feudal age, and it looks like he will.
Oh yeah, Clash coming in, Ghazi, they get on top of the archers. The Knights completely peel away from this, so a fight that needs to be pitch perfect, Mr. Munch, is already off to a terrible start here. Only 6 archers left over, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just calls GG here. Like, legitimately, there's no real recovery behind this. What should now happen is naturally you're going to see a men-at-arms spam. By the time Mr. Munch is starting to tech up, he's probably going to be up against 15 plus MAA. And considering that he doesn't have an extra TC, and considering his knight count is at 5, he doesn't actually have a single answer to those heavily armored infantry.
Yeah, Mr. Munch had to sacrifice every single one of his archers to save the rest of his army, but now it's double the army count for Kasva. Men-at-arms are making an appearance, something that Mr. Munch doesn't have a good response to. He's trying to get up to Castle Age over here, but is forced to make a farm transition as we speak, just running low on food. And Kasva's going to be more than happy just sitting outside of his base for the time being, capturing the sacred sites, bringing in the relics. He knows that he's got a massive advantage now.
Yeah, he needs to lock in the central sacred site to get a little bit more gold. The relic should all hoover up soon. On top of that, like, wait, was this House Alone? It was Compound Defender, right? I'm pretty sure it's Compound Defender.
It was
so,
Compound.
I think he maybe made a mistake. Yeah, he did. God. Well, you can tell he's maybe been away for a while. So many players who play Delhi have made this mistake. Press all the buttons on your keyboard. It's always better than pressing none of them. The Compound Defender is not working towards the big advantage for Delhi, which of course is the fact that you get village fortresses, aka fortified TCs. But this attack is looking like a good one. Men-at-arms are arriving here. Mr. Munch left to deal with it, and I love this. The Ghazi, they peel and go north, which means the soft underbelly of the economy is about to be struck. Mr. Munch, all of his food is about to be cut off. He does have what he needs for a tech up. Apparently, he's that desperate and lost. He needs to save up for Imperial Age. GG comes out. Game 1 will go to Kasva. He may have been missing for a while, but this man still knows how the Delhi work.
I feel like the start was great here for Mr. Munch in a sense that he got the Kremlin up on one of those sacred sites. He definitely had a clear game plan going into this one, but beyond that, it just felt a little lackluster. In many ways, you felt like he was playing not to lose instead of playing for a win. He was very conservative with his army, was very cautious trying to move out of his base, and he got punished very heavily because he wasn't able to build up any kind of an eco lead while playing defensive.
Yeah, so like looking back at this game, I like the creative idea by Mr. Munch. I just don't like the follow-up. I felt like this was... I always talk about the idea of a strategy versus tactics. What I saw there was a tactic. I didn't see a strategy, right? Like, he had a great opening move. He basically done what Chinese players do. That's the reason Chinese players win that matchup, is they block the free sacred site cap. They prevent the lockdown and the win condition ticking in, right? But usually what a Chinese player then does is gets a little bit of someone extra, you know, a second little piece, a little bit of spice in the life to make it worthwhile. One popular play for that actually used to be that you would place the Barbican either A in the central sacred site to split the map, or on one of the outskirts, because you used to get boars spawning really close to the sacred sites. You may notice in that game that didn't happen there, right? Imagine how different that game is if there's a boar right next to the Kremlin, he pulls it in, and you get a discount Barbican play now. Funnily enough, this same issue can be seen with the Chinese. In fact, if you look at recent statistics, the Chinese are at like a 35 or 40% win rate in the last several patches against the Delhi. That's a matchup that they used to dominate. Right now, the Delhi is a giant question mark that a lot of players are trying to solve. Now, I may have 1 or 2 ideas myself that I've started to notice, but I'm going to keep them to myself. I'm going to keep the cards close to my chest. If they want to know the secrets, then clearly we need enough people hitting the Prime sub button on the channel. That's the way I work.
Well, speaking of Chinese, though, KP, 1-0 lead in this best of 3 for Kasva. We're heading into Coastal Cliffs, which is going to be the home map selection for Mr. Munch. He's going to bring in an old school civilization for this, English. Kasva rocking with the Chinese.
Yeah, so this is actually, this is a really good game for Mr. Munch, to be honest with you. I think English versus Chinese, many people have seen, like, just similarly with Zhu, this is one of the hard counters. It works really well. The idea is you get Lombos in early, the Chinese can't reach into anything, and they just get starved out of the game with their starting resources. Coastal Cliffs is more interesting, even still, Lidicor, because the interesting thing about Coastal Cliffs is about 90% of the spawns, all your wood lines are 40 or TC. That's a bad sign for you. You might be like, oh, just palisade them up. Yes, but then Lombos, they can come in and they can essentially block one of the critical resources at the front of your base. They never have to roam around the side. Add that into the fact that Coastal Cliffs also spawns the stone loose away from the town center. All of a sudden, TC booming is very difficult for the Chinese. You might actually just have to go really far out, drop a Barbican just to secure the stone, and then you have nothing to secure the front of your base. So, if there was a matchup left that they have over on Coastal Cliffs that was going to get us game 3, this would be it. The question mark I have after game 1 is whether Mr. Munch is going to try to get funky again, if he's going to try to reinvent the wheel instead of riding the bike.
I mean, I feel like you might need to be just aggressive over here, especially because he's got a lot to gain by going for an aggressive gamble. He is technically the underdog in this matchup. He's facing against an experienced competitive player. And at the same time, you have qualifiers tomorrow as well. Even if he gets eliminated today, he's going to have a second chance tomorrow. So might as well shoot your shot. Might as well play a little bit more aggressive, gamble a little bit more. Because Kazma is one of the highest ranked players when you look at this sub-bracket. If you can pull an upset here, you're going to be in a pretty good spot in this bracket. So I feel like there's a lot of value here for Mr. Munch when it comes to playing aggressive and playing out of the box.
Well, let's see what they got in mind. Kazma, of course, a player who has been missing for a while now. About to play on a brand spanking new map. The big question mark we already have is, did he practice enough? Let's find out. I believe it's time to get into game number 2. Kazma versus Mr. Munch. Kazma on match point already in this best of 3. Mr. Munch setting himself up for a good opportunity to get back into this on Coastal Cliffs, picking the English. Okay, so let's introduce this map, because I think this map is a big revelation. A lot of people watching EGC probably haven't seen this map before. This is Coastal Cliffs. This map was created by Avali, brand spanking new creation. If you guys remember, earlier on I referred to it as Dry Arabia on Slim Fast, and you see exactly why. Right now, some of you are getting ready to go, oh, fishing, I hate this. It's all just scenery.
Yes, exactly. Like, as you see, there's a very thick cliff out there that's completely intraversable, which means that we're basically playing a full open land map, but with a reduced map size. And I think that's one of the more intriguing things when you look at this map. And in general, when you look at AoE 4, the size of the map has a very significant impact to the playstyle of players. And I think, despite the fact that this map does look very similar to Arabia, it's going to play out in a very, very different fashion here because of the close proximity of the players to each other.
And this map, I actually think English is like top 3 civs on this map. Like, they are actually that good, because look at where the wood spawned. Look at how the resources spawned. Like, everything you need is kind of front-facing. That's beneficial, because the worst thing that can happen to English longbow all-ins is that moment in the game where they have to go around the back of your base. The funny thing about Coastal Cliffs is there's not really a necessity to do that to block your opponent out. What I am thinking here as well, Lidicor, what did we used to know Kazma for? What was he renowned for doing? Like, he got a reputation on the ladder for doing something at the start of games. It involved a certain defensive type of build. It's the outpost rushes, right? But
perhaps. But it's more about the Barbican, right?
Well, this is the thing. I think he picked Chinese because he wanted to outpost rush Barbican rush. What is the worst civ in the game to do that against?
It is certainly the English, so...
So it screws his plan, right?
Well, it's straight up impossible to do it against the English.
Well, it's... Never say impossible, but it's a quick way to lose a game, I think is the best way to say it. Someone will definitely win from that play. It just won't be your standard Chinese player unless we're watching one of the Bronze League Legends games. So it's a little bit of a tough one. Kazma has to choose, how do I now approach this? Do I take it a feudal all-in? Do I go for a Castlage rush? If you're doing a feudal all-in, what does that look like? Is it mass Chugenu? We've seen that does not work well against Lombos. And, well, if there's one thing an Englishman's always going to have in his build, unless his name is Corvinus, it's going to be a Council Hall, which means he will have Lombos.
Yeah, longbows will be on the way indeed, but on the other side, Kasva is in command of the Chinese, a civilization that's notorious for the use of the Chukenu. And this is a lovely barbican spot over here. It's going to secure the hunt here for Kasva. Mr. Munch is doing his best to push away the deer, and then he's going to try killing them as far away from the barbican as possible. And he's doing so by pushing them to the front, so his longbows can actually reach those deer carcasses, making sure that he can deny all of these away from his opponent.
Yeah, that is really smart. And, this is actually a great placement by Kasva. What I just highlighted about longbows blocking out all your frontal resources, what's the solution? Slap a barbican far, far forward. And the beautiful thing is with the Chinese build speed, you'll always get that barbican up in time. But just a great reaction. We've seen loads more players doing this for scouts now to grief the drops. And as you highlighted, with the tile range on a barbican, if you have to come just one extra tile out, longbows hit you for free. Even if they can't hit you there, one thing that you now have to keep in mind is that Kasva has been hitting the eco-scaling. Imperial Academy recently got buffed. You now get a 30% discount on your Imperial officials. The fact that you're not able to open with Imperial Academy hurts. Ask any Chinese player. If they have a choice, they'll always choose their greed over their defenses.
Yeah, but on this map layout, Kasva just needed that barbican. His berries are on the front, also means that his mill is going to be on front by definition as the Chinese player. And he's got basically no backup food when you actually look at the back of his base. So he really needs that deer deposit or so. At the same time, Mr. Munch is already dropping some farms, and that kind of highlights one of the advantages of the English on this map. You're way less stressed for food, and you can justify a farm transition a lot more, which on a map like this, when you possibly have little safe food to work with, is actually huge value.
Look at this, Kasva. With the extra food that he's got, he's going into the Horseman. I love this that he's trying to dictate the pace early on. Another benefit of going for that farm opening that Mr. Munch done with the English, I've noticed a few players do this, it allows you to keep the scout out for longer, which can be a big difference maker on this map because you have so many sheep pushed into a small area that if you have to stagger and go back a bit early on your rotation, your opponent is going to get the majority of sheep off this map. I think if we do a quick sheep count, they look like they were about 50-50 after that opening minute. Might have been a slight edge even for Mr. Munch. If we control Shift A for both players. Yeah, it looks like Mr. Munch got more out of this. So yeah, 11 sheep total. And then Kasva on the other side, probably 8.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, 8 exactly.
Yeah,
So
you get more food from the Chinese sheep though, so it kind of cancels out, but yeah, pretty much even Steven. Now, one thing I'm looking for, KP, and this is going to be a fun one to look at, is that boar spot in front of Mr. Munch's base. So any longbow that crosses can technically be attacked by a boar that gets aggroed by Kasva.
Well, yeah, I think the range is difficult to utilize that fully. Like, I get where you're going with that, but like, the scout can trigger it, but you have to get so much closer. Like, longbows are always tricky to bait into that. The big issue right now is like what you're seeing is Mr. Munch. That felt like a mistake.
Ow.
He doesn't have enough longbows to even be coming out of his base right now. When you see this horseman play, you can't rush out. You have to accept this game for what it is right now. Even if your opponent is trying for a second TC, it's going to be delayed. In fact, the crazy part to me is if you look, Mr. Munch has his scout watching that stone outcropping. A stone outcropping that is further away from the base than his standard on maps. He knows there's no second TC, yet he's jumping the gun and leaving the base early. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he needs to be very cautious, and when he's playing 1 TC English, you go heavy on longbows, you go heavy on spearmen, you are investing a lot into your army and little into your eco, so you really cannot afford to lose that one big ball of troops. So you have to time this very well, as you kind of pointed out. He needs to wait until he's got that critical mass that allows him to move out. Now, at the same time, one of the things that he's been doing is deploying palings from the longbows to protect his gold miners. There is probably a better way to do this now, with the walls snapping to resource deposits, as he's about to lose his scout. So I actually want him to start dropping some walls to prevent the movement of these knights, or these horsemen, actually. Ooh, scout survives.
Okay, so you actually highlighted something interesting there, and I think it's genuinely underrated on so many maps from a lot of high-level players even. One that made it most obvious to me recently was Hidden Valley, is this idea of actually just dropping a small wall at the back of your base. Like, if you check Mr. Munch's base right now, at the back, there's a little gap where these cav can rotate around the back. You see that? Like, it's outside TC range. It's worth walking out, just dropping, like, a 3-tile-long wall that pushes cav underneath your TC. It means any time your opponent rotates, to do a 360, they take damage. but you know, it hasn't fully caught on yet. I thought Hidden Valley was maybe going to make an appearance and people would be obsessed with it by now, but even on maps like this, it's low cost but high value.
Yeah, to be fair, he's got a very wallable base when you look at the right side especially. These are narrow choke points, not very expensive to wall, and it would make it much more difficult for Kasva to utilize the mobility advantage he's getting from these cavalry.
It's not just that he's getting an advantage. Look at what else he's doing now. This is him at cap. He doesn't want to do more. He's happy with what he's contested. I think we're going to see Castle Age here. Like, this is crazy. This is exactly how this matchup is not meant to go. Mr. Munch, I think he got a little bit baited in. You know, the thing is, when you're up against Chinese like this, actually one of the interesting plays to open up with to stop that Barbican ever happening is a Rax Dark Age Men Arms. He didn't do it at all. And then this timing for Feudal afterwards, it felt like Mr. Munch was going for an old school classic Feudal all-in. He hasn't read this for what it really is. It's feigned aggro into a tech up.
And it's problematic for him because Kasva with the Chinese and the ability... Oh my lord, Longo's getting caught off guard as well. Just things getting worse and worse here at this point for Mr. Munch. But yeah, when Kasva gets up to Castle Age, he's going to be very quick to add the Palace Guards, something that Mr. Munch has absolutely no answer to.
Yeah, and he's got enough food to do that, right? We saw he still had the berries, he got a decent sheep haul, he skewered the deer, berries next to that deer. Then on top of it, if you consider Mr. Munch's comp, he moves about as quick as an old lady with a walking stick, right? Like, he won't be able to contest Kasva walking out onto the ball to the north side and dropping a ball. Like, this is... I don't like to call games early, but genuinely right now, Mr. Munch is stuck in a hole with no shovel to dig his way all the way through to Australia and no ladder to climb back out.
Yeah, I feel like we are seeing a very reminiscent setup compared to the previous game. Mr. Munch, one thing again, he is safe in his base, he's walled off to a certain extent, but he's not building any kind of an eco lead, he's not building any kind of a tech lead, he's just surviving but not thriving.
Yeah, and if you go feudal English all in and all you're doing is surviving, yeah, I don't want to explore that hole any deeper. It's pretty rough. So Astronomical Clock Tower is going to be complete, and this is a bigger problem because now your entire army is countered by one unit that comes out of that tech up building. Right? I wouldn't be surprised if the Kasva rushes towards his first nest of bees just to lock this one in.
Yeah, nice interception of the incoming troops as well. Villagers even fighting back here. Oh, Mr. Munch is going to get forced off from his gold. I guess the silver lining is that he is hitting this timing nicely. He's about to hit Kasva as Kasva reached Castle Age, but it takes so little time to build up those palace guards when you supervise the barracks that Mr. Munch has just mere seconds left to do anything with this game, I feel.
Yeah, it's like, well, you send his whole army in, nothing's defending, right? So these archers can actually poke in and kill villagers if they wanted to. And now this wraparound, like, all you have to do, the moment Kasva sees this, he's got enough gold, just pull back from the gold, queue up one nest of bees, and it's pretty much GG at that stage. If that doesn't do it, mass Palace Guard will. I mean, with the amount of food he's secured underneath the Barbican with the deer, he can easily afford probably 15 to 20 Palace Guard, get the undermesh upgrade in as well, and all of a sudden Bob's your uncle.
Nice cleanup here on the back line for Mr. Munch, but he's one deck behind. He is forcing his opponent away from gold. And Kasva is low on food as well, so it kind of slows down his transition to Palace Guards. But if he's not using the Palace Guards to clean up this force, he's just going to send them into the enemy base. For now, it looks like he's going to try to clean this up, and he doesn't have a single range defensive upgrade, though, so these longbows might actually be somewhat competitive against these troops.
The problem is there's just already so many Palace Guard, he doesn't want to hang around. He just looks lost. He looks more lost than the TV show. I mean, the problem that I'm seeing right here is, like, realistically, like, you might wonder, why does Kasva not just dive his eco? Because if he cleans this army up, now, even if Mr. Munch techs up, he has nothing. He has no army to upgrade, he has no leg to stand on, and no chance in this series.
Indeed, Palace Guards will just finish this off. And with that, Mr. Munch is trying to get up to Castle Age as we speak, but as you said, even if he gets to Castle Age, he doesn't have an eco lead and he's got absolutely no troops to upgrade. He's now facing 10 Palace Guards, units that resist arrow fire very well, so they will be free to roam underneath the enemy town center and kill eco.
Yeah, and he blacksmith supervised the undermesh, right? So you got the extra upgrade quickly, and that means he's now prepped to actually just get the second level and dive the TC. Even an English TC won't protect you, and unfortunately these timings could not be worse. After losing an army like that, Mr. Munch did not buy himself enough time. I mean, this is a lesson in why typically people defend when they tech up. Because Mr. Munch went on the offensive, look at what's going to happen. He's about to gather the gold required, and watch that mini-map. Already halfway to the base, the Palace Guard are actually going to hit as he's halfway through the tech up.
Now, with the English, you can produce crossbows very quickly on the council hole, but still, 2 or 3 crossbows won't change this game. You need like 6, 7, 8 to
Oh,
effectively
oh,
micro against
come
Palace
on.
Guards, and King's Palace is just now on the way. It's
Yeah,
being built by
and
14, 17 villagers now, but I just don't envision this being ready in time.
so like, I get why he's doing a King's Pass because he's dead otherwise, but
Yes.
the fact it's not a white tower means he's dead anyway, right? Like, realistically, the Palace Guard are going to flood in here, and you don't have any strong point defenses. I'm a little bit surprised Kaz was showing this hesitation. I'd only advise this if you're playing for Relics or TC play behind this, because now you are giving Mr. Munch a potential way back in, right? But it looks like he was just waiting for the nest of bees, but truly that's going to be the difference maker, right? Like, Mr. Munch isn't going to have an answer to the siege still. He doesn't have a white tower, he doesn't have a way of pumping out Springolds, and he doesn't have a fast unit to get on top of it.
Yeah, he's trying to get into men-at-arms, which just feels lackluster at this point. He's going to struggle to chase down these Palace Guards with those even. Constellation now hits for Mr. Munch. Crossbows being queued up as we speak, but as you kind of touched on this, he's got no response to the Nest of Bees. His farmers are being harassed by the Palace Guards and the Nest of Bees. And Castle Age upgrades are also yet to come in. These men-at-arms are just Feudal Age men-at-arms at this point for Mr. Munch.
That's because he was using his gold workers to build the landmark. Like, he doesn't have any gold to actually get any substantial upgrades here. These Palace Guards, the other time they're forcing... The fact that the TC is firing the Nest of Bees, just get me out, man. Like, it does 1 damage per shot. You'll eventually kill it, but I have to wonder how many Palace Guard you could have killed instead.
Oh yeah, he should have jumped out with the Veils to try and torch it down. Now he's doing that. Nice little surround though. Nest of Bees getting taken out. Palace Guard number is also dropping here. Remember, Mr. Munch has 2 TCs, but still, this would be a long shot to come back from. I feel like he might have given himself like 5% chance though with this fight.
I mean, he has 2 TCs, but he's 8 villagers behind, right? Like, he's still hemorrhaging. I wouldn't even be surprised if he just starts attacking with the villagers to try and stay alive here. The problem is, like, what you just saw there was a weak point in Kazma's push because he was shifting across to the board and walling it off. Look at his food income now. Let me put that income another way. That's like 10 Palace Guard a minute.
And you look at the other side, 7 food per minute for Mr. Munch. Means that he cannot afford a single crossbowman. He needs like 3 crossbows to clean this up, but he simply cannot afford them. And he's still fighting with Feudal Age longbows because he's so deprived of resources. Now he's down to 32 villagers against 50. I feel like this is over, KP.
Yeah, I feel like it's been over for a while, but now he's just full-on Oliver twisting it. He's like, please, sir, can I have some more? No, no more food, no more games. Papa Kazra is done with you now. Idle eco all around. I mean, Mr. Munch will finally call the GG. Kazra makes it a very easy-peasy 2-0. Impressive for a player who has been missing from the game for far too long.
Yeah, decisive, and this is what you expect from a competitive player, even if that player hasn't played the game for quite some time or hasn't been as active as he used to be. He still has those competitive instincts, and I feel like that is often the difference maker between players here. Whereas on the other hand, Mr. Munch, he is a high-level player right now, but he hasn't yet gotten that competitive experience that he needed, I feel. Having said that, he's going to have a second chance tomorrow, and I feel like when he looks back at these games, he can learn a lot from those, and it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to perform tomorrow.
Yeah, I think like that game to me, I mean that series in general, kind of felt like a perfect example of why we don't just look at statistics and say, oh, blah blah wins this because they've got the better win rate, right? Like what you just saw happen there was Kazva having a great read on what he needed to do to counter the logical opening from the English and no appreciation of potential counters from Mr. Munch. That game, like what just happened, I think I highlighted it at mid-game. Like when you're up against the Chinese there, it's almost an insta win. The way you set up that win is you drop racks at the beginning. I know it sounds weird because you're building men at arms against the hand cannon slits, but it's all about denial of resources on a map like that. We know the wood spawns forward. We know you're going to have your time to come, but to get there, you need to secure the early game and prevent that Barbican from getting extra resources. That changed the entire outlook of the game. The forward Barbican not only secured food, it also prevented the Lombos from running out and countering at all. Just a great read by Kazva to dismantle what was a smart and logical pick by Mr. Munch. Gets him a quick win. Gets us into our next series. Looks like we've got a very interesting one here, actually. KJ versus El Yona. These players, I would say, are incredibly closely matched.
Oh yeah, two up-and-coming players that have been around for quite some time. Aljona, of course, one of the better French players, whereas Kaiser Johan, he is representing Sweden over here as we're starting to witness, Sweden becoming a powerhouse of high-level AoE 4 players. Talk about Baltu, Numedan, Kaiser Johan as well. And of course, we have Corvinus living in Sweden as well, not to even mention Dimu. So it's going to be fun looking at him. He is going to have Mongolian Heights picked as his home map. On the other side, Aljona rocking with Gorge, with Rocky Canyon being our first map for the series. Civilizations will have Malians, Delhi, French, and Byzantines for Aljona. On the other side, Abbasids, Chushi, HRE, and Ayubids available for Kaiser Johan.
Yeah, no priority on Iobids or Abbasis from Eliona. I mean, Eliona is a prolific Abbasid spammer historically, so that shows you just how bad that civ is. But Iobids beaten to the punchline by KJ here. No surprise. Like I love that when you understand your opponent that well. Like Eliona, I think at this point Iobids is his most played civ, the new civs. So if you get into a matchup, like this is a very interesting strategic choice on a draft. When you're done with the bans, you can treat your first pick like an additional ban. If there's something you know you can play that your opponent desperately wants, yoink it away, right? Like if you go up against Corvinus, take his now he's not just Delhi anymore, but like you get that. Like, that's a classic example in people's brain. It's like you can actually get the 1-2 punch value play. So I like the drafting approach there. A little bit deeper in this, it's quite interesting to see HRE and Juji and Abbasids though, because I already highlighted Abbasids as kind of trashed here right now. Guess who else is down there with them, Lidical? Those other two picks are not looking great right now.
Yeah, Rocky Canyon is going to be our opening map with the Delhi facing off against the HRE here. So that brings us to an interesting discussion, KP, before we head into this game. Because with that, Kaiser Johan is going to have the Abbasids and the Abbasid variant Ayubids for the remaining two games,
Yeah.
alongside Shushi's Legacy. It's an interesting combination of civs. On the other side, there is more versatility, I feel, with the Malians, the Byzantines, the French. But both of these players have a very promising draft, I feel, and we've got some real powerhouse civilizations that have not been banned for this one.
Yeah, and Eliona really likes French. Like I mentioned, Abbas's French is their other like OG pick the most. They spam them, and I know people have been giving French a lot of shtick, but I'm here to say like actually they're not that bad. Like they are still a very competent civ, even though everyone thought Jeanne d'Arc was going to take over the entire globe. I don't think that's true. I think the French has a place. The negative is when you're up against the absolute top players, what they realize is French play typically has to be multi-TC. But if you go below that, and I think both these players will happily hold their hands up and say, like, yeah, we're not top 16 players. That's where the French can still just give you quite the walloping. So a comfort pick and one that should work quite well in this match, especially considering some of the picks that KJ has. I think actually French versus Abbasids, TC boom is feasible there. Juji versus French, also another matchup French can play well. So looking at the way it's been drafted, if I had to like just hold my hands up and choose a victor based on drafts, even though I love KJ's opening Iobid Yoink, everything else about it has me pointing to Eliona. And especially this opening matchup, because a lot of people might remember HRE versus Delhi. There was a time where HRE was the golden solution because you used to spam men at arms up to 14 feudal age, tech up, GG. That's not the case anymore. Ever since the Ghazi Raider introduction, Delhi handled that very well. And it means that you have to get creatively different as the HRE to solve. You can't think fast castle, that doesn't work. You get pinned in. You can't go for mass men at arms. It's too slow, it gets countered. So I'm hoping KJ's got something creative in mind, whether that's some crazy 2TC build, or maybe infinite archers for the HRE.
Yeah, now, when you look at the ranked ladder statistics, which is something that we always need to be a little cautious about, but still, it's somewhat indicative of civilization matchups. At the Conqueror level, Delhi actually has one of the lowest win rates against the HRE. So it's going to be interesting indeed to see what Kaiser Johan brings to the table with the HRE, especially when you consider that Rocky Canyon is one of those maps where the players are kind of far away from each other. It's a fairly open map as well, so crossing is often dangerous. And we've seen players using that in a variety of ways, either using trade, which I don't think it's going to happen, but 2TC builds, potential fast castles are legitimate options here, I feel, for the HRE.
Yeah, and it's important to remember this is Rocky Canyon, not the one you've been playing on the ladders, Rocky River, right? So we're not going to have any fishing ponds to worry about, just a lot of stone slopped in the center of the map. So, that's another interesting detail because it means you can't just try to boom up your eco to inflate raw meat numbers in the early game. I think that leans in favor of the Delhi for that reason because in this matchup, they're going to be playing pocket resources, right? So they don't have to go for farms. Also puts more pressure on KJ to get a good rotation, securing sheep. I always find these type of matchups really frustrating. Like when you're against a berry civ, they can take more sheep off the map. And a civ like HRE uses more sheep more quickly, right? So they run out of safe resources faster. That's why I'd actually prefer that KJ goes for a double scout opener here. I've noticed a few HRE spammers still do this. A lot have moved away from it. But I think anytime you're up against a berry civ, you're setting yourself up for limited options if you don't open double scout.
While we're waiting for the game to launch over here, folks, we also need to highlight that we have a brand new sponsor for this event. We are welcoming back Surfshark as the primary sponsor alongside Microsoft for the Elite Classic 2. KP, I'm sure you have a couple of thoughts about Surfshark, so why don't you just introduce us to our lovely sponsor here?
I think it's amazing that there's a service that provides you the ability to surf on the back of shark. Wait, that's not what they do. They provide you VPN services, folks. And those are valuable for multiple reasons, actually. You ever wanted to watch a TV show, but you can't in your country? As a Brit, I get that all the time. I think plenty of you know what I'm talking about. Netflix is definitely a lot better when I look across the pond. If I want to actually get access to that, that's where something like Surfshark comes on. Another thing that's pretty interesting, are you sick of just getting queued into that player in your region at a certain level that always stomps you? Why not just change region and possibly matchmake against a different player more quickly? A lot of games actually function that way. In fact, I don't want to kind of tip you off, but there's a lot of other games, especially in the FPS market, where that's actually a surefire way of getting maybe some easier lobbies. Another thing that's really cool here, I know some people mentioning they got ad issues. Well, here's the thing. We need ads to make this channel run. But you can also help us make the channel run through multiple means now. You can either subscribe to the channel, use those primies. I know you've got them. I'm looking at you right now. But here's another interesting idea. Someone actually just highlighted in chat that when they VPN to, I believe it's Bermuda, they did not get ads. How would you VPN to Bermuda, Lidicor?
I'll just use Surfshark, KP, because apparently you can do that.
Well, there you go. Go across to the link now, EGC TV, to get yourself a extra 3 months for free on us.
No, to be honest, KP, the thing that kind of makes me think is how this person came up with Bermuda specifically. Surfshark gives you a million servers to choose from all across the world, and he's like, Germany isn't gonna work. No Japan. How about Bermuda? This place probably doesn't have ads, right?
There you go. And you know what? Like, Crackety hit another one that I love. There's a bunch of players right now that bait me. I'm like, oh, this account's from Sweden. It must be Numenor. Turns out it's Wham. Actually, some of them have been doing it right now. You know what? A good way of making sure that when you get into these tournaments, you're a player, that you don't get counted because someone knows all your secret strats on the ladder. All of a sudden, pretend you're a South African player. Maybe you're from Brazil. Maybe you want to be Japanese. And everyone's like, Koinu's back in the game, Pog. No. Turns out it's just you, maybe an upcoming German player, American player, wherever you may be, telling us a little fib about where your account's from. So many creative usages.
All right, we are getting close to game number 1 here, folks. This is, of course, the open qualifiers for the Elite Classic. We have 12 players already qualified to the main event through various forms of pre-qualification things, invites, previous tournament performances, things like that. We have 8 more players qualifying this weekend, with 4 getting there today, and 4 will qualify in tomorrow's open qualifiers. So any player that gets eliminated today, they will get a second chance tomorrow.
Yes. So, a heart doesn't have to be broken. Mr. Munch, for example, we went over his series. He can take notes. He can learn from what he's seen. He can go for tomorrow. Another interesting thing. I mean, I can't believe I'm spinning a positive of getting whooped early on. You're on the sideline sooner. So you're able to sit there and watch other potential opponents for the second qualifier. And you kind of have an extra edge there, right? More time to research your opponents. That's the upside. Less games played, but more games to watch. By the way, another thing, like I'm gonna keep I'm giving away all the tips on this stream about VPNs. Actually, like another one to highlight. I know someone mentioned lag. Interestingly enough, the way that AoE4 is designed, keep in mind this is an RTS where it's able to facilitate people playing from Australia to Europe, right? And although it's not going to be pitch perfect, it's playable, right? That's an interesting design choice they made with the Age of Empires 4 engine. It means actually using a VPN for whatever reason you need it in Age of Empires 4, some which we listed before, doesn't really hurt you as much as if you were to try and use a VPN, I'd say, in an Apex Legends or Call of Duty, right? Where any sort of extra ping, kill your game. So yeah, pretty interesting the amount of different reasons you could need it. And I'm just talking within a gaming setting. There's plenty we already highlighted for other reasons. There's even some websites that can be quite handy you can't access in a particular country. So I don't know. Maybe you're one of those people there. There's a site. I don't know what site it could be. I don't know exactly what you're searching, but for whatever reason, Surfshark can help you get around that. I may have used it to get Adobe cheaper. I can't believe it. Well, I mean, it's not like we're sponsored by Adobe, so I'll admit that. Yeah, I got my hands on something really cheap, Political, just by using Surfshark. Checkmate.
All right. So Alyona versus Kaiser Johan, Rocky Canyon to start with. Again, Daily, a civilization that doesn't perform that well against the HRE as compared to other civilizations. So it's gonna be interesting to see what Kaiser Johan brings to the table. On paper, this matchup should be favored towards Alyona. He's supposed to be the higher seeded player, but as you kind of touched on this could easily be a 50-50 set.
Yeah, so like I said, he has to get creative. I think you have to focus around archers and maybe spears. It sounds kind of wild, but like it's going to be different. Like if you take the standard approach of piping your mouth and spamming men at arms out of axes, you're going to get slapped. I think there's two approaches that the Delhi have to that. They just scale Ghazi plus archers with Tower of Victory and pew pew you down, or they go fast castle and easy clap. If you go fast castle yourself as Kazi Johan, we already know what happens on maps like this. It's very open, it's very exposed. Delhi will take all the sacred sites and they'll block you on any relic gathering with those superior Ghazis. But let's see what KJ's got in mind. I can hear the game beckoning us in. Kazi Johan, one of our Swedish players, going up against Alyona, our second, third top-ranked French player. Admittedly, the first is quite a bit ahead of him. But, you know, second, third, it's his own little brag, right? Okay. Man, it feels weird to be back on Rocky Canyon. Like, so many players as well. This is another thing to think about, right? Like, we are not playing on Rocky River, the map that has been in matchmaking queue for a while. This might be foreign territory for a few of these players if they haven't had enough time to scrim, but we'll have to see. Kazi Johan on the HRE, Alyona on the Delhi. And already, we're seeing that dart towards the center. Remember, these maps do spawn the majority of their sheep down the center strip of the map.
Indeed. And we kind of touched on this in the pre-game here. HRE, not a civilization that performs very well in this current patch against the Delhi. And on this map, you can get away with some less map control heavy strategies early on. Talk about the 2TC build, talk about fast castle. So I'm actually curious which direction Kaiser Johan's gonna go. He's playing one scout, so does Alyona, and Alyona started off by sending his scout to the opposing player's side, so he was able to take away quite a few sheep from the side of Kaiser Johan here.
Yeah, I think what happened there, they saw each other, right? Because I think we checked the scout pattern out of Kaiser Johan. Yeah, they saw each other, and funnily enough, he went the same way. That's kind of a negative. Means you miss out on additional sheep. Funnily enough, if Alyona wanted, they could just run up the river now and take the majority of sheep away. I'm a little bit surprised they aren't doing that, because one of the big edges you have when you're playing a civ like the Delhi is you don't need those sheep. Negative for the HRE is you need them more than any other civ because you exhaust your starting ones 40% quicker.
Yeah, nice little base layout here for Alyona, by the way. He's going to have a fairly safe goal tucked away at the back. Berries, nice and close as well. On the other side, though, one of the things I'm noticing here for Kaiser Johan is that his gold is going to be quite open to the left. Both of these deer packs are also very close to each other, so this left-hand side flank that he has is immensely valuable, and I feel like this should be the primary angle of attack for Alyona in Feudal.
Did we have like a change to Rocky Canyon how it spawns, by the way? Like, we used to get double wood cluster, but we've got weird lines of wood on this map, I've noticed as well.
I like it a lot more, to be honest.
Yeah, it almost feels like an interesting strategic choice. Like, imagine you bait a fight on one side of the wood and then attack with archers from the other side. Like, you know, just full ambush type effect. Arkan Chapel's going to be on the way, though. I think, like, maybe one negative for HRE is a lack of options that's hurting him. You mentioned that gold being far out. It means that this Arkan is only securing wood, and I mean only. I think he's maybe got the berries in range, but he didn't even punt for the stones, so no multi-TC build from the HRE. If this is a fast castle, I don't like his chances of winning this.
It's an awkward setup, especially because if you are fast castling with HRE here, one of the things that you're doing is forfeiting map control. And once you forfeit map control, the Delhi player can secure all of these sacred sites. And more importantly, if you don't have any map control, even if you go into Castle Age with Ragni's Cathedral, you won't be able to easily collect relics. So I feel like in this setup, the only way that this could work is a fast castle into Burgrave Palace and then Men-at-Arms. But we've seen that over and over again back in previous tournaments. That play just doesn't work out unless you have an insane source of food. And that's not something that we're going to have for Kaiser Johan here.
I think he's got like, what, 9 sheep, maybe? It's not
the
great.
getter rate as well, right?
Yeah.
You have a finite amount of villagers, and mass production of men-at-arms on the Burgrave Palace puts a massive strain on your eco. So usually the maps where it works out are maps where either the HRE player has 2 TCs, or he has an insane source of food, like let's say a lot of shorefish.
Yeah, and this is exactly why I was recommending you go for the double scout opener here, right? Like KJ, if you go on double scout opener, you have all the options at your disposal. On top of that, you strip extra safe food away from your opponent. Sure, it's Delhi, sure they have berries, sure they get an extra 100 per patch, but let's say they only get 5 sheep off the map. All of a sudden, they're going to be running out to resources exposed when you're still camping at home. The importance of that cannot be stated enough because it means you don't have to leave troops to defend your base and defend your eco. You can send everything to punish the Delhi. So, yeah, the fact that he opened with just 1 scout, no additional, has me a little bit worried. This Horseman opening as well, a little bit dubious. If we check the other side, I imagine Elyono should be dropping a stables. Ghazi will annihilate Horseman.
Yeah, that's the other problem that that Kaiser Johan is facing over here. He is playing the Horsemen. He's going to face Ghazi Raiders. That is something that is massively favoring the Ghazi Raiders. And if Kaiser Johan were to go into Castle Age and play into Knights, for instance, which is something that HRE players often like to do, he's facing the same issues. He's facing a unit that's a soft counter to his Knights, and it's going to be very cost-efficient dealing with them.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if this was like some delayed play onto Stone for a TC. You get the Horseman, secure the deer location, and then boom, Bob's your uncle afterwards. But like, you know it's going to be Ghazi. Like this, so this is one of the things about Delhi. Delhi are incredibly strong, and this is baffling, right? Delhi are very rigid. They don't flex much. They do the same thing game after game. They open stables, they drop blacksmiths, then they typically add in archers or spearmen, but they eventually just keep snowballing feudal. You'd think with that rigidness, that lack of flexibility, I want to say, they'd be very easy to beat, but it shows you just how strong the tools are in their arsenal, that even when you know that info, even when you know exactly what you're up against, you're going to lose to it.
And we're seeing this angle of attack come into play here that we kind of touched on at the beginning of this game. Iona contesting the gold mine, while at the same time also ensuring that his opponent has no access to all those deer packs.
And that's the thing, because I'm wondering if like there was a strategic idea in mind from KJ. We have seen deer pushing on the rise from high-level players. Like, theoretically, getting 3 horsemen and shoving deer all the way back to your base would give you food flexi. But the Ghazi stops that, right? And even though you just saw KJ drop a second stables, that's not an advantage here. If you check out Yona's base, they should have military efficiency and a scholar garrisoned, which means they will be double pumping, right? So right now, they're not going to fall behind in cavalry count. And as we highlight, those are better than the individual horsemen.
Yeah, double stable player. Feels like a very unorthodox way of playing the HRE. Kind of builds into the idea that you have a decent eco buff at the beginning from the Alkan Chapel, and you're just going to play mass horsemen, leveraging that food income. But at the same time, we are seeing a farm transition already from Kaiser Johan. I'm not sure if this is just a reaction to him not having access to the deer, or his whole concept is built around the fact that he makes some early farm transitions, so he's got a consistent food income for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
But for the time being, he's confined into his base, he doesn't have military superiority, he's forced to mix in some spears, just like Alyona. But Alyona is getting very close to that point where he's going to start gathering the sacred sites, or not collecting, but securing the sacred sites. And that's where things will start snowballing in the favor of Alyona, I feel.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Like, both of them adding in spears, and yes, you have got a lot of cav. I think fundamentally KJ's idea here is scale cav, intercept sacred sites, defend with spear, which isn't a bad idea. But the issue you're going to run into is we are looking at a Tower of Victory build. So those spearmen that Elyon have are going to trade very efficiently. He could easily guard and then mirror the cav move with his own. And I don't really see a world with that happening where KJ is able to stop sacred sites from being captured. He can decap them afterwards by splitting the map. But fundamentally, Delhi are going to get the extra out of this map. And the concerning thing is, as this game goes on, the only thing that KJ is going to be able to keep getting extra of is food from those farms, right? Like, as he chops deeper into this wood line, he's going to lose the buff there. Look at where his gold is. Think about, like, when he moves out to deer. These things are not going to be buffed by 40%.
Yeah, it looks like Alyona tried to push the wood line over here. He is going to turn around for the time being. And Kaiser Johan is now moving out with his cavalry, just holding his base with the spearmen for the time being. He kind of needs to make something happen. We touched on the fact that he cannot forfeit all map control, especially because now all of those Feudal Age upgrades are coming in for Alyona, the upgrades that he's getting for free. So he's going to have an advantage when it comes to the blacksmith upgrades. He's going to have a certain level of advantage when it comes to eco upgrades as well. And I feel like all of these things will start making the life of Kaiser Johan more and more difficult.
Oh, wow. This is really cool as well. Alyona's going for the 1-1-1 build. Meanwhile, KJ is staying on Horseman Spear. So he's basically making a 2/3 Horseman comp. This is interesting in that if KJ can find raids, he gets an edge. But now, if Alyona forces like a staged fight, he's better off because what Alyona is doing is he's shifting from half of his army not being buffed in attack speed to 2/3 being buffed in attack speed. That's a big edge. We've seen what Tower of Victory does in these type of games, and it means that KJ needs to start hitting with these raids ASAP.
Alyona is very heavy on the spearmen. He's got 12 of those out there. Could be a nice angle to attack here for Kaiser Johan, jumping on the Berry Veils. Only 2 spearmen to defend these, and it looks like Kaiser Johan is going to commit against this one. He's going to find a couple of villager picks, only losing 1 or so horsemen to the spears. Nice little raid, and exactly what he needed at this point in the game.
That looked like no textiles either, right? So that's a really good wallop. That's an unfortunate mistake by Alyona. Seeing that your opponent's playing mass horsemen, textiles is always worth getting at that point. Like, if you think that that's going to get 1 villager in a raid, textiles makes it so much more difficult, especially in a game where KJ hadn't even got the melee tech yet, right? So these guys hit for 9 damage each. It's pretty pitiful, but great hit. I think KJ can do that like twice more. He starts to reach into the driving seat in this game. Alyona is going to try to make it more difficult, though. You just saw those walls going up on the west side. He's going to start to funnel this map. It means these horsemen should eventually have no way in to the main economy.
This is a big investment, though. These are some very, very long walls as a second wave of horsemen now comes in this time around. They will get propelled by the spears. But I feel like Kaiser Johan should be happy with this. This is a massive investment. Look at the length of that wall, KP.
Yes. The negative is, like, usually walls are so expensive, not because of the wood cost, it's because of the way you have to build them, right, which is villages. That's, I think, a big part of why Delhi always seems so broken is when other people want to wall in, they have to sacrifice gathering. When you want to wall in as the Delhi, you've probably got spears or archers, so just thumbs up and go do it. But look at what KJ is doing. He's buying time. He is losing the horsemen, but he is making that men-at-arms switch behind this. This was the traditional way that HRE dealt with the Delhi. The question mark is whether it still has the same punch it once did.
Yeah, it feels like you need overwhelming numbers here, and it's going to take time to build up. Those are extremely expensive units for a feudal age economy, especially when you keep making horsemen as well. Both of those cost a lot of food. You've got 1,000 food per minute for Kaiser Johan. So he either needs to sacrifice horseman production, or he's going to be slow adding men-at-arms. But we're actually seeing a very unique way of playing HRE, a rare way of playing HRE that is full feudal age right now, KP.
Yeah, it's aggro-focused. But by the way, like, do you think players watch moments like this back on the broadcast and they facepalm and feel like they look a bit dumb? Like, the wall that isn't actually complete. I always feel bad for them, right? Because it's not his fault. We have the full picture. He can't see that that wall wasn't completed to the right side. But it must be so infuriating when you watch these backs like, I could have hit that economy like 15 seconds earlier, man. And, well, he's going to hit it over here. Outpost is up to protect there. Meanwhile, Clash underneath the TC and KJ moving on the gold. And the army looking a bit scarily big. Keep in mind that KJ has not got his entire cab battalion here. It's mainly just spears. Up against a lot of archers. Men-at-arms now coming through. He's going to be able to push it back. So it looks like it's going to be a defense successfully by KJ. But the reality of the situation, right, is his army isn't looking good for wear right now. Those men-at-arms numbers aren't big yet. Only 9 of them, and the spear count has been eradicated.
That's the big thing here. And don't forget, Ghazi Raiders do get bonus damage against heavy troops. They are a soft counter to these men-at-arms. And with all the spearmen having been focused down by the archers, there's just nothing that deals with these Ghazi Raiders right now. Army numbers looking neck and neck still on both sides, suffering massive casualties on both sides of the map, actually. But at the end of the day, Alyona still maintains his position right next to this gold mine, whereas Kaiser Johan is being cleaned up with his forces inside the enemy eco.
Yeah, and this is really problematic because you have to think about what's happening with those numbers. Like, we watched those pop numbers at the top, and they just moved down at the same pace, right? That's bad for KJ. That means he's trading like a 1 to 1.5x, right? So that means like Alyona is killing 1.5 resources for every 1 lost. Look at the army value. Kaiser Johan should not be drawing these fights on pop. He should be dominating them right now. Alyona's comp is cheap. Therefore, it should die faster. But as we just saw, on both sides of the map, they're dying at an equal pace.
Now, one thing that's important to touch on is that Kaiser Johan has a very well set up food economy. He's got a lot of farms. That's something that he spent a lot of time and resources building up. At the same time, Iona is starting to deplete those good sources of food for him, specifically the berries, but also hunts will start becoming problematic. So in terms of the consistency for the food economy, there's an edge for Kaiser Johan, and I feel like that's starting to show in the army numbers. He's just a lot more consistent when it comes to the production of these high food cost units.
Yeah, it's like Alyona kind of lost control of the map when that raid came in and he split troops to defend and attack, right? Like, that was such an overly aggressively forced fight. And now the men-at-arms are starting to shine through, right? Like, the other issue, like you highlight, you're going to have to move on the map. Kaiser Johan must be up to, what, I say about 20 farms at this stage? I do think the archers might have made this easier for Kaiser Johan, but credit to him. He weathered the storm, right? Like, Alyona, I'm trying to, like, dissect whether this is more KJ played it right versus Alyona played it a bit wrong. I think it leans a bit more towards Kaiser Johan doing it right. Like, we've seen players try to do this men-arms counter before, and they open with it. That's a mistake. Your economy is not big enough to sustain. But when you're this deep, this many farms in, and you have permanent food, that's when it makes more sense. Like, think about what he done instead. He built horsemen, which cost comparative food, but these horsemen have more roles to fill than men-at-arms.
I feel like the key thing here for Kaiser Johan was that he played for a long game.
Yeah.
He set up the farms that weakened him initially, and we've seen him being confined into his game, into his base for a long, long time. But while doing so, he built up a farming eco that now provides consistency. A farming eco that's extremely difficult to raid. Alyona was never able to touch that. Whereas on the other side, Alyona is still... I'm not even going to finish that sentence, KP. That was a very interesting way to break through a definitely incomplete wall.
It's once again like, okay, the first one is like, you know, if you're watching this, you don't see it. That one you do see. But like, it's interesting you bring up the farms. Like, the way I like to think of this is that for KJ, the win condition is getting farms, right? Getting food. The win condition for Alyona is getting sacred sites, and that is his farm. It's a gold farm. Collectively, how many minutes worth of sacred site controls Alyona had in this 60-minute game?
Very few, especially when you consider that on paper, the sacred site to the left of his base is technically walled off, at least partially, and he hasn't had control over that for I don't know how long.
I mean, he hasn't had control over it long enough that twice now KJ has broken through it with no response. And now with the men-at-arms reaching the base, Burgrave come behind this. I think we are just a minute away from a GG call. If Delhi cannot win this fight here in Feudal, they have no hope from behind up against Castle Age Burgrave play. What a cool game out, KJ. You know, getting into this, we question this idea whether mass men-at-armsing can work now against the Delhi. It can. It doesn't work the way it used to. It requires a pivot, but KJ found that pivot, and I think he just found the win.
And we talked about this when this game began. When you look at the ranked ladder stats, Delhi actually has one of the lowest win rates against the HRE. You have to take those stats with a bit of a, I guess, skepticism. But still, I think Kaiser Johan has shown how full Feudal Age HRE is able to match up against the Delhi, especially when you're able to play defensive and play for that long Feudal. And that's something that Rocky Canyon has helped him with quite a bit. Defensive game into a snowball once he's got that food eco up. That was his key to the victory here, KP.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting. I think like HRE, we said they're at like a 55 to 60% win rate. Surprisingly enough, in like the recent competitive games I've been seeing, they've just been struggling to find that consistent win rate. But you know, this is exactly how it's meant to be played. It's the surgical way. It's the way it's been figured out. well over a year ago, actually, in the Delhi H3 matchup. Glad to see it return. I'm glad to see it still be effective because I think a big frustration for a lot of people has been what is the answer to Delhi? How do you solve for it? China seems to be failing at the moment. It's not what it once was. HRE apparently can still deliver a China, and I'm not going to lie, folks, there's a few other ones in there that are quite interesting, like maybe a certain Japanese pick that I'm hoping we'll see more of.
And with that, Kaiser Johan takes the lead in this best of three. Looking at the rest of the draft, we have Gorge coming up, Aliona's own home map selection. And we are about to witness a very classic matchup here, KP. French facing off against the Abbasids.
And interestingly enough, Eliona has a very deep understanding of both these civs because I think like they both categorize in like his top four most played. Gorge is a very interesting map for it as well. Gorge, the interesting thing about Gorge is you can't just kind of condense TC, slow play it. The lack of resources in your starting location means you have to go out on the flanks and play a little bit of risk. That's where I think French picks, Roost picks, any tempo aggressive civ has proven to be quite effective here. So, I would lean slightly into the French camp. I think we said at the start of this draft that, surprisingly enough, French as a TC booming civ can cozily do what the Abbasas do as well. The problem is that that's in a situation like, they're kind of even ground when Abbasas are able to go eco wing. The problem here is because it's French, if you go eco wing, you have no protection to get to drop a good TC as the Abbasids, right? So I'm expecting KJ to open military wing, and that already, if this is turning into a macro game, feels like a really big edge for the French.
I feel like one of the more underrated strategies that we could see here from either of these players actually could be a trade. Abbasids, obviously trade wing, but also let's not forget the French. I don't think it's going to be a Chamber of Commerce build. That will be kind of unorthodox, but French traders are no joke either. And we've seen players experimenting with trade builds on this map back in the past as well. With the French, you do have early map control, so that sets you up very well to slowly build up a trade, reminiscent of how Mongols would build up a trade when they play with the Silver Tree.
I'm just going to let that one bake for a second. And it's overcooked. It's been burnt. Yeah. I don't think we're going to be seeing a Chamber of Commerce. I love your enthusiasm.
No. There's no way. Like, no one said that, KP. I was about to say, like, Chamber of Commerce, absolutely no way.
No
but
way.
School of Cavalry and then a slow build-up of trade, very possible.
Got you. So no Lacoste Sport. We're just going to go, yeah. So the reason why you go sock over cock here is because if you don't have the School of Cavalry to block the initial TC time of the Abbasids, they just kind of scale too quickly and they'll just get freedom on the map. So yes, I've always said one of the biggest...
It's map control. It's always map control. If you want to build trade, you need to have map control. And if you have knights, you do have at least some level of map control, which sets you up for a good trade.
And this has always been the thing, like, I don't know how Chamber of Commerce still hasn't been reworked because it is like a bottom 4 landmark in the game. It's so bad. Fundamentally, think about what you're giving up. Like, you can argue you're getting traders for free and you're always getting eco upgrades earlier, so it's better. But the reality is, are you really willing to give up a 20% increased production speed on all stables for the entire game?
Yeah, I feel like the big problem here for the Chamber of Commerce, and that is somewhat the case as well for the English when it comes to their feudal age landmark choices, is that it's not just that one of these landmarks is definitely on the weaker side of things. It's also the fact that the alternative landmark is extremely powerful, and it really doesn't make a lot of sense to just give up on that landmark.
Well, let's see who's going to win. Like, we're about to see a clash between two underrepresented civs. It is genuinely the battle of the garbage can. Eliona versus Kaiser Johan. Not the players being trashed, but definitely the civs. Eliona picks the French. KJ on match point has chosen the Abbasids. After what looked like a draft which favored Eliona, KJ may have been given the route to get a 2-0. Let's find out if he can do it. Okay, not ready. We'll find out in a second here. Looks like we're just quickly double-checking.
We're being baited by production here.
We are. Like, I am ready, mum spaghetti for this, though, because, the thing that... It's interesting, Gorge, I feel like... I don't know about you, but I've seen more games of Gorge than any of the maps on the matchmaking rotation. But one thing I always say about Gorge is kind of like 2 maps in one. There's 2 types of games on Gorge Lidicore. There are those with no walls, and those with all the walls. There is literally no in between.
And if we have a lot of walls, then it is going to be very possibly a trade game. With low walls, it's unlikely. But this is going to be an interesting matchup, KP, because I feel like historically we've seen good success in this matchup for both of these civilizations. But recently, this, on paper at least, is an Abbasid favored matchup. Let's see if we are going to have a 2-0 here for Kaiser Johan, or if Alyona is able to take this to game number 3.
Yeah, and the interesting thing in this is, like you said, that it's favoring the Abbasids. Keep in mind, like, the biggest statistical database we have to work with there is like the pre-Sultan's Ascent patch, right? Where Abbasids were really competitive. But weirdly enough, they've fallen off the last few months, and most players still feel like they actually need a buff. So, big question mark on what they can do. For the third time, and this time, the final time, possibly, we are ready to go. Alyona versus Kaiser Johan, game number 2. It's the battle of the trash can. French versus Abbasids. Who is less garbage?
Spawning in on the right side, it's Kaiser Johan with a 1-0 lead in command of the Abbasids in yellow. And to the southwest, it's Alyona playing as the French in blue. Of course, Gorge, a predictable map in many ways, KP. You have well-defined spawns for your woodlines, well-defined spawns for the sacred sites as well as those little ridges in the middle area. So when it comes to planning for this map, you have a lot better idea of what to expect from the random map script than in the case of some other maps.
Almost. There's one exception to that rule. Can we do a Control-Shift-A to sheep count right now? Because there's an awkward sticking point about Gorge at the moment. I agree with everything you said there. There's just one resource that doesn't agree, and that's sheep. The sheep spawns on this map right now are only predictable in one fashion. If you're Kaiser Johan and you went around the map like that and you've only got 3 sheep, you already know you got screwed. One side of this map tends to spawn about 60 to 70% of the sheep on the map, and the other side gets next to nothing.
Yeah, Kaiser Johan feels a little scammed in here, but in the end, he's going to have a reasonable haul of sheep. Luckily for him, he's playing as the Abbasids, so sheep won't really be his primary source of food. He's going to focus on the berries, of course. But still, as we often discuss in these matchups, being able to take away sheep from the enemy, especially when your enemy is playing a food-heavy civilization like the French, is always an advantage.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like Alyona's full rotation here, though. He has to kind of come back because he's going to run out of sheep otherwise. But if you check the map, he went 2/3 of the distance on the right side, then turned. The best rotation I've seen for a scout on the opener on this map so far, I actually think is what Louis does. Louis, basically, he kind of does a circle, or an oval, I guess you could call it, around the sacred sites. So he darts out of his base, he goes to the left sacred site, then he rotates around the front of the enemy base, and then across to the right side sacred site. That's a pretty nice one, actually. Like, with that type of rotation, you can get like 8 or 9 sheep straight away. And then, if you see your opponent scouting left side, you know you can full scout right. If you don't see them, you know they're already on the right side, and you just dart back to cover the left. It's an interesting middle ground so that you don't get screwed over. And funnily enough, actually, because KJ didn't go the full distance, it's like Alyona... Oh, sorry, Alyona didn't go the full distance. KJ is doing a lot better than we originally expected here.
Yeah, School of Cavalry versus Economy Wings, so no surprise on either side for the time being. And this is where we have to look at a potential second town center spot for the Abbasid dynasty. If they do not play trade, which is quite likely in this setup, they must be playing into 2 town centers, but the stone, it's kind of far away from the starting TC, and I don't see a single villager right there on the minimap for Kaiser Johan. So I feel like he needs to be cautious here, because oftentimes what you will see in this setup is that by the time you start mining your stone, the enemy is going to have knights around ready to harass you.
Yeah, so he's already in the lumber camps. This should be a Rax immediate opener. Anything else, then it just doesn't make sense. Like, you've got an Eco Wing, you need to go multi-TC. I always say if you're going Eco Wing, you at least need to go 3 TCs. Otherwise, it's bad. So this is kind of a rough one in that regard. School of Cavalry opening is on the forward spawn. Gold is retracted behind. We're not expecting any counter-offensive. What I'm looking at right now is where the resources are allocated. You need something to secure this front of the base, because it's not just the stone, it's also the deer and the berries. Like, everything that Kaiser Johan needs as a Basses in this game is forward of his TC.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like one of the big things here for Alyona is that he himself can match the TC production. In fact, do a better job when it comes to mass producing villagers if he just matches the TC count of Kaiser Johann. So if we see a more defensive focused game here from either player, we could easily enter a TC race here.
And we talked about this. The idea of a TC race, I don't think is one that the French hate. Like, I actually think ever since Guildhall became meta, I kind of like the TC boom race against the Basses because you set yourself up very comfortably to go imp off of Guildhall alone. And that's a huge edge. So, yeah, it's kind of weird. I think we said this at the start of the draft, is like, Jeanne d'Arc feels better in every regard except TC booming. And the negative of picking French is it does kind of make you obvious in that, like, if you're picking French instead of Jeanne, you're probably just TC booming, right? But in a matchup like this, where it's eco wing against you, doesn't feel like that's a disadvantage.
Yeah, for the time being, Knights are roaming the map. No villager on stone for Kaiser Johann right now. So for the time being, he's going to play an ultra defensive game, just Spearman confined into his own base, but he's chopping a lot of wood here. So eventually, once he's got a couple of Spearmen to defend that stone mine with, we might see him move towards the stone. On the other side, though, Alyona is already on the stone. So when it comes to this aforementioned TC race, there seems to be a distinctive advantage here for Alyona.
Yeah, the only downside is that Alyona has to shift north side for the resources they want for TCs, but that's like a small detail, right? Like, to me, it just, I don't know, man. This is why I'm always on the fan, always on the side and always a fan of military wing, right? Like, I think 65% of games with Abassis right now features military wing, and it's for a good reason. It lets you harass your opponent, they can have their own TC blocked, and also secures your own TC safely. You know, I guess the logic for Kaiser Johann, he doesn't think a fast castle timing off of 2 TCs is good enough here. He thinks like 4 TC makes a lot more sense, but you're seeing the negative right here. You don't have enough spears to defend against a double knight opener right now, and it means that you're idling up on the stone. Your timing already feels off.
Yeah, Spearman defending this position, 4 of them out there. Good job by Alyona with all that knight micro. Spearman actually in stand ground mode just to make sure they don't chase and then get accidentally picked off as they are unable to brace. But this is something that Alyona is more than happy with. Kaiser Johann is still in the process of gathering the stone for the second TC, whereas Alyona is already building that, also securing that deer pack to the left of his base. No more villagers on stone, so Alyona is done building town centers. We're gonna have to see if Kaiser Johann doubles down on this and goes for the third TC. He hasn't actually scouted the stone mining operations from Alyona, but I think given the fact that he sees only 2 knights and no archers, he should know that Alyona is focusing on town centers.
Dude, I actually love this from Alyona. It's small details that make the difference when you're TC racing like this. KJ already set up a bunch of spears in stand ground on the mine. That's really important because otherwise you can bait them out of position and then cycle charge them. But what that meant is that he wasn't actually guarding his wood line. So what does Alyona do? Without adding any additional knights in, only on 2 still, he runs for the wood line, and look at what KJ's reaction was. 2 more spearmen added in. At this point, he has spent 640 resources on spears, compared to 480 on knights. Wow. So fresh food stuff's coming in. Dude, he's going more spears, and yeah, this is because he needs to go free TC, right? So the issue is if you don't go more spears, and you now go for an extra TC, say, on the right side on the berries, you're not going to have enough spears to defend against double knight. And the best thing is that Alyona, because they stopped at 2 TC, they're going to be ready to block that third TC with archers.
Yeah, there is going to be a third TC, but as you said, Alyona is now doubling down on the army production. And this is why it's so problematic that Kaiser Johann has these town centers delayed. His eco buildup is just now beginning. He actually has to get rid of a 7 villager deficit. And while he's focusing on that eco buildup, his opponent is already leveraging that eco advantage that he has. He's going to start escalating his army count. And I feel like he's going to have a very nice timing here where Kaiser Johann isn't ready to fight yet.
Yeah, it's like unfortunate because Alyona kept the door open in more than one way, right? You either go from 2 TC into full feudal or you go castle age. And I think either build would have worked quite nicely here, but it's because of the spread of the resources and where that TC got dropped. Like, this is always a negative when you have to drop the TC on the stone. It makes it obvious you're going for triple TC, right? So now Alyona is just spreading out, looking for a target, and you know what the sad reality of this spawn is for KJ? No food spawn on the north side. So his third TC is very predictable. It has to be in this area. So if Elyona just runs a bunch of archers over onto the right side, KJ is going to struggle to get it.
There is more to this, KP. Elyona just checked the gold mine and he saw 0 villagers on the gold. That's a clear indication that Kaiser Johan is nowhere close to Castle Edge. And of course, he could still just be heavy on the army on feudal, but oftentimes what you see the Abbasid players do is try to get to Castle Edge here, try to get those premium units out on the field. So Elyona is very much aware of the timings that Kaiser Johan has right now. Knows that he doesn't really have a lot of blacksmith upgrades because of the lack of gold. Nowhere near close to Castle Age is his opponent, and he himself has a respectable army lead. The numbers are even, but when you look at the army quality and composition, it's a night and day difference between the two.
Yeah, the interesting part to me is that Elyona prioritized Undermesh over Steeled Arrow. I guess he didn't want to reel the archers too soon, and he wanted an ability to dive, because there's no archers coming for KJ, and there shouldn't be. Flash is going to come in, though, and the Revelation is bad for KJ. Initial hit hurts him on the Horseman. Now he sees these Spearmen have been solved for. Love the fact that Elyona is doing this. This is sick, actually. I've noticed a few players have started doing this with the French, the 1-1-1 build. It would seem like a negative against the Abbasids, and normally it would be. But there's one problem with that, Lidical. KJ didn't do a normal Abbasid build. He didn't do the military wing. No boot camp, so no upper side for you in a 1-1-1 build.
There is more to this. When you look at those spears, you have to keep in mind that those spears are one of the highest upside units in either armies. Every hit that they deliver on an enemy cavalry unit is an insane amount of damage output for feudal age combat. So for Elyona, two things can happen. He's either stabbing enemy spears with spears, which is even-ish. Even if the opponent had boot camp, it would be an even-ish fight, although definitely favored towards the Abbasids. But every time he hits an enemy horseman with one of those spears, it's massive value. So for him, mixing in spears, as long as the enemy doesn't have archers, he simply cannot go wrong with that.
The other thing that's really nice about adding spears in when you're up against spears, and you have cav of your own, is that it allows you to bait the spearmen into charging so they don't brace against cav. It's quite interesting because I've seen quite a few players do this at the highest level now, where if you bring in a few spears and they start the melee fight, the enemy spears can't brace because they're too busy attacking. So it means that your knights can then get a free cycle charge off, or they can run by for a squishy target. In this case, it's a cycle charge, and that cycle charge packs quite the punch. Love this now from Elyona as well. Look at that, adding in the Rams already. He's trying to force Kaiser Johan to come out before he has a critical mass of units to fight.
That's a critical TC as well for Kaiser Johan. He has essentially all of his available food underneath that town center. As I'm saying that he just depleted the berries, but still, losing this position, it would be catastrophic for him, and you really have to look at that food eco for Kaiser Johan. He's done with the berries. I think he has a new berry patch he's just now started taking on the right side, but yes. I think he's low on sheep. And now his secondary TC here is going to get contested.
Yeah, now he did drop the third on the tree line, but like that didn't secure more food. And the problem with that is that KJ is going mass horsemen, mass spears. That's all food, a little bit of wood.
Yep.
So it's very difficult to keep scaling. Meanwhile, for Elyona, what does he use? Uses some meat from the deer to go into knights, and the rest goes into archers. And if there's one thing you have easy access to on this map, it's wood.
Phalanx in now for Kaiser Johan, or it's going to be in a couple of seconds. Problem is that these spears will evaporate in an instant once they encounter those 25 archers.
TC down. KJ can't extend his lead. 2 TC versus 2 TC again. Horseman trying to cut reinforcements, but they're not going to find easy targets. Knights, you better run back towards the main line quick enough here. In fact, if you just get 1 or 2 charges off, it's going to be too painful. KJ, quick on the reaction though. The problem is there's still all these archers now. The problem with what's just happened here is because KJ tried to get cute with the horseman, Knights are mirroring him, and it means the archers and spears can clean up the rest of the army, which is literally just spears.
Yeah, splitting off forces here is a better deal for Elyona. His archers and spears will escort the rams and annihilate whatever Kaiser Johan has defending his base. Whereas the horsemen will just get chased away by the knights, as you kind of touched on that. And now the gold mine is going to get contested. Chivalry just finished for Elyona, so now he's going to have the knights heal themselves. And with these horsemen being pushed all the way to the north, reinforcements also aren't being intercepted at this point.
No, and they're trickling across to the right side for a stage push in, because this is what is so smartly understood by Elyona. where are you getting food? There's only one place left on the map, right? It's the deer and the berries behind the wall. And guess what? Rams, they get a lot more damage up against walls, so breaking that is going to take him no time whatsoever. Funnily enough, he's leaning towards the main base, and funnily enough, KJ was feeling a bit ambitious there. He was getting ready to ride through with the horseman. Glad he didn't. I think that would have actually been a death sentence.
Critical push coming in here with the Rams trying to target the tower. A lot of troops here for Kaiser Johan, but the composition isn't super convincing. He doesn't really have a lot of archers to focus down the enemy spears with, which kind of holds all of his horsemen as hostages right now.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a misclick towards the end, a bit of a waste of a few knights, but he's still got enough spearmen in return to make it kind of a close to even exchange. On top of that, he's now starting to get into the production. This is interesting. If you camp here, archers coming out are just going to insta-die, so it's going to force KJ to fight sooner rather than later. Knights do blunt in, but they need to actually mirror the horseman. Backstab coming through, one of the archer mass. And Elyona has pinched himself against the building. Spear's going to flood on through. If there's one way KJ could win a fight, it's like this. Elyona may have overextended. Too many cav units from the backside. KJ is going to lose a lot in return, but he will survive.
Beautiful wrap here, and really a critical fight. The numbers were there, but you needed to find a way to eliminate these archers to open up the playing field for all these Abbasid spears. Elyona, he moved in, and he got surrounded by Kaiser Johan's troops. Beautiful fight for Kaiser Johan. He lives to see another day, and now, when you look at the overall populations, the eco numbers and the army numbers, it's all neck and neck. Elyona had most of his forces cleaned up in the enemy base, and suddenly, Kaiser Johan is looking more alive than ever.
You know, I think this came down to two missed micros by Elyona. First, on the mining camp, when the Knights got baited into the spears. At least it didn't look too bad because he killed enough spears in return. Still, those are losses that should be happening. Then in that second engagement on the archery ranges, he A-clicks into the spears. There's another two Knights, and that's the moment KJ is able to pounce, because all of a sudden you've got 19 horsemen charging in with, what, 6 Knights to defend that? Just a great read, a great time by KG, but realistically, it's an avoidable mistake by Elyona. You know, it's hard in the moment, but had he actually just kept those Knights back, had he kept them as meat machines there, that camp would have paid off. Add in the fact that he didn't rally his new troops to the army, there was actually about 10 plus troops on this tier stack, and that's why that looks so dominant for KJ. Now, all of a sudden, they're neck and neck on eco, but they're not going to be neck and neck on age. KJ has farms set up to the north side. He's got late game economy, and he's ready to go there. Castle Age is queued up, and it is going to be that military wing.
One of the most unique, not necessarily unique, but definitely one of the more relevant things when you consider French gameplay is that they often delay their Castle Age. And they do that because the Knights are extremely expensive, especially when you consider the food cost. So Elyona simply doesn't have the resources to age up to Castle Age with. Granted, these Knights are premium feudal age units, and they can hold their own against Castle Age troops as well. Bigger concern for him is going to be the fact that he's facing quite a few archers and spears, and those will be Castle Age troops very soon.
Walls going up to make sure those farms are going to be safe, and Elyona might sense what's happening here, but unfortunately against mass spears and archers and a choke point, going in isn't an option. Love this detail from KJ, adding in camel archers for the unease. Elyona's only play back into this game now is to mass Knights. That 20% unease damage reduction is going to make this impossible to breach. It's such a sick read, and adding the fact military wing is going to enable him to get his hands on boot camp and composite bows, this game is practically over. Elyona's going to be forced to throw into a fight, but he's going to struggle to win. In fact, can we check the Golden Age? I think Tier 2, yeah, it just got activated. So the research unlock speed for KJ on these veterancies is going to be even quicker.
Yeah, Elyona looking to force a fight over here. He's nowhere close to Castle Age himself. Numbers are looking fairly close. Army value technically on the side of Elyona, but don't forget these Knights will be debuffed by the Camel Archers. And in these narrow choke points, Spearmen with the Phalanx upgrade are devastating.
And you can see Elyona's trying to fish. He has to go in. He knows that no Rams to try and shut down production behind as the clash comes in. Spearmen are pulled forward by the Knights, so archers are targeting them down, but I just don't think there's enough left in the chamber here. Elyona, half the Knights left over, plenty of spears to buffer him away. The Camel on ease, ruining his day, and the Camel Riders are going to guarantee there's no French cavalry at the tail end of this. Looks like KJ is going to hold, and from here, what really is your route to recovery? Elyona could try for a tech up, but now they're going to be a mile behind.
I feel like he's throwing away his whole army over here, so even if he gets to Castle Age, he just has no troops left to work with. Army number is still neck and neck, but I feel like if he wants to have a chance in this game, he needs to pull back right now and hope that he can drag this game out and somehow build up a bit of an advantage. Royal Institute is going to be on the way. He wants to play into the fully upgraded Royal Knights, so it's vital for him to keep these 10 Knights alive. And luckily for him, Kaiser Johan continues to play very defensive, and he's not moving out to punish this retreating army.
Yeah, unluckily for him, those camel archers kind of mitigate the advantage of Royal Institute in a lot of ways, right? Cantled saddles all of a sudden is a +8 damage, not a +10. All your extra health doesn't go as long because you're not putting out as much damage in return anymore. It's just a smart read by KJ. And you know, this is like kind of what I expected out of Kaiser Johan. I doubted his approach because I think, no offense to Alyona, but if you like perfectly execute the approach he took, it should be quite a clean win for the French because he had such a great early game. But KJ loves this defensive style, right? Like people who are used to watching those high-level top pros, KJ's one of the upcomers that thrives on that. I think he actually gets off on it. He absolutely loves the idea of hour-long games with meat grinders. And I think that's exactly what he was aiming for here. Now that we're reaching the castle for both, that's where he's going to be feeling most comfortable. And now, with this veterancy advantage, he looks to make Alyona uncomfortable.
Alyona has gotten veterancy on the Knights, and he's now getting it on the Spears, but no veterancy on those archers just yet. Uh-oh. Nice little raid here by Alyona, and he's been active killing Wills. Also, I feel like Kaiser Johan may have missed some villager production. He's now down by 20 eco, but he still has the army advantage over here. Needs to be careful, though, because you don't have a lot of spears here guarding these archers against all these knights.
What? Dude, the crossbows are frontlining right now. That's terrible. Oh my god,
oh my
KJ!
Lord. 5 spears only on the map.
Well, he's trading archers for archers right now, but like, you shouldn't be in that situation. That's the type of poor move someone an age behind does. That was an overextension. KJ, he wanted to punish his opponent trying for a late pick-up, but the timing was off here. That's crazy. Alyona, all of a sudden with a 20 eco lead, and remember now with it being 2TC on 2TC and him being French, that's going to scale faster for him. The only upside is, although KJ has taken a big hit, what I need people to be conscious of is that this was an eco wing. Can we check the House of Wisdom quickly? I want to see if he's actually got the extra eco wing upgrades. Not yet. He's got a lot of farms. He needs to pump agriculture here. 15% increased gathering speed is a big deal at this stage of the game, especially with mass farms behind it.
Alyona, he's been more active chasing these retreating troops as well. Kaiser Johan was a little hesitant to chase his opponent in the fight that he took inside his base right afterwards. But Alyona, he chased Kaiser Johan all the way back into his base, picked off a lot of archers while doing so. Now he himself is going to retreat, but he managed to regroup, and as much as his army numbers are slightly lower compared to Kaiser Johan's, the quality is there. He's got 13 knights, a much higher army value, almost double of what Kaiser Johan has. And now he's starting to mix in some arbaletier, something that's going to dominate these fights against the crossbows. Interesting choice, by the way, because he's only facing 8 Gulam.
Yeah, so the interesting part about that is actually it's not bad against the composite bows, because if you Pavis, you get all the extra ranged armor, which basically offsets half the damage from archer units, and it also gets you extra range. So it's pretty standard. I think like actually right now in the French arsenal, as the game goes on, Arbitrary are by far the strongest unit in their entire toolset. So not the worst of ideas. The negative about this is the more you lean into ranged units, the more likely it is that KJ is just going to build some siege in the field. And well, after the recent buff to siege, let's just say mangonels are kind of out of control.
All those Royal Institute upgrades now coming into play. Gambit Zones on the way, Candled Settles on the way as well for Alyona. He already has gotten Royal Bloodlines, so he is going to have an extremely powerful army right now. Fully upgraded knights essentially for Castle Age standards. Arbaletier, of course, being able to hold their ground, deploying their Pavis, and Kaiser Johan's got a slow-moving army here. I feel like if he takes a bad fight, he's going to get cleaned up entirely.
You mean like this one?
Yep.
Yeah, this would do it. There's more knights than there are spears, and those are Raw Bloodline knights. That is a terrible fight for KJ to be taking. Has military mass on his side, but I don't know if that's not going to last long here. Archer's coming in, Arbitrary from the backside, cutting this all down. And all of a sudden, KJ now behind in military. Terrible fight to take. We've still got several knights left at the tail end of the engagement. And once again, it's going to be KJ pushed back.
No Pavisa deployed by the Arbaletier though, so they get picked apart by these archers. And Alyona doesn't have veterancy on his own archers as well. He is still going to clean this up, but this fight could have been substantially more one-sided in his direction. He is now going to face an opponent collecting relics. Still, now he's got a lot of map control and 42 army against 19. The cleanup that we expected, it exactly worked out as we expected it, KP.
Yeah, and let's see if he's doing the expecting of Abbassids. Have we still not got agriculture? I think we still haven't. Like, you can't keep throwing meat away like... Okay, he has. There we go. Like, his number's good, but it's not good enough yet, right? We're not a true late game economy. We're not at meat grinder levels. And that's kind of concerning because the way Abbassids outplay French now, it's quality versus quantity. But here's the problem, Lytical. If it's quality versus quantity and you're behind on quantity, my cue is, yeah, what are you heading?
Yeah, Alyona is ready for a castle drop. He has collected stone very aggressively. He's actually floating 2,000 gold as well. In the meantime, I'm not sure if I like this though from him. He's diving the enemy base. He could just drop a castle right in front. But instead, he feels like there's blood in the water. He's facing some mangonels though. Has to be very cautious because that's how Kaiser Johan stick it back into this game. Some good mangonel shots on these infantry troops.
He did leak into the economy though, right? A few knights are in there. That's going to hemorrhage the eco. That's going to idle up the farms. And also right now, KJ is distracted. Even villagers are rushing out to attack for some reason. Okay, this is the worst way to fight. KJ, great defending, but I think what we're seeing fundamentally throughout this game is every time he tries to attack, he's confused. It's like he spent his entire life getting punched, and for the first time ever, he's been told to throw one, and he doesn't know how to. Like, it's so brutal to watch. Every time he goes out of his base, he loses a fight. I don't know why he's essentially playing himself up against the wall here, right? Like, I get the imminence. You don't want Red Palace, you don't want French Age. But the reality is because your opponent went for the Institute, they kind of already are in Imperial Age. All you need to do is out-survive them.
Exactly, and he needs to play a long game now. He needs to take this to Imperial to get rid of this stack advantage. And this is a villager pull here by Alyona. He isn't messing around dropping a castle in front of the enemy base. He wants to drop it on that primary gold and stone deposit to the north. Kaiser Johan might be able to contest this, though. He does have the numbers. Not so much the quality, but this is not the entirety of Alyona's army here.
This is actually very dangerous because if he gets another keep after that, it blocks out the big gold, the big stone, and literally KJ won't be able to play the game. Like, dude, I'm not gonna lie, the spawn that we've seen in this game is absurd. All of the gold and stone to the north side, all the food to the south side. Some people right now are like, that sounds like a Bastion efficiency. No, that sounds like a perfect target for raid, and that's exactly what we've seen in this game, early game, and that might be the defining point at the end of the game.
Yeah, Keep is going to complete over here, denying the stone deposit, the gold as well. And quite a few farms are also being taken out here, / denied by Alyona. Kaiser Johan pulling a lot of villas, and that is a red palace on the way. I think it's very defensively positioned back at home.
Sacred site maybe? Typically you drop these on sacred sites.
We should see it on the minimap.
Yeah, like look at the bottom side. There's like some. Okay, it's over there.
It's back at home.
Yeah. So yeah, he's treating this like a keep to defend his eco. I don't think that's necessary. Like, I get why he's doing it. If KJ does reach a late game, it's gonna be mass horsemen constantly, right? Like that's what the Abbassids do so well with the extra eco food. But to be real with you, I would be shocked if KJ gets to Imperial Age.
Yeah, the problem with the Abbassids is that you have to wait a finite or a well-defined amount of time to get to the next stage. You cannot accelerate your progress towards the next stage. So when you play from a tech disadvantage, when you are being pushed already, and you have to wait quite some time to get into Imperial, that's a very, very bad deal. Alyona now getting all the elite upgrades as well for himself. Kaiser Johan, he tried to dig some trenches across the map here, and he wants to get into Imperial. But he doesn't have a lot of mobility. Knights are about to contest his eco. And I feel like he could get caught off guard over here by a much superior army.
He doesn't have much gold left. Like he's gonna go Imperial and do what? Trade food and wood for 10 gold to 100? Like, oh no, trade wing. I definitely believe we're gonna be able to trade in this game. I love the, like, in fairness, he has got the southern trade post, right? But like theoretically, Alyona should be able to cut that off. So you need to win a fight. KJ does have the military lead right now. He's pushing out. One thing that's deceptive about this military lead, I can't think of a worse melee heavy infantry unit to build against Arbitrary. Gambesons is so good against Golems because they're double strike, basically double effective for Gambeson, right? So it's really tough for you to actually win that matchup anyway, because crossbows are meant to count you. It's even worse against the French.
Yeah, Springolds are out there for Alyona. He's got something to deal with those Manganols, and once the Manganols are gone, Arbaletier would just annihilate all those Gulam Knights, at the same time picking up villagers from Kaiser Johann. He has lost almost 40 villagers now at this point, and it looks like Kaiser Johann's gonna have to head all the way back home. Still 50 seconds to go for the trade wing, but he's being raided. And I feel like with that retreat, he is just going to forfeit all the map control here for Alyona. In fact, he's very much struggling dealing with these knights. His farming geek was being ravaged here.
Yeah, he's being destroyed on the backside. He just didn't react yet. This is like one of those moments in story where it's all like, and we will go to their lands! We will slay their armies! We will pillage their villages! And then like, everyone's cheering like, yeah, let's go get him! And then they turn around and see how big and scary the army is. Like, let's just go home. It's all good, guys. There's nothing to see here. The moment he saw that red palace, it was an instant note. And now, he got nothing. He's literally just a mile behind. Arbitrary did drop the Pavis this time, which means they're going to brutalize this fight. They also do have crossbow stirrups, and guess what? Incinerar arrows is just the cherry on top. I think even with the tech up complete, KJ now without gold has no realistic way of playing this game.
Yeah, those Arbaletier got banged up. There was a beautiful Mangonel hit from Kaiser Johann. So part of the reason why he's actually able to slowly clean this up is because a lot of those Arbaletier have been heavily damaged. But this is just an even-ish trade that Alyona is more than happy with, because while this is happening, he still keeps killing villagers on the opposing side. Breach to the north allows him to flood knights over and over again into the enemy base. And he has now 54 villager kills to his name, compared to just 13 from Kaiser Johann.
And we're about to see the get the duck out of my gameplay. Like, he's queued up so many knights. This is the moment where you're like, okay, I've had enough of you. Right? Like, the farm's been disrupted, the food income is not great. Kaiser Johann is still building archers. Yeah, I think that says everything it needs to. GG comes out, Alyona pulls it back. We are going to get a third game.
What a comeback. This looked very promising for Kaiser Johann once that initial push into his base got cleaned up. And then I guess we need to look back at what happened afterwards. I think Kaiser Johann was a little cautious chasing the enemy army. And Alyona was able to get away with a decent amount of knights and archers, something that he could then upgrade to costly age troops, and then buy some time for him to really leverage that economy that he built up. And of course, when you look at the villager graph, for quite some time this was neck and neck, but once you start looking at Castle Age and beyond, Alyona started to build up a distinctive advantage that eventually snowballed into a game victory.
Yeah, like it's interesting as well because I think this game was quite back and forth. I mean, you can kind of see it on the graphs a little bit. Alyona kind of had this game in the palm of their hands at a very early point, but just a few little misclicks against what is a prolific turtler almost lost in the game. I think Kaiser Johann, though, dude, it's crazy. Genuinely, the map spawn, not great for him. Just a given. But, you know, map spawns is only part of the battle, right? It's how you play it. And the thing is, like, for all the great things KJ done when he defended, every time he had to attack, game bad. So here's an interesting thought for you, Lidicore. Game 1 was the same, if you think about it. Game 1 was defined by Alyona headbutting a wall and just getting a little bit too much concussion, right? Game 2 was kind of the same, but the difference is that Alyona left himself with some runway. So now we head into Game 3, and Alyona had Byzantines or Malians. I think Byzantines would have had a bigger like ceiling here, but Malians are no pushover if they have to turtle as well. So like, I think this is the difference now, is that to me, Alyona has sniffed his opponent. He smelt the fromage, the cheese that he is, which is a filthy little turtle boy. And now, going to this third game, he has cozy picks. Either Byzantines will get that late game, or you pick Malians, you chill for 10 minutes, and then we know what happens after that, right? Fulani spam into death for your opponent. So what I need to see from KJ here is a very aggressive game 3. If he plays that turtle mode, I think we're going to see a 2-1 for Alyona.
Yeah, I feel like the big thing in game number 2 compared to game number 1 was that Alyona basically incentivized Kaiser Johann to leave his base. And that wasn't the case in game number 1. Alyona was much more aggressive when it comes to expanding economy, and that forced Kaiser Johann to move out of his base every once in a while. And in many ways, you can accomplish the same thing with the Malians here. And I think this is going to be one of the more intriguing things to look out for when we head into game number 3. Malians, if you can leverage cattle, if you can leverage the pit mines, it forces Kaiser Johan to move out potentially prematurely or risk being flooded in mid-late game.
Yeah, and the interesting thing actually about this matchup is even pre-nerf, Malians were slightly favored on the percentages, right? They were like a 51, 52% win rate. So like, this isn't an impossible matchup for Malians. Like, realistically, what used to happen is you see Fast Castle and Etegege, right? Like, you know, is that was the plays. Like, I'm going to get the relics, then I'm going to snowball Camel Lancers. You're still doing that against what is going to be mass Donzo Javs. So I hope we've got some weird water plays that play a bit different. I think Iabid's a new generation is being figured out. Let's see if they can be figured out here. Game 3 is ready. We hop into Mongolian Heights to decide who is going to head on through to that round of 16. Will it be Elyona or will it be Kaiser Johan? Old versus new civs. What we love to see.
And a classic map to play here in the open qualifiers of the Elite Classic. We're heading out to Mongolian Heights, one of the OG built-in maps of the game. One of the most popular competitive maps until custom maps were introduced, and one which has a long, long legacy in this game. KP, of course, with the river, that's the word I was looking for, with the river in between the players, of course there is opportunities to fish here for Kaiser Johan. And the other thing, something that we always need to look out for on Mongolian Heights, is sheep holes. They tend to spawn on the outer rim of the map, and it's one of the most significant maps when it comes to taking away the enemy sheep. It's just so common to see players heading to the enemy player's side and then trying to yoink away most of the sheep that spawns there.
Yeah, it's a little bit different with KJ because he has to come back home with the food soon. Because, like, you know, you need a few extra sheep. You don't drop the mill if you drop the dock. Easiest way to remember a river, by the way, like, just remember that one Justin Timberlake song. I'm not going to try to sing it, but, like, once you never forget the word after that. Which is appropriate because usually someone is left crying quite quickly on this map. The fishing factor used to be a really big deal, and Mongolian Heights used to be a very impressive map, but it's been a while since we've seen it, so we've got to dissect some of the changes. Ever since it was added back into active rotation, there's very big differences now. It used to be that you had 3 crossings on Mongolian Heights. It's now 5. On top of that, since we last saw Mongolian Heights in competitive play, Shoreline Fish has been nerfed for fishing boats. So although it's still a positive eco play, it's not as snowball as it once was. And that means although Elyona is going to be at a disadvantage on early food, it doesn't feel like the GG end-all that it used to be.
I'm just looking at that little weirdness in the map generation to the north, where that cliff completely surrounds a little, I guess, patch of grass. Yep, this is the one I'm looking at.
Yeah, I call that the Shinobi stop home. You know, when you're away from home and you're like, oh no, these lances are gonna kill me. Shunshin. I want more cliffs like that, man. That might be, you know what that is? We need new maps that are essentially the real buff to Coca Township, because that thing is looking abysmal offside water maps right now. Obviously, I don't think we're getting Japanese in this series. Well, final game, right? They didn't even draft it. But, you know, this play with the fishing is really good for KJ on the opening. Remember, the Iabids are the Abbasids in that form, and that they only pay 75 wood per dock, so it's a nice, cozy play. Curious to see what the tech-up choice is going to be. I'm imagining we're going to be looking at maybe the... I don't want to say Desert Raider. I guess Desert Raider is not bad because it forces a Javelin investment. But Growth Wing feels really good as well, just to get the extra villagers. Should we check on KJ? Has he started the tech up yet? He should have, yeah. So,
yep.
Oh, he went, dude, oh, okay, because this is cool. I thought he wouldn't do this because there's no contest, but basically you go Advancement Wing if you see someone else dock your area so that you can get a ship out quick enough. But this is about getting galleys out so that Elyona can't aggro him. A pretty interesting choice.
Yeah, there is more to this. Whenever you invest into an early dock in Dark Age, you often delay your Feudal Age, and you can actually catch up with the normal Feudal Age timings just by having that discount on the cost of the age up. So at the end of the day, you see that the 2 players will be pretty much neck and neck when it comes to Feudal Age timing, but one player does have a dock and the other one doesn't. So we actually see this very commonly from Iabid players using that way of aging up as a way to offset that deficit when it comes to Feudal Age timing.
Yes, but the key is if I'm being contested, right? And that's what kind of surprised me. I mean, it ends up being the right choice because Elyona is going for a dock drop, but this wasn't info KJ was privy to. The reason I'm not the biggest fan of it always is that there's a really strong play on this map that you now don't have, and that's logistics. this is a 6-relic map, and I think logistics is actually better in so many situations now than advancement wing. Like, ever since the nerfs, I'm still face palming when we're still seeing a lot of fast castle advancement wing builds. This is feudal, it's very different. It does leave him open to some decent options in castle age. I think typically a lot of players right now are going for the advancement wing, the growth wing to get the 8 extra villagers, which just guarantees that your eco stays ahead. Next dot going up.
Yeah, a bit of a contest here from Alyona trying to harass that will, but it should complete, so we're going to be left with 2 docks here for Kaiser Johan. As you kind of pointed out before, we have multiple crossings now, a lot more than what we used to have. But apparently Alyona does have his own dock as well somewhere. We haven't really seen that.
Yeah, it's in the center. Yeah. Like it was scouted.
Oh, yeah, it's blue on blue. So
yeah.
it's a little difficult to see on the minimap.
He's very. Like, I hate that. These filthy blue players and their camouflage. But yeah, KJ did know about that. He scouted past it and then went further down. So he essentially has that dot pinch now. I like this approach because it means that he can just dart away to the north and the south and heal, and Alyona's stuck. So it does look like a situation where Alyona shouldn't win on water. I think at this point it's kind of moot to even try. You should probably just be focusing on your castle age timing.
Hunting Cannon, another unit that you frequently see in competitive gaming, but of course, when you want to contest the river as the Malians, that's kind of the unit that you have to go for. 2 Dows should be able to deal with this. Nice repairs from Kaiser Johan, pulling back the Dow into the repair aura of the dock. And it does have a demo as well. Could be something that he could use to damage that dock very heavily, making it easier to finish off.
Yeah, he'll wait for the Springle ship, right? Like, you wait, Springle comes out, hit it once, dead.
Beautiful snipe on the sheep out there. Was like, even if your scout gets away, you are not going to get the sheep.
I mean, it's actually very smart. It seems like it's just petty, but the reality of this is that Alyona's going to need more food. He can't fish, right? So it actually is going to hurt him. Interestingly enough, Alyona's going to push this back. Nice little cool detail about the Malians that usually gets glazed over. Their docks have an aura that gives them extra movement speed on their boats. So they're very good at chasing. The problem is because of the way the KJ set up, you don't chase. You get chased. Demo ship comes out, looks like a return fire there. Not good enough. He needed one more Springald hit. Sick read by KJ to min-max and put Alyona further behind.
This is a big one here. Alyona lost his own Springald ship, but the Bugla on the other side remains intact. And now the Dows are moving in, ready to start that demo. Alyona, he's just losing momentum on the water. And here, Kaiser Johan could just trade this demo worst case scenario. It looks like Alyona is going to be the one trying to do that. Face off. It's going to deploy it. But in the end, gets absolutely nothing. I feel like he just wanted too much and got nothing in return.
I mean, you need double demo to get fishy birds. Like, it's just a bad play otherwise. Alyona, I mean, it's appropriate that we're on a map with fishing because right now he looks about as useful as a Magikarp. This guy is behind in every regard at this stage. It's an extra 8 eco units for his opponent. If we look on land, can you guess the grand total of ranches? I think we've got maybe 2, maybe 3.
I feel like it's deceiving because you're looking at Malians with pit mines and ranches, and this is why I was somewhat surprised about him being so heavily involved in building ships. I feel like playing classic Malians over here could have been a reasonable way of responding to this build.
Well, I think this is Alyona literally, like, I said he learned in Game 2, right? But he kind of didn't in Game 3, and what I mean by that is he still tried to be the offensive player when he probably should have been the defensive player. Like, this whole approach where he's trying to contest water doesn't play to the strength of the Malians right now. It's not the meta build. It's not Fulani like it's meant to be. Yes, you're going to be up against multiple fishing. Yes, you're going to be up against, like, the Iobas scaling quite quickly, but realistically, like, if you want to contest them, you need to be fast about it. Your dock timing needs to be optimal. It needs to try and choke your opponent out. Interesting thing, having Manticore should give you an edge because you can toggle over to stone and then get in placements, but we just didn't see any of that. Instead, we just see Alyona looking hung and dry, right? And KJ now, with this scaling into military force on land, Alyona's not even prepped for that.
Yeah, Alyona's got nothing out there right now, and I feel like he's going to be caught in a very bad position because right now he's building up these cattle ranches. He's going to have a juggernaut economy in like 3, 4, 5-ish minutes. But until then, he's got no standing army, and even a couple of javelin throwers won't be enough when he's facing a combined army of horsemen and archers. Kaiser Johan is going to have to be cautious because he doesn't want to just lose the archers to the jav throwers. But at this point, with the river control plus the horsemen coming in, if he's just cautious taking fights and chips away at the enemy eco, I think he's going to be at a great position.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like it's cruise mode right now. The fact that Elyon is going Javs with Horseman already coming, this is tough, man. Also, the spread, the second pit mine being so far to the left side, easy raid point. If you try to contest that, you're in trouble. And that is the worst possible thing I could see you doing in Feudal Age right now. Sofas. Where's the food coming from? Like,
Oh
how
my
do you
lord.
afford this?
I feel like he's just playing a very reactive game right now. Sure enough, Sofas will deal with both of these troops, but it's an extremely expensive unit for a player that doesn't have a fascinating eco, I would say. 400 food per minute for Sofa production is very underwhelming.
No, I think you'll find that their eco is very fascinating. It's very fascinating that they're making this choice at all. It's a tough one right now. I mean, there's a small window of opportunity in that KJ doesn't have an incredible amount of food coming from the fishing yet, but we know that's going to keep scaling, right? And that puts the pressure on you to hit with these Sofas. And, you know, you build Sofas against a Civ that has Phalanx, right? So worst case scenario, they resort to Spearmen to defend. And considering they've also got these ships now patrolling the crossings, if your idea is defend and then raid, how are you getting in freely?
And you have to consider that Elyona does have just one safe gold mine to work with. That battering ram that's being built right now by Kaiser Johan, it's going to contest this one pit mine, and 3 Sofas and 4 javelin throwers won't be enough to hold against horsemen, archers, and probably soon to be spearmen as well.
Yeah, and remember, these are not your imported armor Sofas. These are actually pretty pathetic. They are terrible units in terms of cost efficiency. Elyona can kind of afford it because they have got a lot of ranches right now, but you know, realistically, what I'm seeing is a very weak point coming. Like, look at the military forces on both sides. If you invest 1,800 resources into a tech up while your opponent is going all in, you're going to die. We're already seeing the ram approaching the base, and funnily enough, even though they've got Sofas, they don't have enough to easily contest this.
Yeah. Sofas get a massive power spike once they get into Costlate, but before that, they are not astonishing unless you have good numbers of them, and that's definitely not the case here for Elyona. In fact, he's got his Sofa split in between the two sides of the map. First counter range is going to get taken out here by the battering ram, and I think the cattle is going to get killed as well, just to make sure that you can't place a new one right there.
Oh, this is atrocious right now. Like, KJ, he's getting everything he needs. Horseman taking out the javelins, and Elyona, this is a misplay. They're actually attacking the horsemen instead of the archers. Remember, Sofas get bonus damage up against infantry and are better at resolving that issue. I think you just have to kind of accept that you have to kite away with your jabs and you're going to have to lead the Sofas to trade. Instead, it just feels like on a defensive side of things, Elyona didn't get as much out of that as they should have. Raids on the other side are at least nice. They dent the backside. They find 1 or 2 eco kills. But we're now seeing a mass spearman transition. We're seeing archer upgrades coming in. And Elyona now with just a little bit of damage to that ranch escalation. And the fact they continue to invest in Sofas. I'm starting to wonder how they ever get to Castle Age.
Oh, he did lose the pit mine as well. He couldn't save it in time. On the other side, you gotta credit Elyona for the use of the Sofas. He actually killed 5 villagers, make it 6. Response was a little sluggish here from Kaiser Johan, so these Sofas definitely got some good value going. But at the end of the day, Elyona lost a lot of troops back at home as well. He lost his initial pit mine, and now his gold miners are being harassed on this other pit mine here. You still feel like Kaiser Johan has so much momentum over here going for him.
I do feel a little bit bad for him for this detail, though. Imagine you build a Desert Raider, you're like, yes, unease. You're against Javelins. One of the unfortunate things about Desert Raiders is they carry the range tag. If he can actually micro it correctly and keep the jabs away, that's going to be a sick counter to the Sofas. But I think for it to work, KJ is probably going to have at least 3 Desert Raiders, which doesn't feel great. But, I mean, in fairness, Desert Raiders do handle Sofas quite well. So if he scales it, I actually don't mind it. I think it can work. It's just, the reality is it's a very expensive unit to add to your composition. It's the same thing with Camel Archers and why we don't see them that much.
Yeah, Kaiser Johan is playing a very different game compared to game number 1 and 2. He's a lot more aggressive, and I think in this position, that's exactly what he needs to do. Booming with this game is just not going to be what makes this a win. But now he feels like there is blood in the water, and he's able to push into the enemy base, once again ready to take out some of these ranches.
This timing again, just as he's setting up the ranches, once more they go down, and this time it's going to take even more away. Cal also being dented. Where's the army right now? I mean, Elyona, he's completely outmassed and outgunned, right? I think he sent some to raid. Everything has to come back to defend, and still, even though he will be able to eventually push this away, it's stopping him from scaling his army. These ranches are everything.
Yeah, That's Elyona's win condition, being able to scale up that food eco and mass produce the sofas. But that scale up is just way too slow. He is losing villagers now in the gold mine as well. Both the food and the gold is being hit at the same time, and that just completely shatters his ability to build up the sofa numbers.
Sick pinch there. Free surface go down, and all of a sudden the horseman and spear chase in. Remember, spears actually aren't that bad against jabs. No bonus damage going their way, right? And considering you pay so much more for javelins, it's an ugly trade. Behind this, by the way, KJ's macroing up. We're going to be seeing Castle soon. This is crazy. I mean, the way he's played this, like you said, really well played. I want to see KJ do something different. He delivered. This is his most aggressive game of the entire series, exactly what he needed. Now, with this army being cleared up, I wouldn't be surprised if Elyona calls GG. He might delude himself into thinking he's still got a way back into this game, but Castle's about to be queued up, and once that ticks in, this is over.
Yeah, this is going to be a cleanup here for Elyona, but it doesn't matter because indeed Castle Age was about to be on the way for the opposing player. And there was just too much pressure on both the food and the gold eco here from Kaiser Johan. What a lovely series here, KP. Neck and neck, as you predicted at the beginning of this one. But in the end, Kaiser Johan comes away with this one. 2-1 is the final score. Elyona is going to have to try tomorrow to get a chance to qualify to Elite Classic 2.
Yeah, what an interesting series, right? Game one, we had this attack-defend mentality that favored KJ. Elyona said, I'm not falling for that again in game number 2. He learned from his mistakes. He baited KJ into that latest stage where he didn't know how to close the game from an aggressive standpoint in Castle Age. And then we go back again in the third game, where now, once again, like, it's going to be attacker, bait, defender, but the other way around. I love KJ's approach to this game. Really seemed to catch Elyona off guard, and the moment the fishing was going on, I think the mistake here for me from Elyona was not sticking to his guns. You know, he wanted these ranches, he wanted this clear goal. Those dock sneaks, I think, cost him dearly. Even trying to encourage or invite the idea of playing one dock versus two felt like a losing play, and KJ took full advantage of that. He'll continue through to the round of 16. And, you know, Kaiser Johan's a very capable player. I mean, a very talented player. You know, he has, I think, like, he's had 3 accounts in the top, like, 150, 200. I think he has the Kaiser Johan account. He had the Roger Scruton account, which I think got up to like 30th. His main on this account right now is ranked 60th. And then he has another account. I think he has like the KJ account that's like 120. So really talented player. I love the fact that even though we lost sort of, he's gone back to StarCraft. We've got all the replacement suites, right? We've got Kaiser Johan doing really well. Numadon is another amazing one. Baltun as well. I mean, there's just so many upcoming Swedes. Love to see the representation there. But I believe the plan now is to give a little bit of a reset, a moment of pause here. We're going to head to a quick break. We've got an interesting little message from our Lord and Savior, Pesty himself. And then afterwards, we should be back with more Age of Empires 4 action.
Hi guys, this is Pesty, the founder of EGC, and I am live with you to talk a little bit about our sponsors. And I was so excited when Surfshark decided to join us for this event because it is a product I genuinely use and an incredible product. I personally believe it's the best VPN out there. If you don't already use a VPN, I mean, that's up to you, but personally, I use one every day, and I think that Surfshark really is an incredible product. Now, how do I use it? First of all, obviously, I'm British, and whenever I'm traveling, I get very upset when I can't watch all my British TV shows, so I absolutely love to turn on my Surfshark and watch exactly what I want to watch. It's the main reason a lot of people use VPNs, I think, but Surfshark is particularly good for this. Very, very fast, very, very reliable, never lets me down. The other thing I always do, is check whether I can get my flights or hotel a little bit cheaper by checking in a different country. Now, I hear you ask why Surfshark. There are so many VPNs out there. Why specifically Surfshark? Well, as I already told you, very reliable, good service, very good value, but also you can use it for unlimited devices. And it's not every VPN that you can use on unlimited devices. In fact, I don't know of another one out there that you can. Might be wrong, can't guarantee that. But Surfshark, I can promise you can use on unlimited devices, not 4, 6, 8, unlimited. So you can have it on your phone, on your TV, on your computer, both your laptops, whatever it is. So, I mean, that is just unbelievable. Buy a new product, you add it, just the one subscription. So amazing. If you don't like it, as you see here, you get a 30-day guarantee, so you can try it out, see if it works for you, and if not, just tell them it's not for you. But I don't think that will be the case. Now, if you click on our link, you will get the prices that you're seeing here, which is unbelievably good value. So those are the prices you're getting per month, plus on top of that, 3 months for free. And that is with the unlimited devices. Those prices that you're seeing is with the unlimited devices. So again, guys, if you're going to get a VPN, I would recommend it to be Surfshark, because I do think it's a fantastic product. But also, you're helping us and the AoE4 competitive scene by choosing to do it through our link. In fact, I'm going to go to chat right now, put an exclamation mark VPN, and you will see the deal right there. You can also get it by going down into the panels of our channel. And yeah, so that's what I've got to say about Surfshark, you guys. I really think it's great. If you've got any questions about it, feel free to ask in our Discord. But now, chat, how are you doing? We've got another 7 minutes of me with you. There are a couple of other things I wanted to talk about, but first of all, how am I coming across, chat? Can you hear me good? Are we doing well? Are you enjoying AoE4 being back on EGC TV? Man, it's so great. I'm such a I can't tell you how nice it feels to be back with all of you with AoE4. It's been a couple of months. Like, these are just the best weeks when we have these AoE4 events back and the whole community's here. As you see, got my new canvas, by the way, from the Xbox website. Hope you guys like it. New sweater, Xbox website. Not even being paid to shill those products, but very, very nice. And for what it's worth, had a little look at this viewership, and this is really up there with some of our best ever viewership for a Saturday in open qualifiers. So yeah, and let me know if you're enjoying the halftime with Pesty segment, because if you are, this might become a thing. But thank you very much, Anonymous, for gifting the 5 subs. That's some new technology on screen you're seeing as well with that little thing. Now, we've got 6 minutes left, and I did want to talk to you about something important. And so I want to know, is everyone paying attention? Because I've got 6 minutes, and it really is something that I wanted to discuss with the community with this short amount of time that we've got. Good. So we are currently planning, basically, I've got an idea in my mind, and I want to know whether this is something that the community genuinely wants or not. I'm looking for honest feedback right now. And it's like this. We are currently planning our next season of Age of Empires 4 esports. When I talk about our next season, I'm talking about something like June, July to June, July. There's going to be more coming up before then, don't worry. But I'm talking about the next season. Now, one thing that people have kind of hinted at from time to time, we've never done it before, but what I wanted to know is if in the community you had the opportunity to do some kind of crowdfund or Kickstarter to add extra, no, not to contribute to the existing plans, but to add extra production, extra prize money, or extra events to the next season. Is this something people are interested in or not interested in? Now, I'm not talking about contributing towards existing events. I'm saying if we did a Kickstarter and we said if we reached our target next year, instead of 3 S-tier events, we would do a 4th one that the community could contribute to. Is that something that you would want? And now the reason that I'm asking is because this is my plan. This is our plan. I'm going to do a poll right now. If it's the result of a poll that people are in favor, I am going to open a Discord channel and do a 24-hour consultation with the community. I've got a draft Kickstarter, and I would want the community to take a look at it, have a look at the milestones, have a look at the rewards, and say yes or no, this is something we want to do. And if it's yes, then I'll open a Kickstarter. But I only want to do this if this is something the community wants. Like, otherwise, we can continue with the status quo, which I'm also really excited about. It's really important to me that we don't do something that we don't think the community genuinely wants from us. So I'm going to open the little poll right now. Okay, and it's going to say Kickstarter. Nice idea, but I wouldn't contribute. I'd probs contribute. Okay, sorry. Can you see I'm oh my god, spelling contribute. hate the idea. And I'm just going to do like this 2-minute poll just to gauge how people feel about it. So, allow addition, no. Okay, right, the little poll is up. The little poll is up for 2 minutes. I don't want to do stuff unless I feel that you guys really want us to do this. So that's your little poll. And if people, depending on what you guys vote, I'm going to get this Discord channel ready. So permit. Okay. Save changes. Right. How is this poll doing? I've not even looked. Ooh, whoa. 1% hate the idea. Get out of here. No, but what's really important to me, right, guys? Okay, clearly people are a little bit interested. I am now, listen, I'm going to open a Discord channel only for talking about this. Hi, mister. I'm opening a Discord channel only for talking about this, a 24-hour consultation. And I want genuine feedback. I want you to look at the milestones. I want you to look at the rewards. And I want to know what you like about it and what you don't like about it. And I'm going to base that on what we're actually going to do. So it's like, I really, really want 24 hours. If we manage to work out what people want, then I will open it tomorrow at this time in this famous halftime with Pesty segment. So I've opened it. Now, what I'm going to do is, okay. So I think this is how I do it. In chat, I am now sharing a special channel for consulting. This is a channel within our Discord where if you guys can be so kind as to take a look, this is a preview. This is not open. This is a preview. So take a look and let me know what you guys think. Because I'm only going to do it if I get the sense that you guys want us to do this. And again, I'm trying to be really, really clear on this so people understand. If people contribute to this, it will be for things that we would not otherwise do, right? It's so important that people understand what this is about. It's not going to our core cost. It's not going to existing events. It would be to do extra things. But I want to know, do you hate the milestones? Should you add this? Should you take this away? So on. Okay, and that's it. Guys, we've got 45 seconds left. So I just want to say I appreciate all of you. I love you. I love this community. It's so much fun to me to do this. And maybe this will become a regular segment. Tomorrow I might poll, do you want a halftime with Pesty to be a regular segment? So in the meantime, don't forget, Surfshark, give it a go, try it out. 30-day money back guarantee if you don't like it. And in just a minute, we are going to head it back to the casters to continue with the second half of the show. Guys, it's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. Enjoy the rest. We're going to get 4 new qualifiers today. Peace.
Thank you, Pesty. A person with a poll and using it to raise money. You know, usually that's not allowed on Twitch, but we found a way around it. Hopefully that led to a little bit of inspiration. So hopefully people are excited for what's to come there. I mean, I personally would love to see more Age of Empires events. I think we know that EGC worked their ass off to provide basically an esports. Like, you know, without them, there wouldn't be really much here. And the beautiful thing is not only are they saying you're still going to get the events, but also you'll get much more. Only they want to show you what it's going to be. So definitely get on the Discord. Definitely contribute to that discussion. I think it's a very exciting one. Lytical, I know there should be a Vegas LAN in there somewhere, right? It's gotta be. You're muted, mate.
Oh, yeah, I was about to just ask you, is it a Vegas LAN or a Vegas van?
I think you call it the Vegas van. The lake. And then it's just one of those like portable LAN buses going around Vegas. That's how we make it affordable. Boom. Figured it out.
All right. Anyway, we gotta get back to this thing called Elite Classic 2 here, folks. Corvinus versus Faye, 2 fan favorites, including one of the best, if not the best, female player in the scene right now, Faye. We're going to be heading into game number 1 on Coastal Cliffs. Delhi versus English. Holy Island and Frisian Marshes will be the home maps of these players. Neither of these maps we have seen so far today. So we're going to see at least one brand new map today, something that we haven't yet seen.
Dude, I'm excited for this. This is the series I was hoping we were going to see. The matchup I hoped we were going to see. You know, Faye, a player that defines herself. Only I do Papega, she says. Well, one and all, welcome to the Papega deathmatch. Corvinus versus Faye, two completely off-meta players in a best-of-3 to qualify for the Elite Classic. Let's see how this one's going to play out. We open up on Coastal Cliffs to an English Delhi showdown. An absolute delight, and two of the strongest civs currently on this map.
And you kind of highlighted how off-meta both of these players love to play. And this is a map that's just set up for that. It's a brand new map in the tournament, a lot of unexplored things as well. And as much as it looks like Dry Arabia, it's a much smaller map. And what we've seen in the last 1 year of games when you play custom maps is that the smaller the map gets, the crazier the game becomes.
And the stronger England becomes, basically. It's usually, no, we're not at a size where they're going to rush you with short bows, but we are at the size where long bows can be pretty effective. So curious to see how Delhi are going to answer this. I've actually seen the English-Delhi matchup a few times, and I've got to say, actually, English perform quite well here. Part of the issue is Delhi don't have the breadth of map to secure 2 sacred sites and get a very big eco advantage. So we'll see if Faye's able to hit that timing. Usually you just optimize for feudal, get a decent number of long bows together with a few spears, and then you pull one of your villagers really early on to drop an outpost near the enemy lines. And, well, if you do that on the wood lines, you can see all of them are forward spawning, so it kind of ruins the game from there on out. Scouting-wise, it looks like Corvinus got a decent haul, but you have to remember that he hasn't returned the sheep. Faye, I think she got blocked off here, though. Typically, you go for the double farm opener, so you can go wider with the scout rotation, but it looks like Corvinus cut her off.
It's only 6 sheep on Faye's side. Corvinus has a massive advantage in the sheep department. And let's not forget for a moment that Corvinus is known for playing Delhi. This is by far his best civilization, and he has gotten a really good start here for himself.
Yeah, he's like historically the guy that if you search him up on Reddit, he has more comments talking about buffing elephants than anyone else at this stage. I mean, the guy absolutely adores the Civ, and I know he highly rates them on Coastal Cliffs. I think it's his most played Civ on this map. But I'm still a big believer in the English. I think that there's 2 maps constantly in competitive rotation at the moment, and that's Coastal Cliffs and Cliffside, where English are an S tier and an A tier respectively. So, you know, we should have a really tight one here, considering that Delhi are kind of the crotch stompers of competitive play right now. They're always the ones that just seem to be coming out of a win. And although we saw a few solutions already today to this Civ, it feels like those solutions are few and far between.
And Tower of Victory on the way here for Corvinus. So he is going to have that attack rate buff on the archers, which is kind of offsetting the English buff on the longbows. Only when you consider that, you know, you're fighting within the network of castles aura for the English. But when you're fighting on open field and the English don't have their buff, that just makes those archers very devastating against the English longbows.
Yeah, and that's why it's important to get that early outpost we talked about. So it's all about timing here, because you know you're not going to be up against that track speed early on. When was the last time you saw a Delhi player open with anything but stables? They don't. Like,
Yep.
If you, so anyone in chat right now who's like, oh, I want to improve my Delhi. If you're opening with anything but stables and someone didn't force you to, you're playing Delhi wrong. The only time we see them go archers or spears is against, for example, Bassids, because Bassids open military wing, you have to go archery range first at the Delhi. But if you have choice, especially if you're against an arranged opening, you're always going for those badass riders.
It's going to be a great opener because you're going to have those Ghazi Raiders confine the English player into their own base, because without Spearman Escort, those longbows cannot move out. And at the same time, you're going to have this potential to chip away at reinforcements, potentially even harass the enemy villagers, chase down the enemy scout. Gives you a lot of early game flexibility here in Feudal Age.
And Blacksmith already been prepped alongside that. This is because Undermesh is critical. This matchup is all about very finite timings for the English. They need to be optimal getting into their Blacksmiths to get Steeled Arrow. Around like 8 to 9 Lombos is usually when you look to pump it, especially when you're adding spears alongside it. By opening Blacksmith this early, it does slightly delay the Ghazi, but it guarantees that you'll have Undermesh when that happens. What? Is he? Dude, he's actually going to contest. He's opening Steeled Arrow.
Oh my. Well, he's getting that upgrade for free, but Just open the blacksmith for the time being.
Wait, is he going? No, he's going double blacksmith, right? Okay, yeah. So he's delaying his production further, but I've got a feeling. You know how we said these two are off meta? You can't be too off meta with this opening, but I'm wondering if Corvinus is going to try to just spam archers. I genuinely think he might just do a 1-unit comp.
I think there is a certain level of mind games involved in this. As the English player, you need to respect your opponent's ability to go for Ghazi Raiders, and Corvinus will drop a stable, so he is going to have a couple of those out. But technically, Corvinus could say, look, I'm just going to go full archers, because my opponent needs to respect my ability to go for Ghazi Raiders, so they won't move out very early on. And you see, Faye needs to wait. Faye is waiting until she's got at least one spearman accompanying those longbows. And I think the only reason why she's moving out right now is because she sees no Ghazi Raiders from the opposing player.
Yeah, and that's a sick read by Faye. She understands that something's wrong. There's not a single Ghazi, so she knows it's a double blacksmith opening. So what does she do? She drops her blacksmith early on to guarantee she at least has Steeled Arrow. Why is this important? Sure, Corvinus can get Steeled Arrow and Undermesh at good timing, but he doesn't have any value for Steeled Arrow right now. It matters more that Faye gets her offensive upgrade. She doesn't need a double blacksmith pump. She doesn't need that big of an advantage. She just needs to keep it neck and neck. So really cool read. It's like a little game of chess going on, and we are just seeing the opening moves, a few pawns being moved here or there. But as anyone who plays chess at high level knows, those have deep ramifications several moves later.
Oh, certainly. And you see, the moment the Ghazi Raiders arrive, Faye becomes a lot more cautious with her longbows and spears, and she's going to head back home to regroup.
Undermesh immediately queued up afterwards. You know, I really would love to see Corv not build any more Ghazi and just go raw into archers. Like, it sounds wild, but realistically, the way this matchup plays is it's longbow spears until Ghazi are resolved, and then you spam men-at-arms. If you force a men-at-arms transition now, you can argue they're good against archers, but my argument in return is Faye's eco sucks for men-at-arms spam. She's not at that stage yet, right? You need to be at like 45 with 3 farm clusters to do it. Right now, she has 1 partially done farm cluster and 26 eco. She wouldn't be able to afford the bulky boys.
There is more to this, KP. I feel like one of the big things to look at here for Faye is that she needs very thorough scouting non-stop, because she needs to know how many Ghazi Raiders she's up against. If she's over-investing into spears, she gets annihilated by a flood of archers. So she needs to have a very good idea of how many Ghazi Raiders she's up against, because that is what needs to define the amount of spears that she's going to invest into.
About that Ghazi count and keeping track. There's still the sheep. The sheep can tell us. So just got to move in position, guys. Yeah, that's classic caster timing there. Another approach to this, she could just lace outposts, and yeah, she's doing that. This is kind of cool, actually. I think she's intentionally playing for the board, but the bigger goal here is that you want to crawl outposts so that attack speed advantage for the Delhi doesn't exist. And remember, for the English, your entire comp is going to get attack speed buffed as well, so you don't need as many spears to counter those Ghazi.
Yeah, I feel like here, Faye is just going to deploy this kind of proxy position to make sure that she's got a fallback point, and as you said, she needs a position somewhere in mid-map where she gets her buff to offset the buff that Corvinus is getting. And with that tower being deployed, she's going to have that proxy position. Now, her forces are split between the two sides of the map as she's trying to contest this one sacred site from Corvinus, but at the same time, she's also creeping around the southern part of the map, looking to maybe pick off a couple of lumberjacks from Corvinus.
She's really deep right now. Dangerously deep. Those units can die so easily to the Ghazi. She has no reinforcement route right now. She doesn't have the outpost for her set up, so dangerous position. And when you split forces like this, you better do something with them, otherwise this happens. Corvinus now has the military advantage in this main engagement, and Faye has yet to spring a trap. Oh, man. Okay, yeah, this... Small details, right?
Lord.
Like, you're both feudal all in. This small detail is actually everything right now. She just wasted an effort, and it's put her behind because of it.
And she's got no scout. She is so unaware of what's going on the map as a consequence. And when you have a slow-moving army like this, especially when you split up your army even, this is exactly what's going to happen. You have no information, and you're prone to being caught off guard. Beautiful cleanup here by Corvinus. And Faye is losing a lot of valuable units here in early feudal.
I legit wouldn't have been shocked if there was a GG call right there. some people are going to think that's dramatic, but it kind of isn't, right? Like, you know, you're already behind because the extra eco is there from the sacred sites, and now look at the military mass numbers. Like, the numbers don't lie. He's doubling you up right now. And the problem that you're having is now with that heavy loss of Lombos, you don't actually have enough to influence the range fight. That's even worse still. Faye has just queued up Men-at-Arms. I hope that's a misclick, because you cannot afford that at scale.
Yeah, she's got 400 food per minute right now, and she also needs to use some of that for longbow production, but with another barracks being built, that is not just going to be one Man-at-Arms. She's making a transition to Man-at-Arms. But don't forget, Ghazi Raiders do get bonus damage against the Man-at-Arms, and at the same time, those archers with the higher fire rate, they are a lot more effective against Men-at-Arms than ordinary archers are.
You know what's even more effective against those Men-at-Arms? Castle Age. Corvinus is... like,
True that.
Dude, this is so infuriating. Like, this is the type of like situation that's very hard to throw the game from now. The fact that he's also securing the sacred sites, dude, I've seen Corvinus do this before. He's always doing this right now. It seems really inefficient, but the cost to wall this entire map isn't that big when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, considering it is a slim, fast, dry Arabia. So Faye, you know, this is tricky. It means she won't be able to just dive in and punish this deck up. It means we'll be looking at those Men-at-Arms. You know, I don't think we'll be seeing a House of Learning build here. I don't mind that idea, actually, because I think it's good against English. It offsets the Armorclad. But I know that Corvinus is quite a big fan of the Compound Defender, especially considering he only needs 2 keeps to lock this game in.
Compound of the Defender on the way. 19 villagers on it as well for Corvinus. He is not wasting time. Speaking of time, he actually has both on the sacred side, so there is a sacred side timer ticking right now. Faye kind of needs to do something about that. We always talk about this, KP. 10 minutes feels like it's a long time. But when you sit back at home for like 6-7 minutes just regrouping, suddenly it becomes a win condition for the opponent, and you're going to start getting desperate to decap one of these two.
And here's the face palmer moment. Faye, she's not the type of person that would. Yeah, she would. I knew it.
Oh my lord!
First fight, I thought she was going to GG, but this one, it was definitely guaranteed. Oh, dude, I felt so bad. I don't know about you. I was leaning back like this in my chair for the last several minutes, being like, she's going to call GG in a second. I don't blame her. Like, that matchup is impossible at that stage. She got baited into a double feudal down after losing the initial engagement. Genuinely, the one most crucial defining moment in that game was that scout loss. It made her shaky. She didn't move quick enough. And when you both play all-in feudal like that, that matchup is basically decided by one fight, one mistake. And that's exactly what happens here. But, well, now we get cheap versus rich. I mean, we call old versus new, imposter versus original. And on a map like Holy Island as well, I don't know what wildness we're in for here. Might be another quick one. Let's find out. Corvinus versus Faye. Game number 2. It's going to be in the Holy Island. Corvinus with the old grooves and Faye with what is actually her strongest civ at the moment. She's playing the new groove. It's the Order of the Dragon versus the HRE.
Mom, can we get Order of the Dragon at home? We already have Order of the Dragon at home, as Corvinus is going to be rocking the Holy Roman Empire. Order of the Dragon is going to be the civilization of choice here for Faye. As we head into one of my favorite maps all time, Holy Island had a bit of a rework recently, to my knowledge, but it's still one of the more classic hybrid maps in competitive AoE 4. One which requires an insane amount of macro because of how spread out things can be, even in early game.
No, it doesn't, Lytical. You just build a racks and spam spears. I knew she was going to do this. Faye may be the player with the most racks Order of the Dragon openers on the ladder. She stopped doing it recently on ladders, I guess because she's figured everything she needs out. This is a really strong play, actually. It's reminiscent of the English opener with the Men-at-Arms racks. It shuts everything down. It does the same thing. Those spearmen torch for double the damage. Yes, they cost double the price, but that's why they're quite effective here. And Corvinus, you know, here's the scary part about this matchup, actually. I don't know if I'd say I favor HRE if you turn it into a melee mosh pit. They can pull the Prelate. That's the one difference maker. But if it's just raw spear on raw spear, you have to remember that the longer you do that, the worse it gets for HRE, because one Prelate in Dark Age is going to buff 7 of your workers, right? Meanwhile, Faye's playing a civ that has 28% of that 40% buff built into all of its villages.
First Spearman on the way here for Faye. She is going to target the dock of his opponent, or of her opponent, back in
Get that villager. Get that villager.
Yeah, Will needs to be the primary target.
I mean,
Corvinus
the movement
should be
speed
able to pull
sucks.
this away. As
Yeah,
I'm
but,
saying,
like,
that caster curse, a little slow to react. Gets
you
a lot of
can't.
damage done to his Will.
The problem is you can't get, like, look at the distance you have to run and think about the movement speed here. Like,
Yeah,
you're, like,
it doesn't
90%.
help that he was a little slow reacting, let's just say that.
Oh my god, dude, what was that? Dude, Faye's a Modern Warfare 2 gamer. That's Commando Pro right there. What was that second stab? That was absurd. Oh my god. I expected it to survive for at least another 5 seconds, but no mercy. Oh my god.
Nice little
So-
start here for Faye.
So, like, this opening is actually really infuriating. On a land map, I feel like it's not that effective. A lot of players moved away from it, and Faye will know why. Like, she's practiced this more than I think anyone on the ladder at this stage, this opening in particular. On a water map, though, very effective. Especially considering the HRE are going to be greedy mother duckers about it, right? They're going to spam up the fishing boats before they reach up. So there's a good chance that she torches this dock before it gets anything meaningful out of it.
Yeah, now on normal land maps, these spearmen usually target the gold miners, trying to delay the opponent's futilage timing. But here, Corvinus is heavy on the wood. At least he was heavy on the wood initially. Now he's shifting to gold because he wants to build up that fishing eco. So you don't really have a good natural target for the spearmen other than the dock itself. But eventually, I expect Faye to just move in and start hitting the gold miners, especially if she catches a glimpse of Corvinus starting to mine gold.
And it should be highlighted that, like, actually Order of the Dragon's favored in this matchup. It's like 60% favorability. The most recent statistics are a little bit skewed because it's just not enough games. But if you, like, compile ever since Silence Ascend, who does better, on average, OOTD is about 60% favored. The reason is that, and I think it's more true now than it was originally, is a lot more players are playing full feudal all-in with OOTD. I think this Civ sucks the later the game goes. The earlier you can finish, the better they are. And if you're able to block out fishing at an early point, the game is essentially over.
Yeah, nice use of the prelate here to just keep healing the villagers. The single spearman cannot do much, and Faye is just going to give up on this. Minework Palace will be on the way as compared to the Aachen Chapel from Corvinus. But Faye is shifting her spearman towards the dock. I think seeing that Aachen Chapel kind of tells her that she has enough time to set this dock on fire. I don't think she can torch it down entirely before the first ship arrives, but she can set it on fire and then just prevent villagers from approaching it and repairing it.
Well, my why is, like, why did she not just do this originally? Like, that harassment on the gold line, you have to know a prelate's going to block you out. So unless you pull 2 spears, you're never damaging villagers there. A little bit surprised by that choice. And you can try to dive the prelate, but then if the villagers pinch you, you just, like, don't do anything, right? They just keep getting healed and you get stabbed down. This would have been a lot cleaner. I actually think she's going to have enough damage to kill this in time. It's going to be really tight. You have to remember that those spearmen have more torch damage. So it's going to be a difference of about 4 seconds as to whether Corvinus can get a ship out in time. And I think with the extra burn damage now in, it's going to be 4 seconds too much.
Yeah, the thing is, even if you get a ship out, you need to repair this, and you just don't have a villager to do so with. Even if that ship popped out in time, this would just get torched down.
Dude, that's sadness. I mean, if it wasn't for the burn, that would have been close. But the dot is just so powerful.
So no dock now for Corvinus. He's going to have to rebuild one, and he does so at a very weird spot. It's actually being placed on the opposing player's side, and I'm actually wondering if Faye is going to notice this.
Wait. I don't, like, so now my problem is, like, how many sheep does Corvinus actually have? Because he did prioritize sheep herding, right? Like, there's no way he just, like, scoured the enemy base. Can we quickly check? Because this is really important now. He doesn't have fishing. He can't get fishing. Those spin block him, and the meta-arms follow-up stop him. And that's a Minework Palace play, which means if you're contesting it, you're dealing with Golden Cuirass. Might have ass in the name. The only ass getting kicked by it is yours. So right now, this is a really grim game. If I see Corvinus adding farms in at 6.5 minutes after that fishing play, I'm just gonna headbutt my keyboard.
He's got a lot of sheep to work with. What's more concerning is the idle time on those fishing boats. A villager also getting caught over here.
Oh, you absolute lad. He snuck a dock on Faye's side of the map.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, KP. That has been the case. Look at the aggro on the board, though. He knows that the villager was destined to die, so he aggroes the board to try and kill the spearman. Still, spearman should get away in time, and there is just minor damage done.
Okay, that is sick, actually. Like, what a Chad reaction by Corv. So the interesting thing to think about here, though, is those men-at-arms can actually still kill the dock. Like, check the armor on those men-at-arms that just came out that she has. She's already got undermesh, right? So I actually think if Corvinus wants to keep that dock, dude, look at them, it's absurd. If he wants to keep that dock, he's going to need to drop a blacksmith quite quickly. Otherwise, I don't think he has an effective way of stopping them from burning it.
I feel like the damage is already being done to Corvinus, though. Forcing an HRE player to play an archer range is probably the best thing that you can hope for in Feudal. And Faye's on the board. So when you look at the food eco, even with the fishing in for Corvinus, it's a night and day difference between the two players. Sure, there is a much higher wood income for Corvinus, but that's kind of negligible at this point when it comes to significance. And Faye is just cruising away with this eco lead right now, I feel.
Do you know what scrambled my brain with that proxy dock? Is her side of the map, and they're both playing Holy Roman Empire, essentially, right? It's like, oh yeah, it's just Faye docking now. But no, she's all in on land. The interesting thing about the archer range detail, I actually like the idea of it. I'm a little bit upset that Corvinus stopped. So you don't get heavy maces until later in the game, right? Archers is a really cool idea because if you get marching drills, these men-at-arms can't touch you. They can admittedly hit your eco. That's the annoying part. But the idea of getting mass archers together isn't a terrible thought here from Corvinus.
Yeah, it's just going to be difficult and time-consuming to do so. And while that's happening, he's got a lot of idle time on his eco. He's mixing in men-at-arms on his own. Archer now moving through, though, hitting these exposed villagers on the board, and that's critical. That's, in many ways, the lifeline of Faye. That's what gives her that massive food eco that she possesses.
Did he do this to bait Faye to build Horsemen is what I'm wondering now. Like that one archer, dude, I can't actually believe that like one archer has found value out of the archer range being built there. I'm not even kidding. Like that was worth the idle time. Like both ways, right? People running away, new group going out. I mean, honestly, it looked like they're exchanging shifts. 24 round the clock mining camp, right? It's like it's kind of crazy. But the interesting thing is Corvinus, because he's got all this food, he doesn't have to think archers. Like this is about to turn into a meat fiesta, and because he has food on water, deep water fish, I don't think Faye will be able to keep up.
It's a tricky spot. I feel like one of the big issues for Faye is that her men-at-arms are banked up. Two of those men-at-arms are extremely heavily damaged, and as we often highlight with the Order of the Dragon, because of how expensive these units are, it's extremely painful to lose these. And she's got no tools to heal these, unlike Corvinus, who has access to prelates already, and Corvinus can heal all of those men-at-arms back up.
Yeah, the other scary part is like eventually Corvinus is going to scale enough fishing to get Castle Age. And that's when this starts to fall apart for Order of the Dragon. Heavy Mace slaps you really hard here. Remember, that gives you a +6 damage. In these fights, it's actually good for Faye, because the thing you have to remember is those men-at-arms aren't just beefier, they don't just have golden cuirass. They also have a better attack speed than the men-at-arms of the HRE. So a lot of details there means that you can keep winning fights at this point. The part that's scaring me is the fact that Faye doesn't have a reliable way of dealing with the fishing yet. She needs to go, and it looks like she finally is. Round's been built up. We are going to see the drop of the dock, and this is what I needed to see. If Faye can starve this shoreline, she should win this game, because she will lock Corvinus into a feudal age.
Oh, certainly. That fishing eco is the lifeline of Corvinus. Corvinus, who might be looking to get into Castle Age over here, he's going to get hit on the gold mine, has to evacuate all the vills, and idle time is starting to pile up here for Corvinus.
Oh, yeah.
A dozen villagers pulled off the gold. Now fishing boats will become idle once the dock is gone. And Faye barely took any damage on the men-at-arms. She can just rinse and repeat at this point.
Who would win this fight?
I feel like Faye, considering that Faye is getting ready to get into Castle Age, and that's going to give her a massive tech advantage.
I was talking that 2v1 men-at-arms. That's a perfect example of like what's better. Like look, the Gilded Men-at-Arms wins this. It's actually absurd. It's the damage reduct. Like that was a 2v1. If anyone want that question answered, this is why Minework is the go. This is why Feudal Age is the go for the Order of the Dragon. You will win against HRE Men-at-Arms in 2-on-1s. Wow. And now, Castle Age on the way. And I have a feeling Corvinus isn't going to rush this. Like, he's scaling more Men-at-Arms. Usually, I wouldn't be a fan of seeing OTD go Castle Age first, but I think she's done enough here.
Yep.
One thing that is a bit scary is, like, I don't know if you want to stay Men-at-Arms, right? Like,
yeah. I feel like Gilded Knights would be a game-winning move, but they're awfully expensive, and let's not forget, Faye is rushing this Castle Age extremely fast. 15 vills on the Ragnate's Cathedral means that she's got barely any villagers working right now. She doesn't have a huge resource bank, so affording those awfully expensive Gilded Knights is near impossible for her right now. So I feel like this is just a necessity for her to stay with Men-at-Arms for the time being until she can afford the pricier costly units.
And this is tough now for Corv because, like, you're going to get beaten to relics, which shouldn't be happening, right? Like in this matchup, the upside HRE has against Order the Dragon. This is an area that Order Dragons suck for, by the way. They have to wait until Castle Age to build monks. The big edge of the HRE is they can build them in Feudal Age and run to the relics so that when they tech up, they pick them up. That's usually meant to mean, like in this matchup, you're 50-50, HRE will get more relics. But this big lead, despite the fact Faye doesn't have fishing, means we could easily be looking at a 4-relic game, especially considering this outpost here. It's out between 2 relics, which means she can run over, drop one in the outpost, and grab the other and head home. I think we're going to see 4 for purple here.
And that could be a massive momentum swing. Faye already has a bit of an edge when it comes to blacksmith upgrades, and it's going to be a Burgrave Palace here from Corvinus. It's going to be that quantity versus quality game at this point. He's got a lot of men-at-arms, and if he gets the maces and 200 weapons upgrade, they are going to be more than formidable against these men-at-arms from Faye.
Oh my god, this is big though. If she takes out both these docks, he doesn't have the food for this. Like, I don't blame him. Corvinus has to make this play, but this is a sick poker read by Faye. She understands how this matchup now works. He can't go Regnants, he's way too late. And these demo ships that are trying to come out, I don't think they're going to do enough damage. Remember, they hit for what, is it 85? These units have 230 HP in Feudal Age. They're castle now. They're beefy boys. They can take a Bolican and keep on running.
Yeah, this is the best hit that Corvinus could get, and it's still just negligible damage to all these men-at-arms. The Rambles have a lot of damage, so one thing that Corvinus could maybe accomplish is try to slow this down and maybe even save the dock. But I think the Ram is going to live long enough to take us out alongside these men-at-arms.
Yeah. And she needs to get off men-at-arms, right? So she doesn't care about losing these. This clash, Heavy Mace is about to come in. She understood what the price was going to be here. Dock will not be saved, so no fishing. At the beginning of a Burgrave spam, and Faye on the other side is already prepping Gilded Crossbowmen and already looking to make it a 5-relic game.
Faye still has 9 men-at-arms to work with, and now she's got some prelates as well to heal them. So the big difference compared to Feudal Age is that now, if she preserves some of these men-at-arms, she can get them back healthy. Corvinus, as a consequence, just trying to chase these down. He does a good job with that, and now he's got maces too. So those maces will help with a massive amount of bonus damage against heavy troops, but now crossbows are arriving, so do the prelates as well to keep these guys alive.
Just need to survive this. You've got Inspired Warrior tech on the way. These Gilded Crossbowmen are huge here.
And frankly, prelates are actually among the units that Faye can afford to lose. Those are actually one of the least pricey units that the Order can make.
And you produce them so quickly as well, right? But this second wave of men-at-arms, the power heal, the Gilded Crossbowmen are cleaning up. I think Corvinus is dead here. I mean, Langstake are on the way. He has re-established the fishing, but it's the gap that's a big question mark here. That difference, that takedown the docks, has put a full stop on this Burgrave spam.
Yeah, the cost efficiency is massively on the side of Faye over here. Only 3 Gilded Crossbows out there, but they do like 70% damage to men-at-arms. That's why he managed to clean this up. And with that, Corvinus just lost all that momentum, and you kind of touched on this. A Burgrave spam is difficult to pull off when you don't have a great economy. And with all that strain put on the fishing eco, with no relics for Corvinus, spamming infantry indefinitely was just no option.
Yeah, he had to resort to Lang's Neckles because he had no shekel. He only had shekels, right? Like, the food was gone. He could only get gold, and that just sucks in this situation. I mean, you think it's good because you're against men-at-arms against Gilded Crossbows. The problem is they are glass cannons against high base damage crossbows with extra range. Like, how do you even touch them? On top of that, Faye understands this Civ very well. If you go past Feudal Age, a critical component to working Order of the Dragon and winning with them is Inspired Warriors tech. Think about what it does. 15% increase in damage on a unit that is twice as powerful as a standard unit. That's very efficient, especially considering there's half the amount a normal army would have, which means you don't need as many of these prelates to sustain the buff.
Faye's now sitting on 5 relics as well, so she's going to have a massive gold income, something that she can turn into Landsknecht herself. She has just 1 Landsknecht out there. That is a gilded one, of course. Whereas Corvinus, he's actually making a mix of units here at this point. Some horsemen, men-at-arms, Landsknechte. But when you look at the army quality overall, it should be favoring Faye massively.
Oh yeah, it's not even close. You know, I'm curious. Is Faye going to go for the 6th relic? By the way, she's dropped a dock now, so she started fishing. I would love her to make the 6th relic game. Remember, they're double effective for the Regnets, so you basically have 12 relics worth of gathering, which is just absurd. That's 960 gold a minute.
She also has a Sacred Site, by the way.
And she's getting the... Wait. Okay, no, it's Corvinus. Corvinus makes the play for it. So he's actually slipped 1 relic back. Well played, Corvinus. It's going to be useful for the defense, right? Like, that's the beautiful thing. Even though you're losing the relic game, they are still useful for depositing in buildings to try and hold. But there's no doubt, right? 5 relics versus 1, and also you have no Regnets. This is a sad boy game for Corvinus.
Yeah, I think the silver lining here for Corvinus is that Faye isn't going to have a chance to contest that relic and Sacred Site on that little island. But still, this is just kind of a participation prize here at this point for Corvinus. It's something, but it's next to nothing at this point, to be honest. And look at Faye. She knows that she's got a good position, and she's well set up for a long game. She's walling off the middle. Currently, she has control over both of the large gold deposits. So if this game goes super, super long, Corvinus is going to have trouble accessing gold.
Well, there's another detail behind this as well. It's all about funneling, because one of OOTD's biggest weaknesses is as the game goes later, they get split too thin. They can't defend and attack everywhere compared to other civs. By getting these stone walls up, it means Corv can only take a directive fight, right? Like, he can't just weave around you and play shenanigans. Another interesting thought in this game, if Faye goes later in this game, she has fishing now. Corvinus doesn't know she has fishing, but Faye knows that Corvinus does. Right now, Corv has a grand total of 2 boats protecting that. She can boom up there. There's a way of taking that away, but for now she needs to focus on this fight. She just discovered the mass Langsneck. Men-at-Arms do not want to be facing off against that. Horsemen right around the side. Prelates trying to heal through this, but that is way too many Langsnakes.
And there is nothing from Faye that counters that. Men-at-Arms die way too quickly, and the crossbows, they aren't particularly good against those Landsknechte. Nice little fight here for Corvinus, and Faye's getting her army pushed to the very edge of this map, near the water. I actually wonder if we have a demo coming in here from Corvinus to try and finish this off.
Well, the armor's about to get finished off. Langsnakes are reaching in. I think actually you need to be careful. The Men-at-Arms keep body blocking as you chase, but these salami slices from the formerly named Salami are proving doubly effective. Langs, once again in, Men-at-Arms barely able to stand up against this, and Corvinus is pulling off a miracle right now in a game where he's 5 relics behind, where he got outplayed time and time again, it felt like. This Landsnake may reset the game to a playable position for him.
This was a lovely, lovely fight for him. Destroyed value heavily on his side. But now his Men-at-Arms are starting to get cleaned up, and now Faye knows what she's up against. She's mixing in some Landsknechts herself. Additionally, Prelates are also on the way. But I'm no longer convinced about Faye's army composition, and let's not forget that Corvinus is pulling ahead when it comes to raw eco numbers. He's got a massive fishing eco, whereas Faye's a little on the slower side, I guess, when it comes to building up her eco.
But look at what Faye's prepping. Zornhau is on the way. She's going mass Langsneck, Gilded Langsneck. Langsneck, they just got their health buff by 10 in Castle and Imperial Age. So they're actually a lot more chunky than they were before. I believe they do still have a little bit of a bug where their initial attack is slower and their follow-up attacks are faster. But funnily enough, when you're playing against a Civ that literally spams melee units, that doesn't feel like an issue, right? I think you're going to be standing still long enough to keep swiping. God, dude, what a read. And she can afford it as well, remember, because 960 passive gold a minute. like, you can actually afford to pump more Langs than Corvinus. And you highlighted this earlier. He doesn't have control of the big golds. So if this game goes too late and this turns into a Langs connect off, Corvinus is going to run out of gas.
Yeah, only 4 Landsknechte here for Faye, though. She's also mixing in a couple of Spearmen, which is technically the response to the Horsemen from Corvinus, but it's a bit of a misread, I would say, in many ways, because Corvinus only has 5 Horsemen, and he's no longer producing them, and those Spearmen will get annihilated by the Landsknechte from Corvinus. Still, Faye's more than happy just sitting in this position, because the longer the game goes, the more she's going to be able to leverage all those relics.
Whew. And now we're getting what I want to see. Gilded Archers is the support unit I was looking for. It felt a bit dicey because of the risk of Men-at-Arms, but the thing is, with this many relics, you can afford to do Langsnake and then backline Gilded Archers. And Gilded Archers is actually phenomenal with the Prelate buff as well. At this stage in the game, with double ranged upgrade, they get +2 damage. They go up to 12 damage per shot. And I always call the Gilded Archers machine guns. You know what? Screw it. I think she actually misclicked. I'm a little bit disappointed. I really do highly rate the Archers here. But I guess she just wants to have crossbows covered in case Men-at-Arms spam comes out.
Yeah, Corvinus is depleting his last gold mine, by the way. And he's doing so very, very quickly. Bunch of villagers on it. He's got a prelate buffing those villas as well. He's got 1100 gold per minute, so that gold mine is going to be gone in like 3 or so minutes.
And no, I'm not huffing opium. We just saw another Gilded Archer being queued. I think what's happening here is Faye is about to lose water, and that means it's not easy to afford too much food in your army, right? So going for Lang Snakes that are primarily gold and going for Gilded Archers that are primarily wood keeps you afloat. And I think that's very important because it actually is a comp that works really well against what Corvinus is bringing. Flash comes in, no Zornhouse, stand their ground. Langsnake try to peel back. I love this. The micro Corvinus, he's trying to remove the big threat before committing in. But now the Villager Massacre moving in. The Gilded, they're going to get on the back line. Corvinus realizes, but it's going to cost him dearly. Good swipes, gets rid of 6 villagers and a few prelates. Luckily, the prelates dragged the aggro away from the wood line. Otherwise, that would have been a catastrophe.
Oh my lord, Gilded Landsknecht moving in and just annihilating the villagers, and at the same time, Corvinus is now taking a fight on open field. He's getting outnumbered over here and outclassed when it comes to quality. And, you know, you look at the army numbers and you say, oh yeah, Corvinus has gotten a lot of army going, but the reality is that most of his army population comes from fleet or navy. He's got barely any land units remaining at this point.
As the HRE, as Sivda gets a 40% buff to the land eco, and they just don't exist anymore. All because of these war crime boys right here. Lang Snakes of the Order of the Dragon hit like a truck. And Corvinus, unfortunately, was the one standing in front of the 18-wheeler on this one. Wow.
And now his eco is shattered. He lost 35 eco. He is down by 13 compared to Faye. And again, the land-based army of Corvinus is just very, very tiny now. It's mostly archers and crossbows for the Holy Roman Empire, which is never great. And they're facing off against Gilded Men-at-Arms, some Gilded Archers on the way as well. Now Faye is in a commanding position. And again, let's not forget, Corvinus is down by 4 relics, and he barely has access to gold at this point.
Scale armor just came in. That's 5 armor on those range units. The Gilded Archers are going to carry this fight now because Corvinus... he just doesn't have the resources to go into Langsneck Men-at-Arms at scale, right? He needs efficient traders, which means archers, crossbows. Those units are going to tickle on these bad boys. Faye, just one step away from drawing this up. She makes a move in. Love the target on the market here. Right now, Corvinus is struggling to get the correct resources at the correct time. And also keep in mind that, you know, we're well past the Burgrave's power spike here, right? It can't save him because his income is nowhere near high enough to even keep it pumping non-stop.
And good luck sending any of those Burgrave units into that complete butcher's block of crossbows and archers. Of course, Gilded, all of them from the Order of the Dragon. Nothing that you make on the Burgrave Palace withstands a fight against Gilded archers and crossbows.
Nah, it's just... I think like Corvinus got outplayed on the transitions here. Faye just played this remarkably well. Love the fact she's consistently been pumping prelates. You'd think she's playing Delhi with the amount she's building at this stage of the game, but it's just all about maintaining that buff. Another interesting thing is, especially with Golden Cuirass, you can target heal. It's so easy to keep a unit up for longer because they have 230 HP each. Crazy strong playing. Cool. You know, here's another sucky part about playing against OTD. Oh, just build mangonels. Look at this army. Yeah, they're more tanky than normal archers, right? What normally takes 2 mangos to make things go splat takes 3 or more. It's just not an ideal solution here. Corvinus, I think he's got 1 more slap in him, but I think it's going to be another slap down on him. Ram's being prepped behind this, military lead being maintained. Corv quickly running out of buildings.
Yeah, production buildings getting taken out here. Population looking very good for Faye. 180 against 140. And it's going to be crossbows and archers against Gilded crossbows and Gilded archers. Just not a matchup that Corvinus is looking for.
Nah, Inspired Warriors plus Herbal Medicine as well. These guys are ludicrously tanky. Keep in mind also, because of the Golden Cuirass factor, it's very difficult for even this many crossbows to just insta-kill 1 Men-at-Arms. So you will get an opportunity to heal them. The crazy thing about using Herbal Medicine prioritized to heal them Golden Cuirass as well, is if you can keep them alive in that threshold where they get damage reduct, it's almost like you've got a better healing rate than what you're meant to have, right? Like combat healing aside, herbal medicine aside, it just makes you so much more superior at these trades. I don't know what Corvinus' out is. He's had less than 1,000 food for several minutes now. You can see that he's scrambling. He's like, okay, maybe she'll misplay this. Like, I like that he's just playing this out to see if there's a mistake made. But, oh, that feels like a mistake made. Mango comes out right next to the army from Faye. A little bit of a mispick there with the A-click. Does keep it alive. But still, it's forced the engagement. The chain healer's coming in. Spy Warrior buffs as well. And it's just going to be a trade out. A trade out. The Corvinus cannot survive here. Sure, all the melee's going to go down. The Mango is going to live for the moment. But the numbers are not on his side. Too many range units coming through for Faye. I don't think she has bodkins, so she can't just snipe this out. But it's going to be enough to grind him down. And what I'm focusing on is the fact that Corv hasn't got the resource bank to reboom after this.
Yeah, that's the big difference here. If they trade armies, Faye is going to be more than happy with that because she's got that back line to replenish those troops with. The efficiency is also massively on her side over here. Looks like she's just going to bail on this for the time being, but she's got some more men-at-arms approaching. She's got some traps on the way as well. Those traps taking out this keep on the right side. Corvinus having a little access to gold over here found on the right side. But again, we're back to the drawing board here, I feel, for Corvinus. His army, it has taken a big beating. His docks are being taken out by rams. And he still hasn't managed to gain any kind of an advantage over his opponent.
No, it's like, if it seems like I'm going prematurely, I'm just thinking about the gold in this game, man. The food isn't at a point where you can sustain the front line. Good job getting to the Mangoes, but once again, food, front line, right? Like, who's protecting these is the issue I see as this game goes on. You know, Faye, she might have to reset and go Springholds, but guess what? Having almost 4,000 gold in reserve means you can afford Springholds.
Yeah, Doc's slowly being taken out here. By the way, just a side note, Corvinus no longer has that one relic. He actually had the monk killed on the shoreline. So right now he just has one sacred site, but the relic isn't garrisoned.
Faye, you know what to do. Off we go, send the prelates. Oh, it's such a harsh one, man. I mean, I appreciate Corvinus trying to find a way in, right? Like, we always say it's not over until it's over, but I wonder, like, if this type of game starts to grind you down a bit, right? Because, like, it feels that this was a great move. This is probably the best move Corvinus could have made at this stage in the game. But, like, right now, I think there's probably paranoia in his mind that what if Faye's teching up behind this? I need to move out. And what we just saw was a miraculous defense, but it was a defense on the defense. This next fight is going to be mid-map. And that's where Faye should have an edge, right? No sneaky mangonel coming out last second.
Yeah, Springhold's now on the way as well. Nothing that Corvinus has response to the Springhold taking out those mangonels. And Faye is playing a very, very cautious game here, simply because she can afford to do so. She isn't overcommitting, but when she sees an opportunity, she's just going to pounce on that. She's close to 200 population. Corvinus still struggling with Bob. And Corvinus only has 45 army, but let's not forget, he's got 4 Hawks out there as well. So in reality, his land-based army is much, much smaller.
Being poked at. Springhold's coming out for trade. What is happening on that bush, sir? Can you please move yourself? Well, there was meant to be more anti-siege there. Unfortunately, Faye Springhold got trapped, which is really sad because with the Inspired Warrior buff, that might have been enough to insta-snipe these down. It looks like the clutch repairs are coming in, but are they clutch? Corvinus! Villagers are starting to get targeted here. Luckily for him, there's no Lang deck, but the split formation from Faye means these Mangoes are not an efficient counter. This should be it. He's got a small army left. The siege isn't going to die quick, but the villagers are. And I think this is the type of eco situation that even Corvinus cannot recover from.
Yeah, it's too many casualties. The mangonels might live, or at least, as I'm saying, that they're getting picked off. But Corvinus kept them alive for so long, but it came at a massive price. He lost a lot of vills, and at the same time, he was having issues on his wood line as well, being harassed by the archers. Just too much to deal with. And Faye ties this up 1 apiece, brings us to the decider game here in the first qualifiers of the Elite Classic 2, which takes us to Frisian Marshes to take a look at the Mongols versus Japanese matchup.
Oh, okay, this is a really cool matchup, actually, and I think it's more of a 50-50. There's a lot of unexplored plays in this right now. I do personally quite like the Japanese on this map because fast castle builds enabled by how many food sources you get, right? You've got fish to work with if you ever reach it. You've got cheap as well. It's not really the first map that comes to mind for Japanese because it's shoreline fish, right? So one of your biggest fishing edges is useless, and you can't use Coca Township to counter. But I have noticed some creative plays, especially from players like Kiljardi, where they'll utilize Coca Township as an opener to punish the Mongols on multiple accounts. One, they want to play Keshiks. Surprisingly enough, actually, if you bait them, you can stop the charge and then beat them. On top of that, remember the Mongols, they place their production loose. So if you go for the Shinobi opening, you can sabotage and prevent an army from even coming out. Let's see if it goes for it. It sounds like we're ready for the final game. A cool number 2 from Faye to even us up. We head into our decider here in the Elite Classic qualifier between Faye and Corvinus to see who's going to continue on through. Mongols versus Japanese on Frisian Marshes.
Frisian Marshes, very, very open and somewhat predictable when it comes to the spawn. Faye with the Japanese in orange, and Corvinus with the Mongols in blue.
First things first, we need kind of like taking a look at what this scout rotation is going to be. Faye, this is interesting actually. She's darting towards Corvinus's base to 1, confirm whether he's got a loose spawn for the Uvu, and 2, to see if she can yoink sheep away, because typically what a Mongol player will do here is run straight across to your base to figure out where the gold is, where the resources are, so they know if they can go for a Rax play. Corvinus is going to be going for that Rax play, but funnily enough, he's going for it blind. Dude, what a wild opening, actually. Like, I wasn't expecting a dart crossbar like that, but that is very creative. Looks like we are going to have exposed gold on the forward side. Faye hasn't protected that yet. One interesting thing is, even if you eventually get, like, outpost rushed by Mongols of the Japanese, there is a route to recovery, and it's a long way around. It's basically to go on the stone, where you get 20% of the stone you drop off as gold. So it's not the GG moment, the moment you get blocked out. And unfortunately for Corvinus, I can't think of a better spawn if you're up against Mongols. Goldstone south side, Goldstone north side. This Rax opening is not going to hit. Oh, man. First troops now coming. They've got a long way to go. And keep in mind that I believe that was scoured, but a little bit too early. So Faye, although she might not have 100% confirmation of what's coming her way, the funny part is 1 outpost alone isn't going to stop her from doing what she intends here. Extra gold being gathered, so I don't think this is necessarily about going for fast castle. Like, this is kind of an overboom on gold to begin with. I think it's because she wants to have access to maybe steeled arrow or melee tech in case this does turn into a feudal war. So, outpost up. Can we check the vision of Corvinus? I think he did scout the backside, right? So he knows about... Yeah, he did get a glimpse of this. That's going to be so expensive to block, though. Nice.
Spearman.
Whoop. Perfect timing.
Ooh. It was a beautiful timing indeed, but being able to take out a forge like that, it's a really good start for a Mongols player.
She's going to have to put another forge, though, because now she has too much gold. But as we're already highlighting, the north side, you've got stone gold there as well, so it's not the end of the world. One thing that is a bit sucky when you play Japanese against Mongols is you tend to build farmhouses on the berries. So there are going to be targets for Corvinus to burn down to get paid.
We're a storehouse on the way for Faye as the landmark of choice. Gotta say, I'm a big fan of that landmark. I feel like, especially based on what we've seen today so far in the previous sets, consistency when it comes to access to food in Feudal Age is immensely valuable. So the Kura Storehouse giving you that consistent spawn of farms and easing you into that farm transition is something that's definitely appealing, though it has to be said that it actually has lower value on this map, because here you have a lot of shorefish to work with if you have map control.
Yeah, but you're against Mongols, right? So that's hard to contest. The thing that you highlight I love is, like, I actually think the Japanese, although they seem complicated in some ways, is kind of one of the most noob-friendly civs because of how easy their food transition is away from finite food, right? Compared to any other civ in the game because of those farms. Same reason why English feels really easy-peasy for newbies. The cool thing that I love that Faye's done here is she's placed it on the tree line. This is a play that's been rising in popularity. It's a very effective tool because the interesting thing about the Kura Storehouse is it's actually a drop-off building for all resource types. You could drop this next to gold and stone, and your villagers will be able to drop off at it. Now, it does mean you block out some farms, but actually it doesn't really hurt, because by the time you circle around the entirety of the Kura Storehouse, you would have chopped deep enough into the wood line to clear the way. The interesting part about the landmark choice here is this is one of very few maps where you can build it against Mongols. Doing it on other maps, you're griefing yourself. You're basically donating to the Mongol charity, because if you, for example, built this on, let's say, Canal, at some point you're going to have farms that are spawning outside the protection of the TC. So it means the Mongol player just comes in, burns them, gets 50 resources, and you get nothing.
Silver Tree is the landmark of choice for Corvinus, by the way, and I gotta say I love this choice. Faye has limited troops to work with right now, so Corvinus could get away with some trade, although some Onabugeisha will make their way across the map, which is your kind of proxy cavalry-style unit. It's a very, very fast-moving infantry troop, something that could be used to harass traders, but it's not as quick as a cavalry troop is, and it's fairly fragile, so I still feel like Corvinus would have a reasonable chance of establishing trade here.
Well, he needs a new unit. If you run Spearman into Onabugeisha, you're going to get clapped.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, that's the one interesting thing about this play. Like, it's why the outpost placement is so important, and the fact that these resources are split is really bad for Corvinus. His opening Rax choice didn't do enough, right? Because Faye still has gold and stone at the back. So now her first production building counters your first production building, right? And, you know, you could argue that's an advantage, but, like, the way it plays out, it doesn't really feel like Corv got anything out of this Rax play. Meanwhile, Faye has built the most flexible building in the Japanese arsenal. This will have uses at different stages of the game. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at, like, a mass Onabugeisha horseman type strat. It's kind of wild. I do like it because it gives you a lot of flexi. But instead, she's adding in Samurai.
I don't mind it, to be honest. Samurai are pricey, but they're also very, very tanky, and they're good against pretty much everything that the Mongols can bring in at this point. But the Samurai aren't the main show. We are seeing stone being collected, which could be additional TCs, but it could also just be for the town center upgrades so that she can start adding in some bannermen. In fact, one bannerman is already coming in. That's an infantry 1, so we're going to have a Samurai bannerman to buff the infantry. But she's still on stone, so I feel like a second TC could become a reality very soon.
I think so. Like, to secure the gold, typically you drop this TC between the stone and the gold, so you have gold to go. And also the extra stone, like, nearby means you can easily get into your Tatara and the other melee tech upgrades so that, like, this play makes sense. Because right now, Samurai's damage is so low, same with Onabugeisha, the Bannerman aura doesn't make much of a difference. I'm a little bit surprised because, like, typically the play here is you actually go Stables follow-up with the Daimyo because the strongest Bannerman you have access to in Feudal is actually the Uma Bannerman.
Oh,
the
certainly.
Uma Bannerman is literally a Feudal Age Knight for the Japanese.
Yeah, you do have a limited amount of those available, of course, in Feudal, but it's definitely one of the most powerful Japanese units as a standalone unit. So we often see players playing into the Yuma Bannerman and just using it as a proxy knight. For the time being, response from Corvinus is just going to be the Kashyyyk. Is he on trade, though? Because I think as much as for Faye, the main storyline is the second town center, for Corvinus, the main storyline needs to be the trade.
He's got, I think it's 4 traders right now. Nothing crazy. Like this burn attempt by Faye, that's quite creative. The Bannerman aura means the torches do more damage. Has to back away when she sees the Keshyiks though. This is the dicey part I was looking for. Like, Keshyiks is something you should wholly expect when you're on a map that has trade for Mongols. It's the most logical build with Silvertree. But because she didn't go for, like, for example, Horseman with Uma Bannerman, she doesn't have a great counter. She does, however, have that TC up we talked about. Gold is now secure. What I want to see is a priority on getting the level 2 melee upgrade. Because right now, Corvinus doesn't have a blacksmith, and even if he does, one of the big powers of the Japanese is they can always stay 1 melee tech ahead. Okay.
Nice little raid, beautiful surround as well. But I don't think there was a single villager kill. Some of the low HP villas weren't focused down.
Nope, and the body blocks come in. He does at least strike 1 down the end. Should be losing a Keshyyyk in return. I don't know if I feel that's worth it. The idle time is nice, at least. He's lasting a while there. Surprised Faye didn't prioritize any blacksmith techs. Like, can we check the TC to see if it's got attack damage increase? Like, typically with this format, Steeled Arrow is quite effective, but no.
Oh, she doesn't have Steeled Arrow.
Check the melee, because we know the melee tech doesn't show correct. She must have level 1 melee, right? No. Wow.
She lost her forge. She canceled the forge early on, so I don't think...
Yeah, but she rebuilt.
Did she?
Stone, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
she
the
rebuilt the
stone.
forge on the stone. I forgot that. But yeah, not a lot of upgrades right now for Faye. She's going heavy on the Onabugeisha, so she's gonna have this weird mix of mobility and an infantry-focused composition. But at the same time, I feel like Corvinus is just booming away with this. His trade has been completely untouched, and I feel like it's starting to show when it comes to the army count.
Yeah, and that's why I was expecting a Horseman Uma Bannerman follow-up, because it's a really effective tool. The interesting thing actually about scaling Horseman Uma Bannerman is with +2 melee tech, you go up to 11 damage. The Bannerman gives an extra 15%, right? So that means you hit for like 12.5-ish damage, a little bit over that. It's not far off what Keshik's hit for. And sure, Keshik's heal through, but the whole logic is Keshik's cost a hell of a lot more than those Horsemen. I'm still puzzled by the Samurai, man. I think it was about taking out the outpost. Like, I've been scratching my brain. It's the only reason I can come up with, but it's expensive to get rid of that. I think more Onabagisha would have been just better.
Yeah, Samurai are super pricey for a 1 TC-ish economy. Obviously, we're getting close to that stage where that second town center comes into play, but when those Samurai were made, the economy of Faye was just very, very feeble. And I think the bigger concern for her is that Samurai or not, Onabugeisha or not, the problem is that a 2DC build is being beaten by trade 9 out of 10 games. We've seen that in previous tournaments over and over again. So simply 2 DCs will not be enough for her here.
Yeah, and the problem with this comp is like Onabagisha running into intercept trade. Even if you do some damage, afterwards when you run away, Kesh chase you, kill you, right? Dude, I love the second outpost here, just made this more annoying. But to kind of highlight this point, it's very important. If you go Onabagisha, you get kills on trade, but you don't get to leave. If you go Horseman, you get kills on trade, and you get to leave. So, like, the way to think about it is you're trading lives to kill trade. The other way is you kill traders, and it costs you nothing.
Yeah, that's the main issue of using Onabugeisha as your frontline unit, as the backbone of your army. The Onabugeisha is just very, very fragile. So any fight that you do not wish to take, especially when you fight against cavalry, you're going to get beaten up as you retreat. And because how fragile these units are, you're going to lose quite a few of them.
Corvus needs to clear this up fast, because Faye, like, her opportunity is Zerging. The interesting thing about the Japanese, actually, is they are probably the most Zerg-like Civ that exists in AoE 4, because a lot of the strategies revolve around the idea of outmassing. Onabagisha, the Mass Yumi, like, even Samurai later in the game, quality, but it's all about quantity, right? This is how you counter it. Find the small pockets, kill them with the Keshiks, and remember, when Keshiks outnumber, they're just going to heal off that fight, and then come back to deal with the mass that's left.
And now, Onabugeisha contesting this Uwu, but as the Kashik come in, they are going to have to leave, and when they do, they're just going to get picked apart. Archer is also making an appearance now for Corvinus. It's a great unit to deal with Onabugeisha, as long as you do have a front line. And Faye is now retreating. Credit where it's due, she's got a lot of these Onabugeisha, and she's about to have 3 Katana Bannermen as well. So I feel like we're getting to the stage where this army can be formidable, but I don't think that she can afford to split it up at this point.
No, one thing I'm keeping an eye out for is like melee techs. I think she's got the level 2 now. So this is actually a really big deal. Corvinus did go and get the melee tech defense, but that's still a +1 in favor of the Japanese. And Onabugeisha used that better than any other unit in the game because of their low attack speed. It says 0.9. It's actually low. It's 0.875. It's just the UI rounds up. So these units Gatling gun you down. If she stands anywhere near one of those squishy eco units, they die fast.
And Market is going to be the primary target over here. She realizes that she might not be able to kill all the traders, but if she takes out the Market, she can slow this trade down. But her forces are split. It's 2 groups of Onabugeisha, and neither of them are strong enough to stand and fight.
I don't like that. I was expecting Faye, after she took the Uvu, to go north. Going north would have been really smart there to just cut more traders, but I think she was expecting to catch more traders at the Silver Tree at that moment. There's no way she went to do that to hit the building. Like, you're never going to kill it fast enough there. And the problem that this game faces now, the thing that's really scary to me, is that Corvinus has 15 Keshiks. Faye can't clump for a big fight. She needs a transition. Like, if she keeps scaling at this pace, she's always going to be outnumbered because of the way that these trickle-ins are happening, right? Where 5 of these Onabugeisha get in, they kill 1 trader, but then they die to Keshiks. It's just booming Corvinus up ahead of you. I mean, the army value to me feels deceptive. That's just because Onabugeisha come out quick and they cost a bit. I would say it feels more like Corvinus is 2,000 army value ahead.
Especially when you consider all these archers that can just fire from the back line. They do have a bonus damage against light units like the Onabugeisha. Onabugeisha can't catch them easily as long as you have Keshiks in the front. and they can just pick apart this army from Faye. And I think we're going to see a representation of that down here.
Another awkward issue is when these outposts go up, which they have been being spammed up, the Yam means the Keshiks are rotating really fast. So one thing I do like is that Faye is trying to clear them, because if she's planning to play an outmaneuver game, it fails if your opponent's able to quickly react with the speed. You're seeing it right now. Corvinus now teching up while still shutting this down. Faye, sure, she's got some farms added in. Sure, she's got fishing. She's got plenty of food to work with, but what I'm not seeing is a quick tech up. This army is about to be completely routed.
She's got an insane amount of Ona Bugeisha, and I feel like she would benefit a lot more from just clumping all of them up and doing maybe one decisive push, because these small groups aren't working. The lack of efficiency for Faye is just absolutely annihilating her chances, I feel. You look at the destroyed value, 3,500 against just 1,000 resources worth. Corvinus has been taking some very effective engagements throughout this game.
Yeah, and keep in mind, like, the reason why this even... I don't even want to say it looks close, but the reason why this is maybe in Faye's mind kind of working is the fishing. The fishing is what is enabling her to afford this at this early stage, but it's just no match for the trades, no match for the counter unit type. You know, some people are probably wondering why there are no spears coming from Faye. The spears don't make sense in a raid comp. They're not able to chase, they're not able to gap close. What Faye was really aiming for here was to re-emphasize it, the Zerg effect, the Zergling effect specifically. That is all about outnumbering. And unfortunately now, being an age behind and not having a 2-to-1 number advantage, I can't help but feel this game's already over.
Yeah, we needed more of what we are seeing down here. This overwhelming presence. I don't think this momentum is going to be enough because, again, Faye's entire army isn't down here. But you just see how effective these Ona Bugeisha can be when they are given a chance to swarm the enemy. We needed to see more of that from Faye, but it's just coming in a little too late. Now Corvinus is up to Castle Age. He's actually getting the bounty upgrade. That's how confident he feels like about his chances when it comes to attacking the enemy base. Faye is going to try to catch up with the floating gate, but by the time she gets up to Castle Age, she's going to have no standing army left.
How do you think they convince all these Ona Bugeisha to blindly run into a Mongol army like this? I was just thinking about, because like every time we watch mass Ona Bugeisha, it's almost like the speech from the general's like, ladies, you're going to die. Okay, thanks, General. Like, it's kind of wild, right? Like every time we see Ona Bugeisha work, it is genuinely just full-on Stalingrad whole strategies. Like you just have to outnumber. But unfortunately in this game, like even with fishing, even with everything aside, even the tech up now coming in, I feel like Faye is truly back up against the wall here. Like she's starting to lose map control. That tech up slowed the Ona Bugeisha count. She's now down to just 15. And the thing that I love about Mongols right now is this Kurultai. It's all about looking for the killing blow. We used to see step readout a lot, and that was just greed. This is almost like Castle Age Plus. The heal, the damage, like how do you match that?
And this is the problem for Faye. She needs to overwhelm, but she doesn't have the numbers. But when the Kurultai is around, she simply cannot stand and fight. At the same time, now she's moving out, and once again, that's kind of exposing her to being caught off guard. And of course, now again, Corvinus has gotten the bounty upgrades on these troops. He's getting massive rewards for every single building he takes out like this.
Like maybe outposts and farmhouses that are situated around fishing spots, for example. Plenty of bounty there. Ona Bugeisha are at least cutting reinforcements. That might slow Corv down a bit, but the Kurultai means this army can contest what Faye has right now. And what Faye has is still about as one-dimensional, about as flat as a piece of paper. Like, there's just no variability to this. It's one unit against Keshiks. I just don't see how it wins. Pass comes in. Nice spread there. Archers are never accessed, and they're just cutting this down. In fact, this is really bad. If that Yorishiro Rax goes down, that's 3 Raxes gone for the price of 1. Backstab now coming in. Corvinus got to split the fight, but it's the Kurultai buff. One Keshik keeps the entire Ona Bugeisha battalion busy. And this looks like a cleanup on Isle Dead. Faye about to lose the entire army. Love the armor check there. Corvinus with the melee level 2 and the armor arrow guarantees these Ona Bugeisha hit like kittens. GG, 2-1 storyline. Corvinus will take the series.
A good showing from Faye over here, and let's not forget, she's going to get a second chance to qualify tomorrow, but you feel like this Japanese game just didn't go the way she imagined it. There were some good moments, but at the end of the day, we've never really gotten that flood element from the Japanese. It was always small battles where she got outnumbered and caught off guard. And that lack of efficiency is something that just completely shattered her chances in the end.
Yeah. Hey, let's go for an interview with Faye. Faye, explain that game to me. All my games are Papega. I'm not even mocking her. Those literally, I've had her say that multiple times in my stream. Every time I'm like, Faye, you have any good games today? He's like, I don't know. All my games are Papega. She knows what she does. She does it well sometimes when you catch people off guard. But Corvin has just had a great read on that. I think, this is. Ona Biggie sure strong. A lot of people don't do them to Castle Age. I think that's a mistake. They do have a lot of value in Feudal. They can be phenomenal in Feudal, especially with the right timings. I think there's a few things wrong here. The melee tech timing was way too delayed. It didn't come out quick enough to have any impact. The other issue here is there's a huge question mark over no stables. I think this play would have been very strong if assisted by a stables follow-up with an Uma Bannerman and about 10 horsemen. Sounds weird against Keshix, but actually surprisingly effective. It gives you a front line, and ever since they buffed the Onabagisha, because now Onabagisha actually form at the back of the line, it means your horsemen are going to tank for you. I think that detail could have helped. I know a lot of people are like, Spearman, build Spearman. It doesn't work because the reason why Onabagisha horseman is so good is your lowest movement speed is 1.5. If you take spears, it's 1.25. It's all about raiding. I think that was the detail that was missing. That could have actually got her the game, but we'll have to see what she can do tomorrow. For now, we look forward, and, well, this is a series I've been looking forward to. Guy with no chill versus guy who likes to chill all day and all night, right? This is the turtle versus the tiger.
We're looking at Kasbov once again over here. This is a semi-final of the qualifiers, meaning that the winner of this set is going to play a decider for a chance to get into the main event of the Elite Classic 2. Gorge is going to be our opening map over here, with Rocky Canyon and Frisian Marshes being the home map picks. And we're going to take a look at the civilizations in just a second, folks. Ottomans is going to be one that's available for Divine, as we are getting these picks live-ish, essentially. One of the cool new features of this UI. Delhi on the other side for Casbah to open the draft with.
How in the everlasting dark did Ottomans survive the banning phase is what I'm wondering. Like, I know Kaz has been, not as active recently, but I think honestly, all you have to do is open Reddit once, and for once, trust what you're reading everywhere, which is Otto OP. Like, it's basically the most guaranteed ban at the highest level of play. Ottomans is like the true S tier in a lot of people's eyes, and then just below that, you'll put things like Rus, right? I think Japanese has crawled up. They're like at least a B tier. But S tier Ottomans, A tier is firmly things like Rus. I think Mongols still slots in there as well. Malians maybe down to A tier. But it looks like actually both of them got a good bite of it. Like, how I just labeled the top 4 civs, and well, they got 2 apiece. So we might have a fairly balanced game. I think I like Kazma's draft a little bit better for the maps we have. Gorge is an opener. I'm expecting us to be seeing Delhi versus maybe Ottomans here. Oh, wait,
yeah, there you go.
Wait, was that already
call.
there? Was that actually already there? I wasn't even looking. I was legit looking at the picks on the side. So, dude, I assume that was already there, and now I just look like a goober. But genuinely, I didn't even look at that. Yeah, it just makes a lot of sense though. Like, of these maps, where are you going to pick Delhi? This is the best. Ottomans, if you think you're up against Delhi, like I think it's the best choice. China, to me, we talked about this in another series, that going for that Barbican drop doesn't feel good if there's no boar nearby. And I feel like Gorge doesn't necessarily guarantee you that, right? Typically, the boars spawn in the corners, not near the central sacred sites.
Yeah, so looking at this draft, and as a bit of a recap for this draft, one of the key things here, folks, is that you are banning civilizations for the opponent, but the picks you make are global, which means that there is absolutely 0% chance for a mirror matchup. Something that I know a lot of people are happy about. This has been an ongoing debate in many of the previous tournaments, whether mirror matchups should be allowed. Is it good? Is it fun? Is it that skill-based, or is it like map RNG-based? But one thing is sure, for this tournament specifically, we do not have a single mirror matchups because all of the civilization picks will be exclusive.
I think mirrors are good when new civs are added. That's my caveat. Like that, I'm not gonna lie. I will say that ever since Silence Ascend, I've been a little bit bummed we didn't get more mirrors in the new civs, because I think like I've watched all of the dragon mirrors, and they are some of the funnest things to watch. It's just like no one knows what to do with this civ right now. They're scrambling. They're just in the someone's ordering a new dish. You're in the kitchen just cooking up. Like, what's this build gonna do, right? Like they're just pivoting all over the place, and that's fun. But yeah, once things start to get figured out and you have your meta, I think that's where it can become a little bit more petty almost sometimes, where you're like, oh, look, he got a better gold spawn, or oh, look, he's one knight down. Like, do you remember when we cast French Mirrors? We're like, oh my god, he lost a knight! It's now going to take 25 minutes, but he's basically lost the game. You know, so yeah, I like that Elite Classic doesn't have the opportunity for mirrors.
So Ottomans versus Delhi going into Gorge here. I feel like you kind of touched on this for a moment. Ottomans, one of the most popular and most powerful civilizations right now, and that's the general perception of the whole community. But you have Delhi, which can very much mimic what they do. They can go heavy on the archers just like the Ottomans can. They can actually pick off the Ottoman meters and use their own damage buff or damage output buff, the Tower of Victory, to actually gain an upper hand. And I feel like Delhi is going to be one of those few civilizations which will be very effective when it comes to eliminating such a powerful civilization as the Ottomans.
Yeah, and this is like a matchup that over the last, well, basically since Ottomans released at Wallow, has bounced back and forth. Early days, Delhi was quite heavily favored. I'd say in more recent months, I want to give an edge to Ottomans. I think the buffs that have been happening around them, and also now the absurdity with the new change of siege, leans into them a little bit. It's still map specific. If you remember, before we had Sultan's Ascend, it was a domination for Delhi. They were like a 70% win rate civ against the Ottomans. But every recent patch, Ottos have been looking a little bit better. I always try to take public statistics with a sprinkling of salt, especially when Delhi is included, because the reality is not many players are actually actively practicing Delhi. Most players know what they want to do. If I'm being totally honest, I think if there's any civ in the game that needs like a very big revamp, a very big change, it's Delhi. And that's clearly represented by the fact that players rarely ever need to practice it because what they've been doing works and dominates and has done so for well over a year.
Well, we just have about 30 seconds left to go until game number 1 here. Caswell, of course, looking to make a bit of a return to the competitive scene over here, whereas Divine, he's always been that close to the competitive level, but not so competitive, often missing out at the qualifiers level, last round, second to last rounds. He is looking to make the top 20 of AoE 4 by qualifying here to Elite Classic 2.
Yeah, so here's the thing about Divine. He's about as predictable as my cocktail order when I head up to the bar. Everyone knows I'm gonna be ordering sex on the beach, you know? Like this is a guy that when you get in the game, you know he's literally just gonna bolt down, right? He's gonna build 3 TCs, he's gonna have the music going in the background, he's gonna hear alerts, but he doesn't care because he's got TC outposts everywhere. I've never seen someone so consistently pick English and immediately decide this is a free TC game. Funny thing about Divine, the last few months, at least in ladder play, he has not looked like that predictable one trick. He isn't always defending. I've actually seen some very aggressive all-in games. Now, people who know Divine that have seen an Ottoman pick are probably thinking he's going to go Imperial Age. He's going to run. I don't know. I think Divine, we could see maybe a rush to his castle, but we should see some presence here. I think you have to be, realistically. If the Delhi lock in those sacred sites and you wait too long, game's already over. And, you know, I know someone right here is going to go, but I can be in Imperial Age of the Ottomans in 14 minutes. Yeah, but that means you got 2 minutes to decap a sacred site. So wouldn't like your odds there. I think the Great Bombard takes longer than that to reach it. But we are ready. Let's get underway. Divine DFP versus Kasva. Semi-finals, a best of 3. And we kick off with a little green on green in Gorge.
Spawning in with the color red is going to be Kasva to the left side of the map. It's going to be the Delhi Sultanate under his command. And on the eastern side, it is Divine playing as the Ottomans in purple, moving out for that precious stone right away. Military school is likely part of his plan here in Dark Age KP.
So this is the thing we're kind of looking at, right? Like, how is he going to open this? How is he going to address the threats? It's quite interesting, actually. Like, in this matchup, you can... I have noticed 1 or 2 Delhi players doing some weird kind of spearman openers where you literally just turn it into a stabby fight at the beginning. I don't think Divine DFP should want to lean into that too hard, simply because if you do, your opponent does have a Scholar. And although you eventually get, like, Imams, the Scholar is the bigger deal for the early engagements that wins it. But we'll see. What's the scouting looking like? Because when I see 1 sheep behind Kasva, I know that he has berries, but that's kind of depressing, considering the route he took. Oh god. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like I think I went on record saying it was criminal Red Bull took so long. Like after Red Bull it took so long for Gorge to get added to the rotation. But with the current sheep spawns, kind of over it. This is just brutal.
Yeah, not a good start over here for Kazva. Of course, he's got to be happy taking the berries, but when both of these civilizations are so reliant on the berries, and when both of these civilizations are unable to take boars, for instance, there's an amplified importance when it comes to the amount of sheep you manage to collect.
The interesting thing, right, is like the Ottomans, obviously, they don't benefit from the berries the way the Delhi do, but the Madrasa makes them kind of pseudo-benefit. And I'm once again going to emphasize that I don't think Divine's going to go for a fast-in build, so he will have the berries. I don't know if you've noticed this, but there's maybe one or two people getting a little bit too creative with the trade option with the Ottomans right now, as it did technically get buffed, and they've been using it to go fast in. Please don't do that. I'm huff and hoping, aren't I? Dude, I feel like we're at the beginning of a Divine game, and it's like he has two paths before him, right? And you show him the beginnings of those paths. One of them is like a nice utopia. It looks beautiful. It's like play the game actively. The other one is just like grim. There's like dog crap all up and down the path. Everything's on fire. You can hear people screaming, and that way is be greedy and don't play the game. But I'm hoping Divine is finding his way to the utopia. Spearmen are on the way across. TOV already on the way from Kazva. Nice thing about this opening is that, similar to the Abbasids, because you arrive with spears straight away, Delhi don't get to begin with the stables. They actually have to go for archery range.
I mean, in a way, that's all right, but the thing that you need to be cautious about is that you expect to see some early Sipahi from the Ottoman player, so you need to be very cautious when it comes to moving out of your base. And that early map control is nice to have for Divine, kind of opens up a bunch of opportunities. And I think most important is the fact that when you establish map control, you're the one that needs to just keep it. It's not like you have to necessarily fight for it. If you start by confining your opponent into the enemy base, you start mixing in some Sipahi, you make sure that Kazva stays within his base, so even when he gets Sanctity, he might be a little slower moving out to the sacred sides than usual.
All right, here we go. Madrasa, we're getting an active Divine. Guys, I told you, this is a new generation Divine DFP, all right? Someone has clearly assassinated him and taken over his account. This man is a lot more aggressive, even in competitive play, than he was previously. And I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen, because if this turns into an all-in feudal on feudal, I feel like it's been a while since we've seen an Ottoman player take that approach. It feels like, we don't have too many Delhi Otto games at the moment because Ottos always gets banned, but when we do, it almost feels like Ottoman players are leaning towards the idea of getting Castle Age, so the passive production kicks in hard.
Interesting that Divine didn't even send the scout back with the sheep. I feel like that just shows you how much he values the intel that he's getting from this one scout, and how much he needs the scout to accompany this one spearman he has on the front. Now, Divine has moved back to stone with 3 bills, but that is unlikely to be for a town center. It's more like just additional military schools for the time being, as the minaret is about to get finished. Kazva already in feudal, Piety just finished, but Sanctity will just now start being researched.
And there we go. Every time a Delhi player sees this, a tear comes from his eye. Something that's queued up at the beginning of feudal that is not a Ghazi Raider. It immediately has to be the archers. Now, this is interesting actually because there's a pivot point where Divine can get access to the meta, and that means you actually can match the archers and their power that the Delhi have. The other interesting thing about this matchup is when it gets to Cav on both sides. Usually Ghazi Raiders dominate everything, but you gotta remember, you're gonna be going up against those bulky Sipahi. So funnily enough, it's actually a matchup where the Ottos can fare quite well.
Archers are moving around one by one, and the reason why Kazva can afford to do this is because he's got that one scout on the opposing player's side, easily scouting out the fact that his opponent doesn't yet have a Sipahi. Now, of course, there are 2 ways to get a Sipahi here for Divine, either by using the military school, which is time-consuming, or by dropping a stable. Either way, Kazma's going to know when the first Sipahi is coming, and until that happens, he's going to be more than happy using these archers to harass the Veils with.
Yeah, one thing that's really frustrating about playing Ottomans is, especially on Gorge, it's much harder to just hide your opening phase. right? So like we've seen actually in the past, people sometimes hold the area where you drop a lumber camp behind your TC to drop a building to produce units, right? So your opponent doesn't know. You can't do that as the Ottomans. If you do that, you don't have an optimal blacksmith, right? So you actually kind of wear your strategy on your sleeve. And you can see that just by the military schools at the beginning of this game, right? Slap down in front of this. Spearmen do have to take the fight. That means the outpost is at least going to go up. I mean, it should go... Oh my god, he didn't pull the villagers. Oh.
Oh my lord, that is catastrophic. Archer's now moving in. Spearman got pushed away, and I don't see a Sipahi still. There's a Meteor on the way, but that's not going to do much when you don't have any units that can catch these archers. Villagers all getting focused down. Tower will finish, but the cost is just way too high here for Divine. 3 villagers lost at minute number 7.
I am baffled. Like, you're going to go for an outpost like that, and you're not going to invest every villager there to build it up. I'm really shocked by Divine there. That's a pretty big loss. I mean, sure, you got all this nice little passive production. You can say that's great for you, but what I want you to realize is even with passive production on your side, what's going to now happen in the next 2 minutes is all the sacred sites are going to be yoinked. In a game where you don't have a standing military right now, that passive production is not impressive in Feudal Age, not for the first few minutes. And already Kazza has a 10 military lead with Ghazi on the way. Divine, the predicament he's about to find himself in is an ugly one. The only upside is that Kazva has forsaken a blacksmiths in the midst of all this, right? So he doesn't have that advantage. That's maybe one area Divine can bite back in, but I'm starting to get this weird feeling we might be looking at that castle build.
Yeah, Kazwa is finishing up Sanctity as we speak, so he is going to start securing these sacred sites. And he already has a villager lead of 2.5 approximately. So once those sacred sites start coming online, things will start getting scary for Divine. Now, of course, one thing that we shouldn't ever forget with the Ottomans is that they get a lot of units for free, and that often means that even with a battered economy, they are able to stand and fight, drag games out, and then turn it around. But this start was far from desirable for Divine.
Also, keep in mind that usually happens around Castle Age, right? And if he's rushing Castle Age, that's still a few minutes away. So not really a rush anymore. And the cool thing about Age of Empires 4 is for every like upside a Civ has, right, like passive production, other Civs have something else. For Delhi, it's free techs, and it's also gold trickle at very early stage from the sacred sites. So I think Kaz is feeling pretty confident. I'm impressed, right? Like, this is the guy that when he kind of quit AoE 4, went back to AoE 2, you know, I remember I had like a talk with him, like Red Bull was like, dude, when you play your style of gameplay, you're a top tier player, you look unstoppable. This feels like that guy that I remember seeing back in those days. It's almost like he's treating this like a pub game where it's not to say he's not taking Divine seriously. It's more to say that he's not letting up. He's being relentless. It's like a dog with a bone. It's not enough that he gets a small lead. He wants it all. Ghazi now coming out to match this. Now, the problem here is these Ghazi will chase down the meta, so Divine may have made a mistake stepping out here. Doesn't have any spears to defend this area. Archers are split away from this. Meta, remember, any damage that's going to take is going to be permanent, so although it's not a lot straight away, it's about to add up. Archers, that was a misclick by the looks of it. Kazfa, if it actually hit straight away on the meta, that would be one of the big edges of the Ottomans dead.
And once the meta is gone, there is a massive damage output advantage in the favor of Kazva in these Archer versus Archer battles. There's second meta out there for Divine, but right now, he's pushed back into his base, so Kazva is just going to say, okay, you're going to play defensive, I will capture the sacred sites. No walls surrounding either of those sacred sites just yet. I feel like that would be one extra thing that Kazva could do here. Because once he starts walling off these sacred sites, it becomes more of a legitimate option for him to contest and take the third one and start that sacred site countdown.
Well, a much better choice I've been seeing some Delhi players make on this map right now is you wall between the two cliff sides, right? It saves you more wood compared to going all the way around the sacred site. And what it does is it gives you a soft reset. It forces your opponent to go wide to reach your base. And anytime you get pushed back, you can just hide behind your walls. At the moment, though, Kaz's not looking to hide. He's looking to strike. Look at the size of this army. Moves in for the clash. In the choke points, Divine just trying to minimize the damage on the archers, but Villager's going to be idled up. And this army is parked here to stay. Meta does get sniped down. That means the attack speed aura is on the side of Kazva. He's going to back away, happy with what he's done here. Divine, that's a heavy loss. That meta means he cannot come out. And it means these sacred sites are going to be locked in, all three.
Great efficiency here by Kazva. He keeps his opponent pinned inside his base, he chips away with some damage, and most importantly, he gets rid of those important buff units on the opposing player's side. And don't forget, unlike Divine, Kazma can actually heal his troops with these colors he's making.
And not just that, the sick part about this is look at the techs. Kazva took that fight with a blacksmith disadvantage and still was able to just buffer Divine away and get what he wanted. Now those techs are coming through. Kazva still has a military lead. That's going to scale more. The interesting thing about this feudal age bout, the longer it goes, over time, it does slowly start to favor the Ottomans. The reason is the passive production you talked about, but more so it's the Vizier points, as you're able to get the freebies, you know, like the military school, like maybe you want Imam to heal between fights. These all add up. Meanwhile, for the Delhi, the more you hang around here, the more terrible it feels to have these sacred sites because the trade gets worse from a marketplace. So what I'm keeping an eye out for is the point where Kazva says, screw this, time to kill, or screw this, time to tech.
Honestly, at this point, either of those becomes a legitimate option for Kazva, but just based on the food count, I feel like he could be thinking about Cost Age. Then again, he's got 7, 8 more Ghazi Raiders queued up. I think this could be one of those scenarios where he's going to see what Divine has. If he feels confident about the battle, he's going to dive. If not, he's going to go into Costal Age. I feel like just looking at these raw numbers, I think he might just stay back. He could dive, but I don't think he needs it.
Dude, he's going to dive. He's going to surround it. Archers need to back up quicker than this. Splits past him. Just ignores the Sipahi. Meta goes down again. And Divine DFP, it feels like he just doesn't have enough Sipahi here. Ghazi get a little bit ambitious, so he's going to clear up the cavalry. Scholars did try to assist with that, so it looks like actually an overextension. Kazva almost got the surround, but the Ghazi took too long getting around the buildings. And now, even without that attack speed aura, Divine will push him back.
This is what I was talking about, KP. I feel like Kazva didn't need this. If he stays out of the enemy base, then Divine needs to take this fight on an open field without the support of the towers. Potentially an easier opportunity for Kazva to take out the Meteor. Now, Kazva is doubling down on this. He's got 8 more Ghazi Raiders in queue, but now there's a Meteor out there. Archers are getting repelled, and yeah, it definitely feels like Kazva overstayed his welcome, and maybe he was a little overzealous when it comes to the use of this army.
I mean, the Sipahi, right? Just enough to hold that line long enough. The Ghazi having to go the long way around. Just, it felt like so much idle time in the fight. The Ghazi, they missed out on, like, collectively between them, I'd say about an extra 15 attacks. Against Archers, that's everything, right? That's killing like 6, 7 more Archers, that snowballs a bit. And you saw Kazva, he's so fixated on that meta. It makes sense in the open fields, but in choke points like that, absolute disaster. I can't believe this. Like, this game, it almost felt like it set itself on autopilot. The first 12 minutes from Kazva were pitch perfect. I even love the fact he was investing into more army. The crazy part to me is why rush it? You have the timer ticking. You can mirror Divine when he comes out. And if this was a mid-map fight, this isn't even close.
Yeah, I just don't get why he wanted to commit to this. If he only had 1 or 2 sacred sites, I would say, okay, maybe he is afraid that the free units that the Ottomans are getting will eventually overwhelm him. But when you have 3 sacred sites, there's a timer going on. You mirror the opponent's moves, as you said. Maybe you drop some defensive towers mid-map even. Or you maybe build that wall that you mentioned before between the 2 ridges, and you have your options to force the hand of your opponent. Now you dove in, suddenly we have a massive numbers advantage for Divine. He's got map control, he took out the sacred sites, and now Ottomans are starting to come online. Military schools going on, a healthy army for Divine as well, and Kazma needed to reinvest into his army, kind of taking away the option of going into Castle Age.
What scares me about that type of dive and how he kind of deluded himself to think it was a good idea as well is like he snipes the meta, right? And we said meta snipe, very big deal in this matchup. You're next to all those production buildings. It's only one meta. You know you've already killed the other one. So what's to say he hasn't queued up another? Like when you take that dive, let's say he got rid of the meta and that's what was going to convincingly win the fight. At any stage, another unit could have came out, similar with the way the Sipahi came out to recover that. It's like, this is why we talk about defender advantage a lot. It's not just the static defenses, it's the production on your side. Kazva now does not have that. He does not have mid-map control. He's trying to raid on the flanks, but realistically, the amount of Ghazi he threw away, sure, he's rebuffed up to 19. Looks good. The problem is the Sipahi are so ludicrously tanky that all they need to do is body block this, and that archer mass will carry the fight.
Given how low the archer count is for Kazva at this point, I would love to see some spearmen from Divine. These Ghazi Raiders, they're doing their best to raid, and they are idling some villas, but there wasn't a single villager kill in this raid. In total, we have 3 villager kills from Kasva, something that happened at the very beginning of the game with those archers. Ever since then, he wasn't able to touch Divine's eco, and Divine is up to almost 40 archers. Blacksmith upgrades neck and neck now. But most important, like, those free units, and as the game goes deeper and deeper, we're going to see more of those free units from these military schools.
And it's not just that, it's the Vizier points, right? The things he's getting alongside this. That escalation is real. It's kind of like a feudalation plus when you go this deep. That's what it's highlighting. It's like Delhi, the reason why they've done so well against Ottomans is they end the game by 20 minutes. If this is a 20-minute plus long feudal age, Ottomans are favored.
Yeah, and now look at the sacred site control for Kasva. He's got 1 sacred site that is about to be decapped. Realistically, he can now just hold 1. And when you only have 1 sacred site, you really cannot match up against the military schools of the Ottomans.
But hold up. Sipahi, they need to get this right. I love this. Divine, he holds next to the tree line and blocks a surround. Heal off from Kasva, trying to reach the backside. Meta is still alive. Archers are targeting that down. Aura's going to be gone. Divine, did he come out too soon? Ghazi, numbers getting low. Few Sipahi left over, and that might be enough to just see him through. Divine DFP, no doubt. Even if it's an equal trade on numbers, which it's not going to be, the raw resource count favors Divine. And right now, this is raw, this is sword. Kasva is getting spanked.
I loved how the meta were actually pushed to the front line at this point. They tanked up a lot of damage, and Kasva had to sacrifice so much to clean them. And at the end of the day, sure, you cleaned up the matter, but by the time you did, the numbers were just looking a lot better for Divine. And at this point, we're just looking at raw numbers here for Divine. He's actually cleaning up all these stragglers, small groups of units approaching now for Kasva, individually getting cleaned up, and I feel like we're getting very, very close to a GG. And KP, we gotta look back at that one moment where Kasva decided to dive the enemy base, because that is where we feel like it fell apart.
It was looking bad there, but it was GG the moment he looked at the trees. That deal there, that little thing where Divine could not be surrounded fully, ruined Kasva in this game. Make no mistake about it, you are correct. This really started to snowball against him when he made that unnecessary dive. You know, if this was Rams and a slow push, maybe it makes more sense. Take out the building, slow down the escalation, but we didn't see that. We saw classic Kasva. There's a reason that we call him Mr. Chaos. Unfortunately, sometimes that is his undoing. And against a player like Divine, who has so much experience defending against all-in players, you can't help but feel this was always heading one way.
Yeah, army numbers just looking desperate at this point for Kasva, and don't forget, he's now doing this with just 1 sacred site. Now that 1 sacred site isn't going to compensate for all the military schools that the opposing player has, and Divine, he's starting to mix in some rams here. Kasva, he's looking desperate. He's going to send the Ghazi Raiders around to raid, which is oftentimes a way to swing the game back in your favor. But against the Ottomans, it's just difficult. Even if you kill their eco, they still have the military schools.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again, especially at this stage of the game when they're so big. It just feels like there's not enough Ghazi to do enough damage. Rams now escalating. If Kasva can't resolve this scaling issue outside his base in the next minute, it just doesn't matter. There'll just be too much pushing in. Kasva, he's trying to do the right thing here, right? Send out the cav, cut the reinforcements, but the problem I'm seeing is this army is big enough to stand on its own right against everything Kasva has right now.
Yeah, you gotta credit Kasva for not giving up on this, because strictly speaking, if there is a slip-up from Divine, Kasva still has a chance. The eco is healthy, he still has a standing army, and this is a nice find. Still, Kasva's position is far from one that you would envy. Especially once these ramps start rolling, that's where things get difficult for Kasva.
I also think he's running out of food on his own side. Janissary point pull. Okay, so this is usually a sign that someone thinks they can win or they're about to lose. This, to me, is a winning play. Cleans up the raid, means he doesn't have to come back home, and it means it is Ram extravaganza for Divine.
Still a lot of Ghazi Raiders from Kasva, though, when he finds an opportunity to kill these Rams. Divine, bit of a slip-up here.
Hello, we back from the coffee break. I have many questions right now. I mean, the amount of supply he has there, he should not be scared of that fight. Like, he destroys Ghazi.
Oh, I think he wasn't looking.
That's true. That's a possibility. I think he just needs to get a bigger monitor, one that can see the entire map at once. Got the same issue. I'm planning to buy like a 120-inch monitor. Oh my!
And look at this again. Same thing.
Oh
Divine
my
actually
God.
wanted to intercept all of those retreating Gauzy Raiders, but while doing so, he actually sacrificed his battering ram. He's about to get this one cleaned up as well, it seems.
Wait, is that 4 or 5 rams now in total, these kills?
I
It's
think
4, right?
I think we're 3 only.
Oh, sorry, 3.
But one of them is
Okay.
very heavily beaten up.
Yeah, I honestly, in my mind, that one's already dead. It's just going to walk in, take one club, die. We got to remember, right, Rams did get nerfed. The health went down a little bit. They cost 200 wood instead of 250 wood now. That's a nice little buff. But the awkward issue on the other side of it is they take 20% more damage from melee attacks, which is why these Gauzy are brutalizing this attempt.
And look at the army count now. Let's not forget, all of those archers from Kasva, they get a permanent buff from Tower of Victory, as compared to Divine's archers, who need the Matter to be nearby.
This fight, Sapahi, they go in. The problem right now is the Gauzy can't get around. I love that. The staggered formation, the reform the lines, Divine protects it all. And now those Jannies, they're too far back. Oh my God, the position in this fight, Divine chooses the right distance so that the archers cannot snipe those Janissaries. And now the death push. Kaz in full retreat, Sapahi pursuing, and this should be it. Kaz, he has all the villagers coming back. I wouldn't blame if he uses them to attack as well, because he's losing everything to this. TOV is down, Divine DFP is immovable, and Kazva will be looking back at this game, wondering where it all went wrong.
Without those Janissaries, this fight could have been very, very different. Kasva had promising numbers, but as you pointed out, he wasn't able to take out those Janissaries, and those Janissaries just completely annihilated all of the Gauzy Raiders. In the end, Divine, 67 army against 15. This is just a matter of seconds here, folks. If Kasva doesn't tap out, he's going to lose on the Landmark's victory condition, as the Rams are rolling in to take out that starting town center.
We call them opponents for a reason. It's going to have OP in the name. That only seems appropriate. Usually it's because we reach Imperial Age, but Divine DFP shows you another way. That actually might be one of my favorite Janissary point usages. The fact that he was able to buffer away the raids that might chip him down and then uses it to deliver a killing blow against a mass Gauzy army was perfection. Divine DFP opens the series with a win.
Very back and forth game, KP. It could have gone either way. In fact, it looked amazing for Kasva for so long. I know we pointed this out 100 times, but you really cannot think about anything else but that one dive from Kasva. Felt unnecessary at the time, but of course, we see everything. The players do have somewhat limited vision. But when you look at this game, that probably was the decisive moment. And when you look at the army count, something that our observer is going to show in a second, that's where you really start feeling like Kasva just lost a lot of momentum.
Yeah, and it is interesting, right? Like the way that worked. I mean,
yep,
I can't believe it. It's like, you know, Delhi is a very surgical sieve. They're very precise in the way they execute, and it's kind of like, you ever hear those like stories in a sales department, like the phone sales, right? Where like the guy's trying to get like creative, and then the manager comes over and is like, stick to the script. The script works. We know the script works. Just use it, and you will sell. Delhi's kind of the same way. And I think Kaza went off the beaten path with that dive in, just an unnecessary point. The whole value, the whole frustration of dealing with Delhi is that they lock in the sacred sites, they stand there, and they say, you come fight me. Kasva completely like upset that order. I don't know if there was a secret message that we couldn't see because we can't see them in observer mode. Maybe Divine just typed your mum and Kasva was like red in the face. He just went for it. But whatever it was, you know, what is usually Kasva's biggest edge, being so all in, so aggressive, unfortunately, truly was his undoing here. And now, as we hop into map number 2, I imagine we're going to be looking at a Roos versus a Bassett matchup. Yep, there we go. It makes a lot of sense. Roos, you could save it for Frisian Marshes, but I think Kaz was thinking old school French there. Other side of it, Divine, you know, Mongols, I feel like they can be hit and miss on Rocky Canyon, especially compared to like Rocky River. And Chinese just feels like you're taking a defensive playstyle with like timings not being on your side. This is going to be interesting because I think we saw Roos versus Abbasis earlier today. And it was played in a very weird way. That was the Kaiser Johann series, right? The more meta approach is military wing opening, and then you can't get a good second TC as the Roos. If Divine does that, I actually don't mind his chances here.
I don't think we've seen a Roos versus Abbasid matchup, if I'm not mistaken, but my memory might not be correct here.
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
It was Abbasid French, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, that was correct. Kind of similar idea though, right? Like you build TCs, I build TCs, smiley faces all around.
Yeah, it's often a TC race, but when you look at the Rus, I think one of the key things we have to look at, especially when you look at Casva's playstyle, is aggression in Feudal Age. When the Abbasid 2 TC build was thriving back like a year or a year and a half or so ago, one of the best ways to deal with that was the boar-based Rus Archer all-in. We haven't really seen that recently for a variety of reasons, but I feel like the Rus always have that early aggression potential that you can leverage off the back of a boar, and that can be very devastating against a civilization like the Abbasids.
Yeah, it's interesting actually because I think before the expansion, these civs were very close. Like Rus had a slight lead, 52, 53%, something like that. Now it's kind of different variables here. Like Rocky Canyon rather is a bit of a different map. I would still usually favor the Rus, but my concern is Casva. He's a very talented player. There's no doubt in that. If Divine has something different, that's what I'm thinking, right? Like to pick a Bastards here, a Civ that most players think is trash and competitive right now, he must have something creative in mind, something different than what we're used to seeing. So if Casva's going to play your old standard Roost meta, I can't help but assume Divine must have figured this out. Like he was probably either expecting French or Roost. And the reason I got those two mixed up is the playstyle is going to be similar, right? It's going to be 2 or 3 TCs and Knights. So yeah, curious to see if Divine's going to do something funky. I can't remember. Is Rocky Canyon the one that has the trade posts, or was that the river one? I think Rocky Canyon has trade
Rocky
posts.
Canyon does have a trade post, yeah.
Yeah. So Trade Wing would be funky because you're up against Knights. There's no way, right?
No, there's. I don't think Divine wants to play it that way. I think knowing Divine's playstyle, knowing Casva's playstyle, I would expect Casva to play on the more aggressive side of things, especially when you look at this game that we had in game number 1. Divine looks back at this and says, look, he had 3 sacred sites, yet he still dove my base. What do we take away from that? We take away the fact that Casva might be willing to go very aggressive in these games. So if Divine plays a defensive eco-focused game, he might be able to just trigger Casva to do another dive instead of Casva just trying to play long game and build up eco himself.
I'm like racking my brain on how Kaz is going to open this. I mean, someone just hit it up in chat. Like Rocky Canyon is the one that has no walls. I think Rocky River also has that. So like that's less bounty. On top of that, another interesting thing to think about here is like because of fresh foodstuffs, I don't want him to go Eco Wing. I really prefer Millie Wing. But let's say he does go Eco Wing. He can play free TC condensed and slowly crawl out towards the deer. It's not the worst of ideas. I've seen a lot of players do this. And it works really well if you're certain that the Roost player is going to be doing at least 2 TC. The most likely is going to be Military Wing. I quite like Military Wing because between the Golden Age gathering speed buff and the extra health, it offsets the benefits the Roost get, right? Like their archers, they're able to spam more because they have 20% more wood. Another interesting thing, we don't see it very often, but if this does turn into a full fuel engagement, Camel Archers will be the difference maker. Camel Archers usually get slept on, but 1 or 2 of them just looming around, ruining those knights, makes it a very difficult matchup for Casva.
Oh yeah, Camel Archer is definitely the troop that you can utilize early on to deal with Knight's aggression. So in many ways, it comes down to how heavy you are on Knights. I think, especially if Casva is anticipating an eco-heavy build here from Divine and no Military Wing, I think a classic Spearman plus Archer combo can work from the Roost. We've actually seen that being done basically an English build, but you leverage the Roost Lumberjacking bonus and the Roost Boar bonus. And you can actually flood your opponent with just mass spears and archers, which is quite difficult for the Abbasids to deal with when they don't have boot camp, and especially if they haven't started building up their archer mass early on.
And that's the problem, right? If they do actually go for the boot camp, that comp just gets disintegrated. Even without it, like let's say it turns into mass archer versus mass spears, it's kind of like a weird trade out. Like we mentioned the extra wood you get as Roost, but then there's the golden age for the Abbasids. Then the flip side element that's quite intriguing is the phalanx that can kind of give you an edge. So, you know, it's a bit of a weird one. I think we haven't seen this matchup much since the expansion dropped. And I think it's mainly not because Roost doesn't get picked. Roost is all over the place. But like Abbasids has just been ignored. The interesting thing to me is today we've cast, like, is this a 4th series litter? I think it's the 4th series, right? 4th or 5th. And we've seen, I think, 3 players draft the Abbasids. So there is something on the horizon. It feels like some people have been keeping their cards close to their chest, because I can tell you, like, on the ladders, while there has been some Abbasid play, it hasn't been winning. It's been getting slapped about pretty bad. In fact, if I just open up the stats right now, I'm pretty sure, let's check January 30th. Yeah, since the January 30th, the only civs that perform worse than the Abbasids is the Iabids and the French at Conk Plus. We go December patch, Abbasids done a bit better. They were like a mid-pack civ, but there was only two civs played less than them, and that was the French and Chinese.
Well, we should have game number 2 for you in a matter of moments, folks. But before we do that, KP, we do have a brand new sponsor coming in here for the Elite Classic 2. So I'm sure that they would love to hear a bit of a shout out for themselves.
You know what? Like, it's not a shout out for them. It's a shout out for all you, because a lot of us don't think about the security of what we're doing on the internet. Like, anyone could be watching this day and age. I should get my tinfoil hat out, but it's the reality, right? Like, I don't know if you guys have ever heard that kind of thing. Like, you know, if you're not paying for it, you're the customer. Like, you're the product sort of thing. There's plenty of services we use for free. There's plenty of things we browse on the internet that we would rather keep to ourselves, or we just don't want anyone knowing all our details. That's where things like actually Surfshark can come in. VPNs are pretty useful for that. They're able to mask your data. They're able to mask where you're actually logging in from. They're able to give you a safe middleman, shall we say, as you make your way through the internet and all the crazy things you're going to find on there. On top of that, it's also pretty useful for getting your hands on things that shouldn't be available in your countries. I'm sure there's a few people that like some of the BBC iPlayer series that are living in America right now. How do you get access to those, I might wonder? I also happen to like some of the shows that you Netflixers are watching in America, but I can't seem to get as a Brit. Funnily enough, if I'm all of a sudden KP living in California, I got all those goodies at my fingertips. Let's talk about more gamer-related benefits, though. Are you sick of queuing into demo? Do you want to pretend you're maybe in NA? Do you think that maybe queuing into Divine DFP might be easier? I think either mid, Demu's doing a little bit better. Pretend you're an American. All of a sudden, when the search bandwidth goes out on matchmaking, you're more likely to connect to someone who is not literally the guy who's probably killed you 10 times in a row. I know there's a few players out there that have had that experience. Dodge them in beautiful fashion. Not being that filthy dodge spammer that drops in the lobby, but by making sure you queue into someone else entirely. Like, there's so many amazing benefits to these products. And the beautiful thing is, courtesy of what we've been able to negotiate and the people over at ETC TV talking, reaching out to Surfshark, we're going to make it all that much easier, all that much more tantalizing. Because I know people like free stuff, or they like extras. And we can offer you some extras. If you go across to Surfshark right now and use our deal with the code EGCTV, you'll get an extra 3 months on us. You don't need to thank us. Just need to stay safe. So go take advantage of that. And then when you get back here, don't forget, you now live in Bermuda, because if you live in Bermuda, Twitch doesn't know how to give you ads.
Yeah, we're getting ready for game number 2 here, folks. Rocky Canyon coming up, Abbasids versus the Rus. If we end up playing game number 3, it would be on Kasva's home map, by the way. Kasva opted to pick his opponent's home map here for game number 2. Players will have French and Malians versus Chinese and Mongols remaining. But before that, we need to settle this on Rocky Canyon. It's an Abbasid versus Rus matchup.
Whew. S tier, well, A tier now versus Trash tier. Let's see if Divine can actually take Kazra out with the Trash. Game 1 looking phenomenal. Let's hop into game number 2. Rocky Canyon, Abbasids in the hands of Divine DFP, and Kasva with a very strong Rus. Make no mistake about that score, though. He had a strong civ in the first game. It did not end well.
Yeah, but when you look back at game number 1, you have to ask why it didn't go well. Kasva's usual playstyle, that level of aggressiveness, may have backfired in game number 1. So I think one of the intriguing things to look out for on this map is going to be whether he retains that aggressiveness or maybe he rethinks his approach. I think he's able to take this set and turn this around. And I actually think he's got the better civilization of the two in this matchup. But I feel like he needs to be very cautious not to get baited into a similar setup than what he faced in the previous game.
Yeah, like Kaz's execution for the first several minutes was on point. It just felt like the pivotal point was the way that he tried to engage in ending the game, right? And the nice thing about Rus by comparison is you have a little bit more eco-inflation to your side. Like TCs are pretty much in every single Rus build right now. So you don't reach this pressure point that maybe he felt the Delhi, where he was like, I need to go in now or I lose, right? He might just be a bit more confident to grind it down, starve his opponent out, because although, you know, with fresh foodstuffs, the Abbasids get away with not feeding their people much and making them look like stop posts, the reality is they still need food. And if you just constrict the map, unlike the Ottomans, this Civ cannot exist.
That's a great point. Divine was able to afford playing a super defensive game in the previous one. Not so much over here. Especially when you consider that, okay, with the Abbasids you might play very eco-heavy, but it takes time to leverage that eco and turn it into army numbers. With the Ottomans, Divine had those military scores up for a long time, so by the time he got aggressed, he had a decent value out of them, and he was able to mass up a significant force. I feel like if Kazan wants to play aggressively here, he's going to have to hit that timing before the Abbasid player can leverage their eco advantage. At the same time, I could easily see Divine opening military school just to establish that early map presence and delay any kind of aggression coming his way.
This is really interesting from Kazza, actually. Miss Macro, by the way. He had way too much gold, not enough food, so I think he queued up extra villagers. But the interesting part to me, and it looks like actually we do have walls in this map, just to confirm. I think it's less walls for Rocky Canyon, but it does have some. The interesting part to me is the fact he only went double scout. He didn't go for triple, which most players would go triple here. But that's because, like, I'm wondering, was he confusing this with, like, Rocky Canyon, where there's less deer?
I would love to answer that question, but I just can't. It's always difficult to say, like, did a player confuse something with something? One thing is sure, Kazma's leaving 2 wolves behind here. And that's bad.
What?
He just left 2 wolves, and Divine is going to take both of them.
Yeah, but what's the difference in kill speed here? Watch Divine, watch Divine.
Like, it's actually 3.
Yeah, but, like, are you seeing the difference in what they both do? Has Kazma realized it now? Is he like face palming? Because I don't think he was animation canceling, which is like, you know, it's not banned because it's a hard thing to kind of monitor, so it is what it is. But like, I'm pretty sure Divine, yeah, so he does still get the wolf in the end. It turns out that he doesn't need to be efficient with his attacking, he just needs Divine to come and help him.
Now, there is a big difference between 1 scout and 2 scouts in this one. The 1 scout, you can actually calculate how much damage it does, but when you have 2 scouts, you can define if you do 2 arrows at a time or 1 arrow at a time. So you can basically arrange it such that you will be the one landing the final hit no matter what, and that's how Kazma was able to get that wolf away from the back of Divine.
Yeah, it's still a little bit surprising it wasn't a free scout opener, especially considering you want 1 scout darting down the center for the majority of sheep here. Can we check the final sheep haul? Because I think Divine never... Did he actually even bother to come back? He shouldn't, because he doesn't have a reason, right? Yeah, so 13 sheep. If we look on the other side, I imagine it's about like 12 for Kazma, maybe? Oh my god, dude, I gave him too much credit. That's 7 sheep.
Yeah,
all right.
I mean, his start wasn't spectacular. He was a little too late to the party when it comes to those wolves as well. Slow to get our sheep. He is going to work towards stone, though, so he is going to play multi-TC here. It's going to be interesting to see how aggressive he plays in this game, because in the previous one, he was more on the aggro side of things, and in general, his playstyle is very much focused around early game aggro. But here, he might just say, look, I'm going to be willing to play this TC race.
Oh, I don't know if you want to do that against Eco Wing, though. Like that.
I didn't say it's a good idea. I just said, look, this is what his mindset seems to be.
I got it, got it. It's your own choice in life, son. All right, if you wanna make poor choices, you're old enough to do it, Kaz. But I mean, if it's 2TC, maybe you can get away with it. I think 2TC fast cast was probably the best approach here, because if you're going 2TC, you're going to be too slow to stop Divine from getting the second TC drop, let alone the third. It's just gonna, like, the way this plays out, the way I'm gonna predict it is Divine DFP will drop 1 TC on the north side deer, and then the second one on the wood and gold to his south side, which will just secure everything, right? And Kaz's timing with knights after TCs won't block that. Wait, is this gonna be... Is he going for... Is that a drop on the berries? No.
Could be.
No, he's legit actually dropping on the gold.
Ooh.
What?
That's a little weird spot. Yeah, he cancels it.
Wait, is this fast cast? No, there's no way you do eco wing in a fast castle. It's kind of a weird TC for your secondary, because usually you see this type of TC play from Civs when they want to rush castle. You should be securing food if you're going free TC.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing I'm looking at too. So it means 2 things. First of all, whenever you place an extra TC, you always consider food as the primary option, because that's the resource that you deplete the fastest when it comes to the resource deposits available close to your starting TC. So when you place your second TC close to the gold, it kind of signals that you want to be heavy on gold. And the reason why you would do that is a cost ledge. But at the same time, again, Divine doesn't have a crazy amount of food income right now, and he's not going for a third TC. So this down center placement close to that gold is a little puzzling to me.
Yeah, and it's... Look, he stopped at 2. I'm really confused by Eco Wing here.
He also has 118 stone. It really makes me wonder if he wanted to go for 3 TCs and then he changed his mind.
But like, what would have triggered that change? If this, like, you see the second TC, you're fine just rushing TCs. The crazy part is if he just gone, like, if he's going to do this, melee wing makes more sense. If he went military wing, this TC can't happen for Casva. He gets idled out, right? The only reason I can think is that Divine is planning to farm boom in the back. So, like, that's why he wants Fertile Crescent. Which, I don't know if I'd call it optimal, but, like, sure, man, you're a game up. Turtling worked last time. Let's do it again.
He is super heavy on gold. That is a lot of gold miners for a player that wants to stay in Feudal Age. I feel like he must be thinking about cost ledge here at this point. Of course, he's going to be heavy on the eco upgrades as well. Double Broad Axe, mining upgrade coming in as well. But I'm just puzzled by this build so far. I think one of the things that could have triggered a change is that maybe he thought that 2TC semi-fast castle from Casva is going to beat him when he plays a 3TC build. So maybe he's cutting down on the TC count to try and match the cost ledge timing of his opponent. But even then, I feel like Casva's position is so much better here.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's like you want to hang around in Feudal necessarily, Divine, just to like highlight that, emphasize that. It's that he's planning to farm transition, which is definitely one way to play a Bastards. I mean, we saw it work for Kaiser Johan earlier today, but in fairness, that game was a free TC game, right? So, like, you got extra value there. But the way he's walled himself in, you remember how I said, like, Divine, he's so much of an evolved player now. He's playing a lot more aggressive. Well, this is him playing the opposite end. Admittedly, in that first game, he was turtling to a certain extent, but he was looking to fight. This game is raw, just, I want to be ready for late game. I want 30 farms, I want Castle Age, and you're going to have to try and stop me. And Kaz is not trying to stop him.
Honestly, against the Civilization other than the Rus, I would understand it. But against the Rus, I'm not a fan of it. The Rus get a massive lumberjacking bonus, so it's not like Casva's gonna lag behind that much in a farm transition. It also means that for Casva, it's not that big of a hassle to make a farm transition, so you get much less value out of an early transition yourself. And at the same time, if you forfeit all the map control and you just let Casva boom away with this, Casva's gonna have the Warrior Monks, and Casva's gonna be very well set up to secure most of the relics for late game.
Yeah, but then it turns into a gold versus food game. Like, despite the fact Rus have better, like, you know, food gathering rates connected to their bounty, Golden Age level 1 trumps that, unless you have tier 3. Then, the agriculture tech gives you an extra 15%. Like, I legit think Divine is just playing for mass farms. It's so weird.
I mean, I don't dispute that. I'm just saying that I feel like that's a little underwhelming when you play against the Rus.
Yeah, it is quite a funky strategy. Like, honestly, I feel like Divine is almost just stress testing the Abbasids with this build. Like, can I survive Rus being played by Casva, one of the most aggressive players? Find out on this episode of Make or Break.
Love the walls from Casva, by the way. He is playing a much safer game than what he did before. Hydrate House, walls coming in as well. And I feel like, despite the fact that he's going up with Hydrate House, there is going to be a very heavy emphasis put on Warrior Monks. Because right now, Divine's got absolutely nothing on the field that can prevent Casva from picking up relics.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some spears, so like, and he has walled 1 relic in, right? But like, yeah, he hasn't really got the biggest threat. Basically, if this is just a rush for relics, though, funnily enough, spears do just kind of work. And also, he can spam spears out if he wants to here. Remember, once you lock in that tech up, the difference, obviously you can't accelerate your tech up as the Abbasids, but where other civs have to use villagers to get that tech, you're just hands-free, right? Like, let the AI do it for you. All the villagers can go and do their manual jobs. So it's quite a nice element. It means when you arrive in castle compared to other civs, you tend to have a lot more economy.
Yeah, that's a great point. You have a bunch of resources banked up guaranteed, but especially for a setup like this, when you're potentially racing for relics, the fact that you cannot accelerate your cost ledge progress is actually pretty bad. And we're seeing Horse Archers coming from Casva. Very, very old school approach from Rose player. Of course,
Wait.
in the long run, this is a very bad unit to make against the Abyss. It's against Camel Riders, against Camel Archers, against Foot Archers. But it's a great early map control unit, something that can just pick off those spears. Remember, Casva doesn't know about the Gulam or the Camel Riders coming in, so he just needs something that escorts those Warrior Monks for the time being.
Well, one of the problems with going to Horse Archers here is, like, you know what the true counter to Horse Archers is? The wall! Dun, dun, dun! All of a sudden, this feels really bad.
Sure, but at the same time, Casva's gonna be like, okay, I can have 4 relics, I'm happy with that. I'm not a big fan of Casva investing into so many Horse Archers, though. Like, even if there wasn't a single wall for Divine, at this point, Divine is going to have some sort of a Camel unit. A Camel Rider, Camel Archers, or just Mass Foot Archers. All of these will be beating the Horse Archers. So Casva's going to need something other than a Horse Archer to play long game, I would say.
Well, the thing is, like, he ran right up to that wall, right? So Divine should have seen the Horse Archers. So realistically, you just build mangoes. Like, it sounds
You
really
say that, but he's
simplistic.
building crossbows.
Yeah, so he's prepping for knights, right? But like here you go. Now that's your confirmation. There's 8 Horse Archers attacking a wall. It's kind of a giveaway, right? So just put a mango. Interesting enough, by the way, Divine has now added in a third TC. So he's going to start outscaling on the eco. He legit is just playing turtle. Whoops.
I'm not gonna lie, I think this is a very funny mind game here between the two because neither of them has scouting info on the other. So they were just blind building units, anticipating a certain composition from the opponent, and they're just now realizing that, you know, one was making Horse Archers that doesn't really deal with camels, and then the other one is making crossbows when the opponent doesn't have a single heavy unit. So you should see a pivot away from both of those units very quickly.
Yeah, the thing I just don't like about this is, like, against a civ like Abbasids, they can just build siege, right? Like, they don't have to unlock a tech. They see you, they doing this. If they feel that threatened, they'll build a mangonel and they'll turtle. Like, right now, once again, it is literally Divine saying, me not come out, you come in. Sadly, Casva can't really come in very quickly.
Well, if he ever gets in, dealing with those Horse Archers will be a pain for Divine, though. He only has 2 Camel Riders, and he has a very slow-moving army otherwise. Of course, this is going to take forever for Casva to break in.
Soon.
But don't forget, Casva secured 4 relics, so it's a good start for him. And sure enough, Divine is pulling ahead with the eco. But by the time he really builds a meaningful eco lead, Casva's got to be more than happy with all the relics he has.
In fairness, though, his whole army is now counted by 2 outposts.
It is. It truly is.
And
Well, he's got
also-
some knights approaching, okay?
Oh my god, dude, this is like painful to watch. Divine's making another wall behind the wall. It's like,
We
if this is
kind
how
of
you wanna
touched on
spend
this
your
at the
time-
beginning of the game, that Divine could just play into the fact that Casva wants to play aggressive, and he could play the most defensive playstyle ever, and just wait until Casva loses his patience.
You remember I was like, oh yeah, Divine, he's evolved. I'm so proud of him. He's come a long way. I actually want to watch his games now. These are the games I don't want to watch.
I think Divine is one of the players that has the longest average game length in this game. I think the other one is
Maybe.
Magic, right?
Dude, you know what would be painful? I don't know if it can happen with the bracket. Oh wait, no. KJ went out, right? No, he killed Miss Much. I don't know how he's doing. I'm gonna tell you right now, if KJ and Divine DFP meet,
I don't
hope
think
you're-
they can.
Yeah, okay, that's good for us. Because I was gonna say, I hope you've got your sleeping bag, because we won't be going anywhere.
This is what we call trench warfare, folks. Now, let's look at the big picture, though. Casva's got 4 relics. He's going to have 2 sacred sites as well. To be fair, at this point, I wouldn't even mind him starting to add traders. It sounds crazy, but why not? If this is setting up for a long game, then you might as well start doing that, because it's not like your opponent is going to stop you from doing so.
Yeah, so the interesting thing that I'm actually now looking for is like whether this proxy siege is going to pay dividends. Like, it's actually a pretty interesting idea to get the siege out quick. Because I think, like, Casva, he has to understand the eco is now working against him. Like, it's weird because Divine doesn't have much of the map. He doesn't need much of the map. That's kind of the weird efficiency of the Abbasids. So he's looking to kind of like take a chunk away, right? Because then, if that happens, Divine kind of spirals into panic mode. He's like, oh crap, I don't actually have enough to get where I'm going. So I like that Kaz is still trying to be the aggro player, just not in an overly ambitious way.
Yeah, he's got 3 Sacred Sites. He doesn't need to attack now, but he might once again.
Mango's coming out, and Divine DFB has not built a Springald. Oh no. Well, I didn't expect to see this today. Casva is literally playing Release Age of Empires 4. Mass Horse Archers and Mangonels.
And now, I feel like he's going to be put to a test now. Is he diving? There is still a formidable army here for Divine. Or is he just going to leverage the 3 Sacred Sites he has? We had this question in the previous game. Let's see how it plays out in this one.
Wait, is he going to lose that Spring with the Horse Archers? Please, 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 please. Yes, yes, yes. No! Oh, dude, Mangonels are absurd right now.
Boyar's Fortitude on the way for Casba as well, so he's going to have a massive buff to the HP of this horseman. And you get the feeling that he learned something from the previous game. He's not overcommitting, and he's just going to say, look, you're confined into your base, and I have 3 Sacred Sites. The easiest one for Divine to decap would be the one on the far western side of the map. But I think what Kaz was waiting for is Divine to move out of his base. He moves to this one. Kaz is just going to dive with all the horsemen to wipe out the eco. And if he wants to fight in the middle, so be it. Kaz got multiple siege workshops around.
Yeah, and the problem now is Divine has to go for a hard reset because of the Springalds, but the problem is you're now a step behind in siege. So what does your opponent do? Adds in Springalds. The thing that worries me is like Divine doesn't have a cav element, so he can't try to backstab the siege. Kazvid does. It means A, he can dodge Mangonel shots easier, and B, if you're ever caught sleeping at the wheel, the Knights will run your backline through. Like, it's actually a very scary position to be in for Divine.
One thing that's, I guess, the silver lining is that Kaz stopped making Horse Archers. He's only queued up 2 Horse Archers, and he's queued up 13 Knights. On the opposing side, we have a lot of crossbows and a lot of spears. So Caswa is actually making a unit that Divine has an exceptionally good composition against.
I love that from Casva. Destroys the wall, runs away. He's like, see, I do have units going to destroy it. But the problem is, like, showing Knights like that might encourage Divine to double down on those spears now. In fact, he is queuing them up in quite a bundle. So it's kind of a little bit awkward at this stage. I mean, Casva, it's kind of predictable, right? Knights, Horse Archers. What else are you really going to build? Crossbows? Your opponent's already ahead on that. Men at Arms? Crossbows kill you. Build better. Even Spears is not a great matchup, because if you mass Spears, Phalanx beats you. So then we add in Boot Camp. You know, it's basically Siege or Broke for Roos. And right now,
Mango's about to pop out.
And what? Die? No, that's a Springald. Okay, trade coming in. Good start for Casva. Mango shot follow-up. Springald's trading out here. This is looking good. It's going to be his bleed through. Knights, they get to the backside. And Divine DFP has overextended. Crossbows stuck in range of the Mangoes. Casva gets the fight he needs the way he needs it.
Beautiful Mangonel shots from Divine, though. He wiped out most of the Horse Archers from Casva.
Wait, what? That's Spearman. That's Spearman right now. Oh my god, okay. He turns around just as that was almost a disaster. He's actually still losing out now. The Mangoes, they attacked a lone Spearman.
It's not just a lone Spearman, KP. It's the fact that now Casva's making Knights into Crossbows and Spearmen. And the Mangonels aren't doing enough to hold these guys back. Looks like Casva is going to hold his position thanks to the towers partially, but his army is just banged up. He's down to 9 military population.
But let's think about what the exchange difference was there. You killed a Spearman on one side, lost, I think, Mango, like close to 2 from this one Springald, and then also missed out on killing about 15 more crossbows. That is huge right there, considering that is the entirety of Divine DFP's army.
Yeah, you look at the destroyed value, the efficiency was there for Divine, 13,000 versus 9,000. But then again, the clock is ticking, and now Chasm fortified the middle. He's got multiple wooden fortresses. I feel like the only place that Divine has a realistic chance of decapping now is going to be the far left.
Oh man, you're right that timer remains, but that type of exchange is brutal. Casva once again going into Knights. No switch over into Horsemen, right, which would be maybe a bit cost efficient, but the issue for Casva, he's got all these relics, he's got these sacred sites, he has gold. What he doesn't have in abundance is food. And if he ever has to go for a full farm transition, it's going to kill him right now. So, like, this game feels like it's genuinely made or broken by that timer now. If you can get the 5 minutes, easy win. If it gets decapped once, I don't really see how you survive what Divine's going to be pumping. Like, how many farms is Divine up to? Probably like 20 plus at this stage?
Yeah,
definitely.
I have to agree. I think the composition is just underwhelming for Casva. but his position on the map is outstanding. So this is actually turning into a game where that Sacred Side victory condition isn't a bonus anymore for Casva, but it's more like a lifeline. He's going to fortify the left flank with a keep, but at the same time he's losing this position here in the middle. He has enough stone for a keep in a second though. I think he needs to be patient.
Oh,
This is the make or break for Casva. He needs a keep.
Wait, the
in
mangoes?
middle.
What? Just turn and fire! You thought that Springles counter mangoes? Not in our games. Oh, that was so close. Had Casva turned around straight away, that would have easily been 3 Springles down to like 1 hit. Instead, keeps him alive, Divine DFP. We'll look to go in for the trade. Does actually get 1 siege units. Casva, we should be getting that keep drop. Here we go. Now, the issue with Divine's comp, he can't really stop a keep being built unless he can hit the bio, right? He's got nothing to dent the buildings.
Yeah, and he doesn't even see the keep being built. He's actually distracted by these buildings on the front, and this is buying precious seconds for Casva to finish that keep.
Sees it now. You have to go for the fight. Casva rides out the Knights. That's going to force the defense. Divine DFP stands his ground. Mangoes slowly crawling in, but a little bit split from the engagement. Horse Archers get targeted down, but Boya's Fortitude makes the difference here. Springles now being targeted. Knights have wrapped around the backside. Trey's not too bad. 4 Springles left over. Only 1 for Casva, but the castle is up. Can he hold the Sacred Site, though? It feels like the type of situation where you just park Springles here. Casva, meanwhile, has to send in the villagers, and they are going to get butchered.
Oh my lord, the Sacred Site being decapped over here could be the make or break for Casva in this one. Divine is on a match point. Villagers need to be on the Sacred Side. They cannot chase those Springles. They need to hold the Sacred Side.
Wait for the
Looks
mangoes.
like they will dive though. They will all die, but the Sacred Side is still under the control of Casva.
Oh my god, Casva, if he got a little bit deeper, the amount of crossbows he would have killed there would have been the difference maker, but now Casva, behind by 25 eco units, he's pulling more to their death. He needs a
now
castle, he knows it.
It's gotta be an all-in now, KP.
Control shift there. You don't want to have to, and it feels like it's going to be GG, but either way it might be. Sprinkle count just too high. Mangonels are dealt with. Villagers running into their death
He
to
lost
try
the
and get rid
castle.
of the siege.
The trap took out the castle as it was being built, KP.
God. And the other castle's not going to be enough on its own. He's trying to hold it. 1 knight, a few horse archers. This is going to be tight. Springles still being chased. Villagers being massacred. This is a classic Casva. But I think it's over.
It is.
There's nothing to hold. There's no way. Casva, he gives us a nail-biting game number 2. But that is all he will deliver on a Saturday for us. Divine DFP will get the 2-0 victory.
Ah, so close yet so far for Casva. It seemed like everything was lining up for him. He even managed to finish the castle, but then things started falling apart. And really, Divine didn't waver. He saw the Sacred Site countdown ticking away, but he knew that he could just dive, stall out the countdown, and Casva had to sacrifice so much. Even if Casva maintains control over that Sacred Site for another minute, his eco was way too battered. He had to just go all in on that, and it just didn't work out. Casva falling to Divine 2-0. He's going to have to retry tomorrow, and you really got to credit Divine because I feel like he played very much into the biggest weakness of Casva, which is maybe an overly excessive level of aggression, especially game number 1, but even game number 2 as well. He was just trying to make Casva run out of his patience, really.
Yeah, I mean, that game was kind of crazy. I think there was a few pivotal moments where Casva, like, had he been a bit quicker to react, it actually might have broken Divine DFP. Most notable one was the double Mangonel pulling out and then not immediately turning to fire. Like, you're likely to lose them. Like, realistically, he was lucky that Divine DFP didn't instantly target them down. You need to see that as a gift horse and take it. But, you know, Casva distracted elsewhere, doing something else on the map, cost him dearly in that one. Crazy game number 2. I'd expect nothing less than Casva. Ultimate Turtle versus Ultimate Tiger there. But unfortunately, turns out Tony Tiger's not going to win this one. But we are going to see who's going to win themselves a ticket through to the main event, who's going to punch themselves a ticket here. Because I believe after the break, we're going to have one of our decider games. Funnily enough, Killjadi and Cat have found their way deep. Killjadi, a very hot player right now, ranked 3rd, I think it's now 4th. He got bumped off the post a little bit on the leaderboards in 1v1s. Cat also looking fierce when we've seen him in smaller tournaments at the moment. A hype series ahead of us, a best of 3, all that to come after a break. And, well, you're going to have to hang around for it. 3 or 4 minutes, then we're back for Killjadi versus Cat. We'll see you then. right, it's prime time for more games. And I said prime because I also want to remind people that you've probably got Prime subs you need to be using on this channel. Amazon Prime equal free sub. Give it to EGC so you don't have to worry about ads throughout this entire viewing experience. And if you aren't able to have a free sub to give, my advice is to take advantage of a VPN service so that you can dodge those ads by pretending that you're in the Bermuda Triangle. Just put !Surfshark in the chat and we'll get you 3 months added on for free. All right. With that
We are
done,
heading
though,
into a best-of-5 decider here, KP, unlike, what the overlay says. That is going to be a best-of-5, as you see. 2 home maps picked by each of these players. Killjardy versus Cat. No major surprise, I would say, in this part of the bracket. 2 players that you kind of expect to get there in the end. In fact, I would not be shocked if both of these players made it in by the end of this weekend. But one of these 2 players will punch their ticket into the main event today. The other one is going to have to retry tomorrow. We're going to kick off this set on Gorge with a Delhi versus Japanese matchup. But KP, there is something that's even more so intriguing for me. That's the fact that Killjardy has picked one of our brand new maps, Bridges, as his home map.
I'm excited for it. We'll talk about it if we get to it. It has some very interesting creative choices. Actually, 2/5 of the maps in rotation are creations of Avli. I think that says everything. Maybe, I don't know, I'm just going to spitball out there. Relic, maybe hire this man. He clearly has some good ideas. That's all I'm going to say. But I believe the series is ready to get underway. So let's not waste any time. We can dissect it when we get in. We got potentially 5 games ahead of us, and I know people want to be spoiled with additional Age of Empires today. We kick off this best-of-5 decider series between Killjardy and Cat, and we do so on Gorge.
Japanese, not a civilization that you very commonly see on this map. So Cat definitely looking to make things interesting in here. Killjardy, a much more conventional civilization here for Gorge. Of course, sacred sites spawning fairly close to each other, fairly well defendable, I would say. You kind of touched on this in the previous set because you can build a wall in the middle and just kind of section off the map such that you have a good control over the sacred sites. I'm actually curious how the Japanese player is going to approach this, though, because the problem with the Japanese, I feel, is that they are a little slow to come online. They really start coming, they get their punching power once they get to late feudal, early castle.
Yeah.
And by the time you get there, the Delhi is going to leverage all that map control.
Do you want to tell me what you do? Do you want me to tell you rather what Japanese do in this matchup? They win. They have a 68% win rate against Delhi. Delhi players right now are scrambling to find a solution to this. Japanese are looking hot, actually. It's a newly discovered thing, right? Like, obviously going to this Delhi, it's like, oh, who can stop the Delhi? You know, like today when it's like, there's a few civs that eyebrows has them on lock. This is one of them. Japanese builds are quite frustrating. Even the fast castle build comes in too quick that you're able to contest the Delhi. And if it turns into a full feudal warfare, we've been seeing some very creative builds involving Mass Onabagisha and Mass Horseman with the Daimyo buff that actually slaps the Delhi out of the game. So Killjardy's fully aware of this. Killjardy's actually one of the players that has been experimenting quite a bit, actually. He's even been doing some attempts at fast castle type builds with Dome of Faith. So don't be shocked or surprised if you don't see a Tower Victory this game.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you bring up, indeed, because we always kind of touch on this fact that, win rates are great, but obviously sample size is somewhat limited, especially when you look at high-level games, and you always have to consider what maps those games have been played on. But indeed, there are ways that the Japanese can win this. I just feel like the problem that they face here, early on at least, is that the Delhi is the one civilization that comes online a little quicker. Kura Storehouse, love that landmark. It's got to be a nice and safe position, tucked away at the back as well. And, of course, with the Kura Storehouse, you do get something that's fairly unique amongst most civilizations for this map. Free farming on a map that doesn't have a lot of safe food to work with.
And on top of that, because of the way you plop it, you also get a free lumber camp. So it saves you 50 wood in the early game. Sounds like a nitpicky detail, but actually makes quite a big difference. Also saves you the extra idle time of building it up. And also the location you set it in means that all the farms that are spawned here will be protected. Long term in this game, he's going to miss out on a few farms, right? But ultimately, they are all going to be safe, and that's going to be very frustrating for Killjardy because you need to kind of chip away. Another thing that's quite awkward is that if you look, Cat got a decent spawn for gold gathering. It's retracted behind a tree line. You could basically just wall this in, which would shut down any Ghazi Raid players early on. especially considering that that's the way the Delhi always open up, right? They might try to fill up archers, but the delay could be a little bit too much in this game.
Yeah, I feel like one of the big things here with that Kura storehouse is, as you said, you miss out on a couple of farms with how it's positioned right next to the TC. But if the game goes long, it doesn't matter. And more importantly, this matchup is probably not going to be decided 30-minute plus onwards. This is going to be a matchup where either of these players will likely secure a win by minute 25.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is it could be even sooner because obviously the way the Delhi play, but also the way Cat plays. I've watched a few of his games. Surprisingly aggressive player. Like Cat has found a new kind of path. It's interesting as well, actually, because his story of the expansion became quite grim, Lidicor. Cat kicked off his ranked experience this season by losing all 10 games and ranking gold. He climbed his way all the way out of the gutter, eventually to get back up to the tippity top, where he belongs. Because what I've been seeing in the last few competitive series and a few different tournaments from him has been really impressive.
Yeah, he is a member of the 3D clan, which is, I guess, one of the more prominent clans when you look at competitive AoE 4. Of course, the star player of the team B, but also Garneth we've seen a lot. Cat is there as well. So a lot of talented players in this top 20 that will be very much competitive in this tournament.
Yeah, and I feel like he's been the one that's maybe, I don't know, maybe it's like the inactivity or whatever, but kind of felt like he done himself a disservice and people done him a disservice, and that everyone looks at B and everyone looks at Garneth, aka Mikos, but also a lot of people are now looking at Anatan. Feels like Cat usually is, you know, the cool guy behind the scenes doing a lot of cool things but not getting enough recognition. I think this is a prime opportunity to flex why he's so talented, considering he's up against one of the players that I've pegged as one of my breakout stars of 2024. Killjadi has looked phenomenal. I mean, this guy, similar to Cat's recent experience, long-term Killjadi had kind of a memeful origin. This is a guy that was known to be a one-pump jump who went for a Dark Age Rax opening and always played the English, right? He has flourished as a player in the last year. I'm glad to see the Finns getting some representation, because ever since Sarah went back to StarCraft, I've been feeling a little bit light there.
Yeah, to be honest, Killjadi is probably one of the biggest rising stars of the game right now. That has been the case for quite some tournaments now, so you're actually kind of waiting some bigger results from him, but he has flashed some impressive talent every once in a while. And in a league format like we're going to have for Elite Classic 2, he could actually thrive.
And this is exactly what I expected, Am. Do you want to know why he's got kill in the name? Because it's all he thinks about doing in the game. An outpost rush as the Delhi, and also a hit under the berry line. The Cat was slow to react to.
Yeah, I almost feel like that tower placement was just a diversion. Good job by Cat to save all but one of the villagers, but as many of those villas have been beaten up, these Ghazi Raiders are starting to find some value for themselves. And Cat, he's struggling.
Yeah, that not just because that pony died, the villager died as well. So what was meant to be a good trade there actually wasn't. It was a one-for-one trade, and this is problematic. Right now, you're seeing horsemen spammed against Ghazi. You're tempted to say, great for the Delhi, right? No.
Nope.
What happens here is a gradual daimyo, and then once Uma Bannerman come out, those horsemen are more efficient traders than the Delhi, especially when you also add in the fact that you can get double melee attack upgrades on the Japanese.
Now, one thing you need to consider is that for you to get that Bannerman out, you need the TC upgrade, which requires stone. And I feel like stone collection stalled out here for Cat, which is kind of eliminating that option for him to start bringing in that Uma Bannerman.
Yeah, so like for now, it's only going to be Horseman because he's got too much food. He can work on the gold. The interesting thing is he's probably used some of the stone that he already gathered to get the arrow slits. That's a really nice play. That's why Japanese fast castles are so efficient. But remember, over time, he will eventually get those daimyos, courtesy of the fact that when you drop off gold, you get 20% of it as stone as well.
I'm starting to feel like we're looking at a semi-fast castle here for Cat. He's floating a lot of gold. He is struggling for food, though, and this is a bit of a problem. He pretty much has the gold he needs for Castle Age, but he isn't really able to get more food, or I should say, he isn't able to get it quicker than he is doing right now. He has all the farms occupied, and he has no other means of obtaining food. So he's kind of being bottlenecked right now in terms of the resources for Castle Age by not having a lot more food available.
Oh, that's a sick snipe, though. Horseman, find the scholar. Wow. Okay, so this is actually a really big deal. Killjadi doesn't want to have to go across on the gold. He has one more shot at taking a sacred site. And these horsemen could just catch him again. So what's annoying is Killjadi wants to be shutting down the eco with these raiders. Now he's just going to have to mirror the horsemen.
Yes, and when your opponent is fast castling, you don't want to be the one playing reactionary.
It's kind of what he has to do, though, right? Like, you know, he's adding his Spearman, he's setting up the walls, he couldn't even get them up quick enough. At least one Sacred Site's locked in, but the reality of this game right now is Cat is about to pull the trigger. He's already got the Stables down. If he just spams Mountain Samurai, as long as he's got enough food to work with, Killjadi's in trouble because Ghazi Raiders don't handle Mountain Samurai well. Spearmen don't, actually, funnily enough. The broken thing about Mountain Samurai is the deflective armor offsets the initial hit from a Spearman. And then, all of a sudden, you're a mere feudal Spearman versus a Castle Age Knight.
Yeah, the problem there is that, obviously, once the Knight starts engaging the Spearman dies fairly quickly. So even just taking out the first hit from the Spearman just makes it so much better for these Mounted Samurai to fight this. Floating Gate on the way for Cat also means that he's going to have a Yorishiro to play around with to boost his production.
Yeah.
And on the other side, I'm not a big fan of what I'm seeing. It's going to be a mix of units. Killjadi spending resources on archers when the opponent has absolutely no infantry that he needs to take out.
And look at the freebies as well. No textiles here. Killjadi, quick to react, but still loses the villager for it. Tech up now complete. Entire age behind. And look at this. We're getting a switch up. Cat, he had the stables. That's going to be a Rax Yorishiro drop, so he's going to be pumping into the Samurai. Wait, is it did he drop the Yorishiro in a farmhouse? Or the Forge?
I didn't see it.
We'll go north. It's north. It must be north.
Yeah, it must be the stable.
No, there's no. You see a sign above it. There's like. Wait, what? Did he walk out with the Shinto? Nani?
Interesting.
No.
He's still holding it. He's still holding
it.
He didn't
Oh, dude, that's so griefing. He rallied it onto the racks, but it was a misclick. Oh man, that's actually a big deal because that's like that might not seem like 15, 20 seconds, but keep in mind that triples the production speed of that rack. So big whiff there.
Oh, that's a big one because time is of the essence here. His opponent has 3 Sacred Sites, so Killjadi is now looking to get up to Castle Age. So missing out on all that production is actually taking out a lot of momentum from Cat, and he is making Foot Samurai, which is not going to be great against that many Ghazi Raiders. And he has a finite amount of time to capitalize on this Castle Age because now Killjadi is looking to age up himself.
Killjadi, I mean, if he tries to rush an age up now, I actually think he kind of flatlines a little. The Samurai count is going to boost. The problem is the Kura Storehouse makes this feasible. Like, this is why Kura Storehouse is like S tier. It just allows this where otherwise you wouldn't be able to. Like, even this idea of diving into Ghazi here, if the Samurai were hanging around, it'd be a bad fight. Looks like the Mountain Samurai is going to try to slow things down. I actually love that from Cat. The body blocks, and that forces the re-rally, which buys time for the villagers to move away. Cat might even consider going for Fudosashi, the level 3 wheelbarrow, because at that stage, it means even these Ghazi will never be quick enough to pinch the villagers.
And the significance of this wall is just now being showcased over here. This is buying very, very precious seconds here for Killjadi. Eventually, the wall gets broken through, and the Sacred Site is going to be decapped. But Killjadi is buying himself a lot of time over here. Some horsemen looping around, trying to hit the eco. Villager count is neck and neck. You do have a decent amount of gold income from the Sacred Sites, though, for Killjadi, but he's still stuck in Feudal Age. He's low on food. He needs some more food to get up to Castle. It's going to be difficult to get when all his berry villagers are being harassed like that.
Yeah, no textiles either, right? So another loss there. That's now 4 worker kills in total. Cat now with a 3 eco lead. It's going to actually matter quite a lot, considering that Killjadi is going to have to get something quality out to deal with these samurai. His current existing army is not going to be good enough. Scholar's going to be chased down. Samurai may be slow, but they are impenetrable right now. Look at this. 1 Mountain Samurai versus 8 Ghazi. He's buying critical time, and funnily enough, he's not trading out terribly, right? As long as he just continues to hit, he should be taking 1 Ghazi with him. The TC is assisting.
Yeah, these are fights that Killjadi doesn't want to take, but he kind of needs to.
Exactly.
He actually does a decent job taking out a lot of these valuable samurais, so destroy value is still neck and neck, but Killjadi has to sacrifice a lot of troops to do this, so he's once again suffering from setbacks when it comes to his Castle Age timing.
Yeah, but this was better than it should have been. Cat went in without Odachi, so he didn't have the +4, and he basically was fighting infantry that entire time. Like, you need Odachi here because Killjadi's entire strat revolves around using spears to tank so his Ghazi live, right? Because his Ghazi attack better than spears. The way you counter that is by getting +4 damage against the tank, right? You just melt them quick enough. And that's extra damage gone, that's the tank removed, and then you hit the premium unit. But that felt like a bit of a slip-up. Cat, he's finally queued it up. He's got melee tech level 2 coming in. Daimyo upgrade is now through, so we will be seeing Bannerman. This is the power spike of the Japanese. Huge DPS increases. Unfortunately, on the other side, Kiljardi already on his way up, and this is an interesting choice. House of Learning into Samurai.
Interesting idea here. I think what matters the most here for Kiljardi is that he can match the Castle Age at this point. So now he's going to have the option to at least mix in a couple of crossbows, something that deals with the Samurai. But let's not forget, it takes a long time to get those Castle Age upgrades in for these daily troops. So there is still going to be a nice window here for Cat to exploit.
Yeah, and he's got the level 2 ranged armor coming as well. So these archers are going to tickle. CC's going to tickle. Homeblade's just got queued up. But like, I'm still a little bit perplexed by this choice. It makes sense for Lancers, but you could never go men-at-arms, right? Like, you're still trading poorly against Japanese because they get +4 versus with Odachi, and then they get an extra melee tech. It's like a little bit of a wonky choice. We'll see if it pays off. And the other issue as well is you're not scaling your eco, right? Raids coming in. Villagers are going to shift away. However, wait, what? Oh, no, the Seek Shelter.
Bye.
All on the corner.
Oh,
That'll
nice
be a freebie.
counterattack.
Nice,
That's a
Deli
beautiful
Samurai.
counterattack with a Samurai, though. Cat, for a moment, had every single one of his villagers idle, by the way. I don't know what he did. Might have misclicked them, but
I think he's dead.
it's so chaotic. Both players suffering from a lot of idle time, but
look at
Cat's
his
numbers
eco.
are shrinking.
Yeah, look at his eco. Like, he can't get more army right now. Like, it looks stupid, like, oh my god, he's going to lose all the Delhi units. Like, he wants to lose them. This is about as good as it gets for a trade. This is the poor man army, right? It's all the feudal units. He wants to get heavily armored units. So what is he doing? Sending them in, trying to kill Eco. But actually, on the flip side, Cat!
Yeah!
Oh my god!
And Cat is killing Vills. Kiljardi wasn't able to. He was idling them, but he wasn't killing them. And when you look at the Vill count overall, it is Kiljardi who suffered worst.
I can't believe that.
Crazy idle time on both sides, but when you look at the overall numbers, it's looking a lot better for for Cat actually.
Wait, can we textiles check, right? Because I'm a stickler for this. Cat has textiles, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my god, dude. If you ever needed an example of why textiles is worth it, the guy who has to pay for it got it. Look at the difference.
I had that creeping suspicion as we were watching this unfold. That Kiljardi just got picked off way too quickly, whereas for Cat, he was facing feudalized units, as you kind of touched on that, spearmen, archers, and especially because they weren't focus firing, they damaged a lot of villas, but they really failed to kill many. Now, silver lining here for Kiljardi is that he's coming in with the relics, so he's going to start offsetting that eco difference, but this is still a big punch in the gut at this point for him.
Yeah, and it's crazy, right? Like, Kiljardi was slow to pull those villagers away that were being massacred literally next to a TC. What makes it sadder is if he just made the logical choice, accepted he needed textiles in this game after the early horseman raids, probably would have lost maybe half that. I think it would have actually been less, right? Because the samurai don't get a duchy bonus against villagers, only against infantry. Would have given you more time to react, but got to give so much credit to Cat. Distracting with that dive where he's idling himself out. The weird little raid attempt on the wall on the south side, that's another alert ping for Kiljardi. Like, the goal for Cat was literally just go everywhere, make sure that Kiljardi couldn't catch all the alert pings, and punish him for it. What sick
So
play.
when the dust settles, Cat possesses a 10 eco lead, most of that coming from the eco kill differential. But you did have quite a few sacred sites for Kiljardi for a while. He actually managed to reroll most of the map, and now he's capping the sacred sites. He's got some relics as well, and he's the one with the highly mobile units, the Lancers, which can start picking away at the enemy eco.
Yeah, meanwhile, Cat, although it's a fantastic hold, although he got some fantastic trades, worst possible time for this. Raids come in when he's trying to move out onto the berries and the boar. He didn't get the walls up quick enough. This is a smart play by Kiljardi, and this was maybe one of my concerns around the samurai timing. When you open samurai like this, you have to go in and do something permanent. He did get some eco kills, but it's not like, for example, there was a second TC he slayed. Instead, now you have this situation where you've got a slow, clunky unit, and Kiljardi has Cav. So he has the ability to now go out into pocket resources, and Cat's at a point in the game where for this comp to work, you need farms.
There is more to this. All three of the sacred sites are on Kiljardi's side of the wall. So, as much as 10 minutes is a long time, even if it's not about the actual sacred site win condition, there's going to be a lot of gold income from Kiljardi that's going to be difficult for Cat to contest.
The other issue I have is, like, farm check. I don't think he's added in a single farm so far, right? Okay, he's added in a few. So, yeah, but the reality, this kind of sad thing, this Kura storehouse with the way he placed the stables and the lack of wood chopping adequately, like, basically, he's added in the farms he would have got for free otherwise. Not a great economy.
Yeah, definitely. Especially considering that Killjordi isn't really playing aggressive now, so it's not like he really needs those farms to be close to the TC. In the very long run, you could actually argue that you could just delete the stable and get those farms back. But yeah, he didn't get much of a value from that Kura storehouse. There was some value, but not as much as you would hope from it.
I do like this Ona Bagisha punt, though. It's kind of funny, because when you spam them like this, they can even cut lances down. But it's more about running past the men-at-arms, catching the crossbow transition, and also still having an active raider. Funnily enough, he can actually kill these. He's got, what, level 3 melee tech, if I'm not mistaken? And in this count, dude, you'll shred through them like a paper. Okay, it's only level 2, but still, if he times this right, he'll pinch them before they can move away. Here we go, looks for the body blocks, and Killjordi! That was so close!
That was by design, folks. He pulled all of them together on one side, and then just turned around. He's waiting for the crossbows to arrive. Crossbows that would just absolutely annihilate all of the samurai. And of course, Onabugisha are fragile, so knights can actually dispatch them fairly quickly.
Yeah, it's critical that you get the charge. One thing that's going to be really nice with this Lancer choice by Killjordi is, remember, he went House of Learning. He's got the +3 damage. This is how you find value. Men-at-Arms doesn't make sense. I feel like that one is queued as a mistake. Because if you build Men-at-Arms, Samurai just beat you there, right? You get +3 damage, they get +4. But Lancers is just a pure +3. And I can tell you from experience of watching, I want to say at this point, more Japanese games than anyone else. You don't build spears before Imperial Age. It's just unheard of. It doesn't feel right. Nagayari makes it decent. Anything before, you always should look at Onabugisha and say, this feels better.
That's a lot of infantry, though. Killjordi's got quite a few knights, quite a few crossbows as well. But he needs to make sure that those crossbows never meet the Onabugisha. He needs that front line of the knights. He's got some scholars as well for combat healing, but it looks like we might be approaching a decisive fight here.
Lancers, they need to cycle charge this, but it's awkward because Onabugisha is so fast. Bannermanora is actually doing a lot of work to keep Cat in this. Killjordi with the start step back has to reset. Crossbows are going to start getting sacrificed, though. And even with the home blades, I'm starting to doubt that Killjordi is going to be able to survive this long enough.
Samurai are disappearing slow and steady, though, and a lot of these troops are banked up for Cat. He does have double the army count, though, so as you said, it might just be quantity over quality at this point.
They're not all here, though, is the issue, right?
Yep.
The one mistake that Killjordi is making, he keeps leaving the crossbows around a little bit too long. This is the commitment I was looking for. Just go in. He was trying to get Q and peel back the Lancers so the injured ones went to the back of the formation. You just have to accept this for what it is. A spade is a spade. This wave is not going to kill him. It's the next wave I'm worried about. Playing against the Japanese is like dropping yourself in the middle of a zombie apocalypse.
A lot of those Lancers are extremely heavily battered. That's why he pulled all of them back. He wanted to avoid the losses. He does lose the Sacred Site, and there is still a breach on his walls. So, first and foremost, victory condition cancelled for the time being. But more importantly, what Killjordi needs is time. He needs to heal these Lancers back up. And he's starting to lose villagers.
The body blocks, he tries to pinch him off there, a few villagers going down, and the eco leader's building Cat. I wondered if he'd have enough food to pull this off, but the berries, the boars, and no doubt more farms now added in is ticking every box for him. And Killjordi, the other issue is this comp is too slow. Lancers with home blades, in theory, seem so smart until you hover over how long they take to produce.
It's also the crossbows. It's a pricey unit that struggles against the Onabugisha. Sure enough, it's good against the knights, but you just don't take prolonged fights where they are good against the samurai, beg your pardon.
Yeah.
But prolonged fights aren't really a thing here, so by the time they start picking those off, the Onabugisha are just done butchering the knights.
And this mango spam is dangerous. If the mango gets touched at all, Onabugisha shred these things. Remember, mangoes have a lot of ranged armor, no melee armor. These units are like melee Gatling guns, attacking every 0.875 seconds. Base damage might not look cool, but the damage output is what's insane.
Yeah, the raw DPS of those units is actually impressive. And they're not a super expensive units either, so Cat can afford to mass produce them. He's got 37 of them on the field.
Dude, Cat is, he's doing the sinful thing we talked about. Japanese players rarely ever feel good about it, but he's actually found the game. It's spamming on Onabugisha. The crossbows are going to do nothing. The lancers are going to do nothing. What makes this sicker, by the way, is with the update to formation, Spearmen are always put ahead of Onagigisha in formation. So it means you're not going to take the losses that need to occur for Killjoy to stand a chance here. Backstab coming in. Mangonels are going to make their stand. And Cat will have to back away, but still, he has the comp. He has what he needs.
Beautiful defense here by Killjoy, though, and as long as those Mangonels are standing, he's going to be in a good spot. And look at this. Lancers chasing down the stragglers here. Suddenly, army numbers are equalizing. And the Spearmen are all gone. Now, food eco, as Wodka is pointing out, is absolutely horrendous for Killjoy, but he lives to see another day, and I think that's what matters for him right now.
Well, this is peculiar as well. Cat went back to Samurai. He spammed out like a wave of Spearmen and almost like hash debated and has gone back for Samurai. I think that's because he's seeing the lack of food access, and he's like, there's only this many Lancers, you can't get more, right? Like, it's kind of a smart play, but I think that gap in non-stop push kind of stung him a little bit. It's also probably because he has too much gold. Like, you're seeing this constantly, right? Like, food is the thing running out. This is going to be a big booster, though. Daimyo level 2 is on the way. That's a 25% gathering speed buff to all the farms in radius. And also, dude, that might only be 200 Bagisha, but with how fast they slap, that could be a heavy hit to Killjoy's eco.
Killjoy does finish the keep in the middle, though. Critical point, especially because he needs those sacred sites, though. He has 0 sacred site control right now, and his keep is going to help solidify his control over the middle part of the map. Still, his access to food is horrendous, and he is going to have to make a farm transition, something that Cat has already done.
And also remember, this is not Compounded Defender. So that castle isn't a TC. We're not seeing an eco escalation out for Killjoy. He's 1 TC. He hasn't even queued up the fortresses, right? So that's awkward. On top of that, Cat's made it even more ugly for him. Because you want to know why Cat slowed down? He went for a second TC. Okay, hear me out. This is like, even though there's no anti-siege, it is on the way. Even without anti-siege, this feels like the worst type of civ to try and charge in. Like, I can't think of any other civ that could not have cavalry, not have anti-siege, and yet I still not advise going towards them with mangonels. Like, Ona Bagisha are so fast. See if he does it right.
Setting up over here. I feel like Killjoy feels like he needs to make something happen. And he doesn't want to play a long game where he builds up farms. This is going to be a now or never for him, I feel. But seeing the infantry, he's just going to pull back.
This is bad. Ona Bagisha, they were only moving slow because of abandonment, and now they break out. Mangoes go down. Killjoy, he'll make his stand here. But what happens next is what has me most worried. Crossbows are easily going to be reached by the Ona Bagisha. Night count looking way too small. The siege goes down, and that was the one hope for Killjoy.
I don't know, KP. I kind of question this dive in here. I understand why he did it. He felt like he has no future in this game here with no farming and that battered eco. But at the same time, this felt like a desperate effort that was just doomed from the beginning. The moment the mangonels were gone, this was just a dead effort. And now I feel like there's no chance for recovery here for Killjoy.
These ladies are slicing them up like they're sushi. Tastes like chicken. I mean, it's kind of worrisome right now, right? Like, Killjoy just still doesn't have the solution to this. He went for House of Learning. He hasn't got the eco escalation. He hasn't got the cheaper keeps. Where do you go? Right? I feel like, to your point there, the approach here is set up some walls, go slowly. Just take it step by step, one in front of the other. But I think what got in his head is he realized, I'm 1 TC. This is Japanese. I know how ludicrous their food income can be. I've played it enough myself. I think he kind of lost his bottle at that factor. I think he rushed to gun this down. Because, you know, if you can't get a clean end in the next 5 minutes, that little word Imperial whispers in your ear, and you're playing Pele.
Yeah, it was a difficult position for Killjoy from the beginning, but now it's just completely catastrophic. He doesn't have the army count. He had to cancel this keep on this Sacred Site. Sacred Site is gonna get decapped as well, and Cat has breached the walls. He is marching towards the enemy eco. And you look at that army from Killjoy, it's nothing special. 4 Lancers, 9 crossbows. Definitely not an intimidating army.
Might be it, Lidico. The deer. He's gonna find him. Tao's gonna see it early, but oh dear indeed. Well, I can tell you that these lads have not been a bore, that's for sure. But this might be the final strike to lock in game 1. Cat chasing Killjardy out of position, corral him like he's sheep to the sheepdog. Only these are a pack of wolves ready to munch down. No gate to run through here, nowhere to go, and that is all of Killjardy's food eco about to get pinched.
Things went from bad to worse here. All the villagers gone, and with that, Killjardy's chances in game number 1 as well. Cat coming off strong with the Japanese. You kind of touched on this at the beginning. Great win rate against Delhi, and I think Cat has shown us why.
Exactly, right? It's the fact that even if it's all in feudal, they have solutions. Like, he went for the castle build on a slight delay, but you can actually play full feudal against Delhi, no beams. You will still break them. This is like the one way Killjardy can maybe hold. I like the idea around the walls. He understood what was coming. Oh, Mass Onabagisha is always the way. But unfortunately, he still found a way to break through it all. Cat gets in on the siege once more. Mangoes go down, and surely that has to be it. Behind this, Killjardy doesn't really have the type of economy that can compete anymore. Cat, a fantastic game opening this up. Killjardy was definitely looking like the favored player based on statistics, based on ranking, but Cat says no.
What a game, KP. Very much back and forth, and there were moments where it felt like Killjardy is going to be in a great spot. But then things fell apart, and, you know, to a certain extent, you look back at that one window where both sides had a crippled economy, but obviously, Texto was making a big difference between the two, just at the 15-minute mark, where both players actually got banked up very badly. But Killjardy, he lost a lot more eco than Cat did, partially because of that Texto's upgrade that Cat had.
I was ready to call it there. When I saw that dive by the Dell and the Japanese, I was like, hold on a second, this looks to be it. But then you watch the eco numbers on both sides go down. Then you watched how the health bars just weren't moving. It's crazy how little damage the guys were doing there, but it's the Cat's credit. Like, it's crazy how many times we've watched players just not get textiles and regret it. And the crazy part is that I think, for me, Killjardy had the warning signs on the wall very early on with those little horseman raids coming in. It's like, okay, I'm up against a player who's not just going to sit back. He's not going to play standard. He's going to try to do something. It's worth getting textiles. It's worth sacrificing a villager there just to ensure that you don't have to panic. Unfortunately, once the panic set in, Cat was like a dog with a bone, weirdly enough there. Would not let go. Gets the opening game and gets us ready for game number 2. We've got an Abbasid versus Marlian matchup. You know, Abbasid's looking a bit trash, but I don't necessarily mind their chances here. But I think they have to find a way of being aggressive. Otherwise, Cat might just remind us how broken Marlians are in competitive.
I feel like the issue that Killjardy is facing over here is that ordinary Abbasid gameplay isn't going to win you this game.
Yeah.
You don't want to sit back and focus on the eco, because if you do that, so will the Malians, and the Malians will just eat you alive in Castle Age.
Mm-hmm.
So Killjardy will need to play a very unorthodox game over here, and I'm a little concerned about that, to be honest. As a side note, Killjardy opted to play one of his opponent's home maps over here, Dry Arabia, going into game number 2, as we'll be taking a look at a Malians versus Abbasids game. KP, I think it's time, and this is a good setup for Cat, I feel.
Exactly that. Like, Cat, he's got to be feeling confident after the first game. Marlian's in his hands, a strong Civ. I'd say like top 6 at least. I say in most people's rankings. Other side of it, Killjardy, his Civ's a bit of a question mark. Historically, up against the Marlians, they do fare reasonably well, but has to be said, Abbasids have been looking more bad than good at the moment. Hopefully, Killjardy can solve that. If there's any player that can provide the level of aggression required to shut down Cat, it would be Killjardy. We saw him attempt it in game 1, but fantastic counteroffensive by Cat. But one thing that you always have to keep your eye on, no matter what Civ's in his hand, Killjardy is not a player that is willing to just sit back and chill.
Oh, certainly. It's just, the big question is what you do with the Abbasids to be aggressive. It's probably one of the most challenging civilizations to be aggressive with long term. Sure enough, you can open a military wing, get some spearmen, get some archers on the board. But Abbasids are just not known for being a civilization that can sustain a lot of early game aggression.
I think this is one of the matchups where I actually like Eco Wing. Because, like, if you go Melee Wing, you're forcing them to build a Javelin, and they're kind of okay with that, right? And one Javelin can just kill off the 4 units, so it's kind of like, eh. He built a building that he probably was okay with building anyways, the Marlians. But if you go Eco Wings, like, typically Marlian players are greedy son of a guns. They don't tend to just open with units and run out onto the battlefield, right? They kind of chill a little bit more. It's all about scout timings, though. Like, Kiljadi, if he can read this right so that the Malian scout is on the other side of the map when he's teching up, he actually might get the type of advantage that stops any sort of blocker. But it really comes down to where the rotations are happening. And the reason I highlight that is even though Cat's a very talented player who'll know the timings, I always find these berry sieves throw you off in that regard. And you can see why. Like, he's literally covered 2/3 of the map on his rotation initially before going back.
You know, I'm deep into thinking when it comes to how an Abbasid player could play this aggressive. I think if you open Horseman, you can start torching down pit mines, and oftentimes that forces the Malian player to invest into army a little sooner than what they would want to. In our case, that would be Dunzos. And I think that's probably the best way for Kiljadi to open this. He is opening Military Wing, but I don't think that 2 Spearmen and 2 Archers will be enough. 2 Javelin Throwers will be more than enough to clean that up.
Yeah, like, my thought is, instead of trying to, like, aggro, you just go greed. But, you know, Kiljadi is doing that military wing approach here. Looking at the golds, I guess that actually gives some inspiration for it as well. Cat only has 1 safe gold. This spawn's kind of split. And if you just take a look north, you can actually see that secondary gold and third are really far away. So that's usually a negative because it means, like, for example, at Bassids, one of the popular plays for a full feudal is to go mass horseman. So you play like mass horseman spears or mass horseman archers. You can try and cut between these, and it strips the Malians of one of their strongest points, which is using their buildings to defend.
It could be an option. For now, it's going to be Mansa Quarry on the side of Cat. No surprise on that front. One thing I'm looking at here, KP, is that probably the most legitimate secondary pit mine for Cat is going to be the one that's tucked away behind this wood line, the one that Kiljadi is just now passing. The other alternative is just so open in the middle of the map that it's near impossible to defend.
Yeah, it's actually just a death sentence if you try to play for that. It's kind of wild, actually, how split those look. Like, I think that goal behind the trees is meant to be a bit close to the base, but the tree lines pushed him away. Like, typically, you don't get 3 tree lines like this. You get another one on the opposite side of your base, right? But I've been noticing more frequently with Dry Arabia, especially at the moment, you get these very kind of out there spawns, I want to say, where it does leave you a bit more exposed. Like, you can even see it for Kiljadi. The south side of his base is a barren wasteland.
Through that, there's just not much over there. Now, Spearman Archers heading around. Looks like just from the angle of approach, they weren't heading towards the gold mine up until now. They probably will be contesting that. The scout of Cat is just now passing the School of Learning, or House of Learning. He sees the military wing, so he knows that there is a group of spearmen and archers heading his way. So I would expect him to drop a range and start getting some javelin throwers out. He also spots a stone mine, so now he knows that Kiljadi will play multiple town centers.
Did he actually see the stables, though? I think he just clipped it. That's really important. Yeah, because that's smart by Kiljadi. The 1-1-1 approach here, like, obviously didn't have the production buildings yet, but having archer, spear, horseman is meant to shut down the mine because your opening of javelins can't do anything. But Cat, he should quickly look to drop Donzos. He's got 300 wood. He's definitely got what he needs. Typically, if you don't scout that play, what a lot of Malian players will do instead is they will literally just choose to build a ranch. And we have got a ram play on the way.
I love this. It goes back to our discussion of how you play aggressive at Abbasids. And I feel like it's almost an all-in style approach when you invest into rams so early until you realize that there was a bigger discount on the rams. And you're still playing 2 TCs as Kiljadi. This puts a massive strain on his economy. But the thing I love about it is that it takes too much time to torch down these buildings. And when you combine this with Horsemen, it makes it very difficult for Cat to hold. He cannot just sit back with those long-range javelin throwers to pick away at the infantry, because he's going to get pushed by the Horsemen. And at the same time, if he doesn't fight, he's going to start losing the houses in the pit mine.
Lida, it's so much more than that. This ram... I coined the term clown carring quite some time ago. And no one...
Yeah, I hate that term, just so you know.
Well, it's going nowhere, mate, because this is the clown car strat. He's built javelins. How do you solve this problem? You have to send in melee. Come close, please. Come closer. Like, and then, you know, the one Donzo says is like, okay, come closer. Surprise. Like, watch what happens here. Gets in range. Kiljadi, come on, do it. Spring the trap. There we go. Immediately. Okay, that was the worst place to do that move. Horsemen are going to arrive as well, though. So one Donzo goes down. Just as another one's arriving. Javelins have to back away from this. And then you just run back over and hop in the clown car.
The angle from which Killjardy is attacking is also important. He's trying to pull away these javelin throwers as far away from the TC as possible to make sure he can take him out, and it looks like Cat is just diving into this one. He's willing to sacrifice his forces. He is going to lose the pit mine though. It looks like he might have just enough to clean this one up.
Oh man, the ram not being pulled back is problematic there. I mean, the pit mine goes down, sure, but like you could have maybe kept that alive longer. The question mark now is, was Killjardy's clown car good enough? He killed a few units. He did get a TC. I would say this wasn't actually too bad. Like, the military wing units kind of done what they needed to. This is a very creative build. I was worried he hadn't gathered enough stone yet. But now, Cat, he finds himself in an awkward predicament where he doesn't quite know yet, is there more coming, right? So he has to build some extra units in case Killjardy is going to double down.
I actually feel different from you when it comes to the value of this push. There was a trade on both sides. You look at the destroyed value, it's actually better for Cat. Killjardy took out the pit mine, but it was rebuilt instantly. He had to invest into a ram. He had to invest into a stable and some horsemen as well. When the dust settles, you look at Cat, who still has a good villager count. He's got 2 pit mines, and he already has a couple of cattle working as passive source of additional food. Of course, there could be a second wave coming, something that Cat scouts, but it's only 3 horsemen for the time being. And I feel like we're entering the stage where both players will start focusing on the economy, which usually starts to play out better for the Malians once you get to mid-late feudal age, early castle age.
Yeah, so here's the interesting thing, though. The Archer Horseman comp, Cat's not, like, I think he's being a bit frugal with his unit production here, right? He's focusing greed a little bit more. The thing that's always kind of deceptive with the Abbas is they have one of the best, like, built-in, just equal, like, extra elements to the eco, right? They've got the 15% Golden Age, which just kicks in basically around now. Then he's playing Pocket Resources. Berries are also insanely good. That's why I kind of have high hopes for this push. Is like, he secured additional berries. There's no pressure coming towards him. Yes, the ranches are strong, but like with 2 TC plus the fact it's Berry Golden Age, I think that's what can actually give the Abbasses an edge here. In fact, you're kind of already seeing it in the food.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering if we're going to see Cat going more on the old school side of things, and instead of using the Grand Fulani Corral, he's just going to go for the alternative option, be extremely heavy on gold, play a semi-fast castle, and then just spam out those units with a gold cost. Usually what that does is that it eliminates the need to build up that food eco in feudal age and gives you a much better castle age timing. And I think that timing could be devastating against Killjardy, because right now, I feel like Cat is taking his time building up that food eco, but as you kind of touched on this, given time, Killjardy's eco is also going to be pretty good.
Yeah, and like you've already got horticulture coming on the way, right? We haven't got that for Cat. That food number is going to get bigger. The berries are going to last a while. He's already moving to the south side as well for the 8 stack. He could even shift the deer north of his wood line, because like the reality is Cat, although he's starting to move out with an army a bit, he's going a bit harder to the Donzos, and the archers haven't been sprung yet. My worry is Cat's going to get a bit too close to this base, and it's going to be like Icarus flying close to the sun. For a cheeky freebie. Not going to be able to get it. Like, that scout would have actually been a big deal, because then you can actually creep up on him with the archers, and by the time he realizes it's kind of GG, you're too close to get away, right? But I am worried with the way that Cat's rotating. He's getting a bit too close. The wall is up, and there's not a gate, that's the positive, but like realistically, if the archers just approach this now, Cat should lose everything. Where are the archers? Am I blind?
Yeah.
Like, are they just hiding in the TC?
I'm not a fan of Cat moving up right now. This is usually what you want to avoid as the Malians. You don't want to take premature fights. And I feel like he needs a little bit more time. He either needs to go into Castle Age with the resource bank he has, or he needs to turn that into army. But right now he's being out-muscled. And this setup is very similar to what you see from the English, for instance. You have that one death ball, and you cannot afford to lose it. This death ball isn't really a death ball right now. It's more like a small crew.
Yeah, this is
But
like
eventually
classic.
it can turn into a death ball if you allow it to grow. And I feel like Cat is risking that growth potential right now.
Well, he's only got 3 jabs here, so he's going to lose the entire army. That's way too many archers. The ambush is sprung. Steel Dagger isn't in yet, but it's going to come in well before Undermesh. Big mistakes made. Cat, a classic crap or get off the pot. He's going to start his tech up behind this, but be conscious of what's happening here. He's going to have no military upon tech up against a large Abbasid force that can now rush to the other side of the map.
The way that the Malians have been dominating the competitive scene for a long time was a defensive game which ultimately turned into a massive snowball. A snowball that's being fueled by the passive gold trickle, a snowball that's being fueled by all that cattle. But an integral part of that build is allowing that death ball to build up and playing a very defensive early game. I feel like Cat jumped the gun. I don't know if he just felt like 2 DCs is too much to handle for him, which I kind of disagree with. Or he just felt like he has an opportunity to punish the opponent that he didn't actually expect Killjari to have this much. Whichever the case, now he's down to 1 army, and it doesn't really have that potential to build up his forces quickly.
Yeah, I think this is like more on Killjari playing a really smart game there. Like, he only shoot horsemen. He hid the archers for so long, and Cat was like, oh yeah, Donzo's, now I need to do some pressure play while I tech up. Like, I can see where Cat's coming from, but Killjari, the patience on that archer trap being sprung is crazy. Like, a lot of players would have given a slip up a little bit earlier. Like I mentioned around the walls, like go now, surprise him. He waited until he was way too deep to do anything, and now Eco Wing on the way. Yes, Cat has his tech up. It's going to come at a price though, right? Because his house is here, he's got the pit mine. There's plenty of things to be targeted in this area. It's not eco losses, sure, but it could easily be ranch losses. Oh, dude, just take the ranches. Dude, take them now. Dude, they're freebies. Cat literally does not have an army to fight you. I think Cat, like, he has to wait 3 ranches deep, but wait, Killjari, is he really looking for eco? This is greedy.
I think he's being cautious. I don't think he knows how little army Cat has. You don't expect this from Malians. You expect them to play very defensive and have a bunch of javelin throwers back at home.
I think he knows now.
Killjari is just now going to realize how little of an army Cat has.
Need to be careful these new ones coming out though. Import armors is on the way, so it's going to make these Sofa insanely tanky. I think maybe the missing opportunity here actually out of Killjari. There was a window that's starting to close now. He's trying to burn down the buildings. Can he do this quick enough? This is actually going to be close. If he blocks this, it breaks Cat. But no, 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 no! Import armors is going to complete. Oh my god, the difference 3 seconds make. 1 and done. That aggro was the difference. +2 armor, and now Cat, patiently waiting, pounces. Incredible, actually incredible. That one spawner Sofa has made all the difference. Killjari is going to lose the entire army to the Sofa mass. The game isn't over one way or the other, but it will most definitely be carrying on here.
Yeah, this is more reminiscent of the Malian playstyle you want to see in late feudal early castle. Archers at this point just looking for targets, looking to pick off some villagers. And to be fair, they've actually done a lot of damage. They forced a lot of idle time, they picked off a bunch of wills. Of course, passive resource income is still there. I think the concern for Cat is that he is still very one-dimensional when it comes to the army. He's got a decent amount of Sofas, but he's actually facing one of the best civilizations when it comes to countering heavy cavalry.
Yeah, now Killjari did still build a lead from that in the end, right? The eco kills help, the fact he kept him blocked in the base. Also, he can just mass Spears and now defend against what is a one-dimensional Civ, right, at this stage, just mass Sofas. Cat, look at the raw eco difference of 25. Fulani is strong, yes. Doesn't make up that kind of difference, especially when you're up against the Abbasids. And I believe it was an eco wing, right? Which means now Killjari, he can get Fertile Crescent, he can go for a farm transition on the cheap, he can get agriculture, and all of a sudden his food income is going to rocket far past Cat's.
Love these wars from Killjari. Oftentimes you see this with the Malians when they don't play that classic Dunso plus Javelin composition. They go heavy on the Sofas. And with imported armor, these static defenses, towers, town centers, they barely do any damage against them. So they are exceptional when it comes to raiding your eco. So what Killjari is doing is basically sectioning off the map such that he makes it near impossible for the Sofas to ever break in.
Well, a few are going to break through on the south side here. And it looks like the rest are rallying over there. They got a sniff of it. They sent out the message, but crossbows and spears are coming, and Killjardy has a decent number together already. I think Cat really needs a second element to this comp. He's going to have to retreat away, and that's unfortunate. It means that Killjardy should be able to get these walls up. And at that stage, it is just going to be a raw 25+ eco lead, one that continues to grow in a 2v1 TC situation.
Of course, that's a nominal lead, 25 eco, because you do have to consider all that passive resource income coming in for the Malian player. 3 pit mines now, and of course a bunch of cattle as well. So when you look at the overall resource income, it's actually still a little better for Cat. But the Malian power spike, it's starting to fade away. This is exactly the window where Malians win most of their games, this early castle, maybe mid-castle period. And from this point onwards, the Abyssids start picking up, they start leveraging that massive eco they built. And they are one of the best civilizations when it comes to mid to late game tech. A lot of efficient technologies like boot camp, phalanx. These techs, they will start winning fights for you soon.
Yeah, my worry is, like, this is looking ugly already for Cat, and 10 vodka shots ain't going to make it look pretty, right? We just saw Agriculture queued up alongside Fertile Crescent. Killjardy, this is the weak point, right? He's going to have to get a lot of wood together, scale into farms. Once he's there, unlimited speardom, plus archers or crossbows, you're choosing. At that stage, sure, he's adding in archers now, but it means these sofas are basically handcuffed. And right now, with the walls being up, it's difficult to strike quick enough in a way that Killjardy doesn't notice and react.
It's a very long wall of palisades. It's extremely difficult to defend. And I think Killjardy realized that sofas will hit him. One thing he might not know is how many sofas there are, and that's a lot of sofas, 25 of them on the field.
Sick. That isn't a misclick. He's queuing up camel riders.
I love it. It's a great unit, but he needs numbers. At the same time, on the other side, we're seeing Musafari warriors being mixed in by Cat, but he's also silently building up a force of archers with poison arrows, and that could be the secret weapon that annihilates Killjardy.
This is sick, though. Killjardy, he understands running back there is death anyway. You're just not trading, you're losing. So what does he do? He sends the army in, and Cat blinks first. He's running at home.
The mind games are insane in this one. Cat, he only leaves 2 sofas to raid, and he pulls everything back.
Okay, this
At the same
is
time,
incredible.
Killjardy needs to be cautious. 16 archers, soon to be with poison arrows, can easily clean this up.
He's building a mango here. The confidence on Killjardy in this one. Double mango. He says, fight me, damn it. Dude, this is way too greedy. There's no way. Just like cancel them. You got what you wanted, Killjardy. You begged for a fight. And Cat is here. He's still trying to build it. He's actually going to try to get it off. Spearman, defend against this. Sofa panic rush in, and the mango's online. He's building a second one. What? Oh my god. Killjardy, the army is going to get cleared up. He finally forced the fight he was looking for. And you know, anyone who's thinking like, oh, why the hell would Cat come back to deal with this rabble? It's the ranchers. That's why Killjardy knew that would work. Cat couldn't afford to have those go down and the cows die. He wouldn't be able to afford anything at that stage. It's such a sick read by Killjardy.
Most of the sofas are gone, though, and I think this is critical here for Killjardy. He is going to get cleaned up, which is a painful loss, but in exchange, he took out all but a handful of those sofas. Now he's facing a lot of poison arrow archers, but one thing that these archers are bad against is mass Abbasid archers, something that Killjardy is working towards.
You know what's funny? Like, he can just beat this whole army by building spears and archers. Because the spears are actually really good against Musafadi. Like, really, really good. Because more of them can attack you than vice versa. And Musafadi, although cheaper, like, spearmen are about as cheap as they come. Add in boot camp as well, and it's like a brain-dead comp that's very simple. Because it's so cheap, that means you can also afford these mangonels that destroy Cat.
A lot of Musafari warriors out there, though. 20 on the field, and they can go into stealth mode. We've seen this KP in some competitive games before. Stealth mode Musafari warriors jumping the siege before the archers engage. Don't sleep on that here for Cat.
Literally, it's going to happen again. Cat's moving for a raid. He's going to have to turn around to defend. Mangoes are coming in. Come on, Cat. This time it actually is the right call. You can't go for a trade.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. This time around, his army is much more substantial.
Cat going to try to break through the walls. Mango boys are moving in. If they hit that wood line, quick pull away just in time by Cat.
Oh, they don't see the villagers. You can still
Oh, the
ground
blind
attack.
fire! Oh my god, that was way too close.
ground attack can be devastating in positions like that.
We're still going to send a few in onto the pit mine location. Swim across by Moon. This is an expensive army if it gets hit from the back. And he is actually kind of abandoning the mangonels with the dive through here, looking for the villagers. Cat.
Sofas are coming back.
Something.
They're looking for the loop around.
Safadi. Looking pretty funny there. Nice little dodge away with the extra movement speed. Springall does come out, but guys, Springals don't win this. If the mango just touches them once, Archer being pushed away. Spearmen Archers are going to engage. Safadi will now look to just leak around the back, so they will eventually clear up this siege. But still, even with an army loss like this, behind this, Kiljardi is so far ahead. 35 eco units. Look at the raw food count.
Yeah, he should just keep sending wave after wave of troops to take the fight to the enemy, and he keeps getting cleaned up. But while doing so, he's taking good fights, and I think that's what matters, KP. You look at the destroyed value, it's kind of neck and neck. It's not like he is getting cleaned up in a decisive fashion. Every single one of these fights, he takes a lot of enemies with him. And at the end of the day, especially given that he managed to kill quite a few villagers, now he's got double the villager count, a fortified base, the relics advantage, and a full farm transition complete. 50 villagers difference, even those pit mines and the cattle cannot offset.
It's just absurd. It's kind of like Kiljardi just like going, oh yeah, look how much economy I've got. Just to let you know, like, you want a GG yet? No, okay, I'll send the next wave. You know, it's like Cat right now wishes he had Jeanne d'Arc, so at least he was getting levels out of this, because it's the only upside he'd have right now. Despite the fact he's got a bigger army, that's not going to last long. It's not going to stand the test of time. The crazy part about Fulani is it has a cap, it has a threshold. And Malians, they've reached that.
Yeah, we talked about this, KP. I think the window is closing rapidly for the Malians now that the Abbasid Eco is online. Army count is still in the favor of Cat, and he's got 19 sofas. But now he's facing an increasing amount of well-upgraded spearmen and a lot of siege that he doesn't really have tools to deal with. As I'm saying that, Springboards are rolling in. They do get a couple of freebie hits on those mangonels before Kiljardi pulls them back.
Kiljardi might want to cancel that Springall. There you go, buddy. Just in time. That's kind of expensive otherwise. This is a choke point, though. Kiljardi...
He wants him.
Dude, this is an overextension right now. This is an overextension. He's going to dive in. Backs away just in time. Mangoes didn't turn around, so it looks like it was a bait attempt by Cat, but Springals, they're getting a bit too far forward. Whew. That was almost incredibly dicey. 2 mangoes at a choke point, pushed like that. Cat would lose half the army, so good time to back up. Good read by Kiljardi to use the territory. We're getting closer to an Imperial window here. He's about to be popped. He's got 2k food in reserve, and he has about what he needs in terms of gold. So Imperial should be ready to go by about 28 minutes for the Abbasids.
Sooner. I think Kiljardi is about to head to Imperial, which is a little concerning if he loses his army here. Looks like he's going to bounce on this one. He's got a lot of stone, though. He might want to drop some forward keeps here, and he looks like he's looking for an opportunity here to kind of shelter his Int-Age.
Oh, Cat, dude, I feel like he's kind of over-microing the Springals here, right? They're being pushed so far back, they can't get trades. The Mangoes hold him hostage. And I thought maybe Kiljardi would need a trade where he can't just hit the tech up. He needs to get more troops out, but no, he's fine. Culture Wind gets queued up. Military Academy is also set up here. Mangonels are going to get a big wallop there. And Cat is now about to be an entire age behind in the game where Kiljardi has double the villages.
Normally, you don't like moving out of your base with your army when you're aging up. You cannot afford to lose that army. But here, it's a little different. Kiljardi knew that he is going to take good fights with them. And instead of staying back at home, he's actually moving out and kind of using this aggression to draw away the attention from the fact that he's aging up. He's going to have no trouble getting to Imperial, and he's got a massive resource bank. Even if he loses this army, he can replace it very, very quickly.
And he just dropped keeps on the big stones, right? So he's secure. I think he actually done one on the south and the north side. He had well over 1,000 stone. So he's not going to run out of resources anytime soon. This whole idea of Malian OP, infinite gold, doesn't really apply here. In fact, one of those keeps is being dropped in the center here. That's going to force a fight from Cat. He doesn't want to have to rush in, though. Like, the way it kind of rallies your troops together, Mangoes will pick you apart. So impressive plays by Kiljardi, claiming 2 big chunks of the map, going Imperial Age, and still winning fights all at the same time.
I do not know the last time I saw a Malian game go into Imperial. 9 out of 10 times, they win this game in early mid-cost late. But not this time around. Kiljardi is going to get an opportunity to get to Imperial.
Yeah, takes a lot of grit to hang around that long. Or is it Griot? I always forget. Either way, it just doesn't look good. Tech up comes out. Cat. Now he has to take the fight. He has no choice. Like, your opponent just teched up. If you can't punish him, it's over. And sadly, you cannot punish him. This army is just better from Killjadi.
It just feels too much. Passive resource income is the thing that usually wins the game for the Malians, but not in this case. The eco deficit is just way too big. And Cat with no map control, a fully boomed Abbasid player now coming in with the imp upgrades.
God.
This just feels too much like to handle.
I don't want to look at a Malian base and see 2 TCs being built ever. I mean, like that, I just vomited a little in my mouth for him. This is gruesome. We're now seeing hand cannons on the way that have boot camp, right? Very strong elite Gulam tech coming in. Preservation and knowledge guaranteeing those university techs are very cost efficient. You know, Cat, Brian's kind of on the wall, right? Like, he has a small window to strike here. Once those streamers get shut triggers, or we see culverins coming out, Mangonels are going to destroy this fight. So this right here is probably the best fight you're going to see Cat take for the remainder of this game. And I'm still not convinced. That is pretty gruesome.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where Cat just needs to dive, but realistically, he's got a no chance of winning this fight. But staying back at home won't do him any good at this point. This is just a game that's spiraled out of control. And we are looking at a tie series here, KP, in just a matter of moments. In this best of 5, Killjadi strikes back, and he will make the score 1-1 in just a second.
Please walk into my mango, he says. I mean, Cat, you must be just processing the loss. There's genuinely no way you get back into this. By the time you're taking Imperial Age, they're on top of you when you're doing it. The interesting thing is actually how Gulams match up against Musafadi. Like, Gulams are actually really good against this entire comp because of the double strike. Musafadi, although they get bonus damage versus heavy, they also have no armor, so they get clubbed down pretty quick. Add in then the Abbasid Spearmen, sometimes just soaking the damage or stabbing from behind. It's a DPS exchange that actually favors Killjadi. And then we talk about the backside, it's archers, squishy units against Gulam. Like, it just all looks so gruesome for Cat. Sacred Sight's now locked in. Elite Army Tactics is about to complete in a few seconds, and I think that should be the point where it's very obvious. I mean, it should be obvious by the fact you're being shot in the face by hand cannoneers that this is over. But apparently Cat, he's a glutton for punishment, and usually you have to pay for this type of spanking. GG comes out, game 2 to Killjadi. We're going to get some distance in this one.
What a neck-and-neck series, KP. Both of these games very much back and forth, and there were definitive moments where it felt like Cat can snowball the game, but you look back at those small things that went wrong, especially the fact that he lost a lot of momentum by having his initial army cleaned up. I think that's where things started going bad, and that's what kind of unlocked Killjadi's real potential to build up this mid-late game economy, which ultimately snowballed the game.
Yeah, I think the critical moment in that game was actually the aggro trade, where because he was assaulting onto the ranch, instead of actually going for his own dive with the sofa, Cat panicked. It's classic Malians, right? They love one thing and one thing only, cows. Someone has to in this world. And, you know, because he sees the cow as a friend, almost like it's the gods that they worship day and night, he has to come back to protect it. Had he broke through that wall with, what was it, 20, 25 sofa, had he raided through that economy, ravaged it, the damage that could have been done there. But when they get into a game of poker, Killjadi proves that he should be playing for a ring or a belt here. Gets him on the board and leads us into a third game where we're going to be looking at an Iabid-Mongol matchup on Rocky Canyon. Iabid's been shook quite a bit since the changes, especially around Advancement Wing. We've seen a lot of different iterations. I'm curious how Killjadi wants to play this. He's one of the players that does occasionally play what I call the discount Abbasids, which is basically you play feudal units, and then after 20 minutes of feudal, you sit there and go, why didn't I pick Abbasids?
Another one, by the way, where one of the players ends up picking the opponent's home map over here. So Cat strikes back with his choice of a home map. He is going to pick the opponent's home map, Rocky Canyon. So after this game, we are going to be left with one home map remaining for both of these players, but we're heading into Rocky Canyon here. Ayobids versus the Mongols to get into game number 3 here. Once again, this is a decider set between these two players. The winner is going to qualify for the Elite Classic 2.
Man, what a fun one. Just thinking the Civs got remaining. I mean, this is usually a stage of the draft where things become a little bit more predictable, I guess you could say. Coastal Cliffs, we're probably going to be looking at English versus maybe French there. I could see working quite well. Bridges might be Chinese versus Yuji, and I'm vomiting, or an HRE versus Or the Dragon. But whatever it's going to be, we're going to have to wait to see. It's time for game number 3. We've got Killjadi versus Cat, Iabids versus Mongols, and we're heading on in to good old Rocky Canyon.
Welcome to game number 3 here on Rocky Canyon. We have Killjadi with the orange color to the north. And down south, Cat is going to be playing the Mongols with the color blue. Of course, KP, first thing we're looking at in the case of a Mongols game is early aggression. Let's see what Cat has in store for us. The TC spot isn't really spectacular, to be honest. It's actually pretty far away from all accessible gold. Ovu spot isn't astonishing either, just a unlucky map generation for the Mongols player here, you feel.
Plenty of wood. That's
True.
literally all I have positive to say about that. Like, it is pretty bad.
You always have that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's always the thing you're going to go for, and that's kind of sad in a lot of situations. He could have maybe, like, plopped the TC next to the Uvu on the wood line and went for some weird multi-TC build. I have seen a few Mongol players do that, but I don't think Cat's one of them. Funnily enough, one of his teammates, 3D Mikos, is one who frequently does that, actually. But in this type of game, there is the option for trade, right? So TC booming doesn't really feel as desirable. The issue with the idea of going trade, though, is if this is a fast castle Ibid build, Camel Lancers slap. So I'm kind of leaning towards the idea of Deerstone. I'm actually a really big fan of Deerstone. I think Deerstone right now is underrated for Mongols.
Yeah, the problem with the Silver Tree is that, as you said, Camel Lancers will just shut the whole thing down. It's one of the most impressive high mobility units in the game. It's a unit that gives you an insane amount of damage output with the lance. It's also a unit with high mobility, but it's a unit that hard counters most highly mobile cavalry units, so it's extremely difficult to chase them down and get rid of them, which makes them an impressive raiding unit.
Yeah, I had to stop chuckling when you said Camel Lancers are really good.
They are.
Situationally, yeah. Like, situationally, they're very useful. So, like, the big issue Camel Lancers usually have is you need a prolonged charge to do more damage than a standard Lancer, right? But a prolonged charge is very predictable and very manipulatable, right? Like, I can force you towards spears, and you have to cancel.
Oh yeah, direct fights, I have to agree with you. I think it's more about the raiding potential and how that would shut down trade.
Agreed. And that's where it's useful against traders specifically. Like, I like it specifically for that. I actually, for, like, complete disclosure, think too many IB players play Camel Lancers, and they play it way too long. Like, I've seen players go 20+ Camel Lancers and not stop, and then lose the game. It happens all the time. But as an opening raiding unit, very effective, I agree, especially against the Silver Tree play. That's another reason I like Deerstone. Getting Yam on your inventory early on, you know you're going to be behind on age, right? It's very hard to match the IB timings in the Castle Age with Mongols. So just having Deerstone keeps your villagers safe against those raiders and allows Spearmen to more easily counter those attacks. And it's Silver Tree.
I feel like Cat is playing for a massive upside, and we could have one of these games where it's either a masterclass or a complete flop. I'm not necessarily against it, especially because this is one of his opponent's home maps.
Yeah.
But still, I feel like Cat is not going to play a safe game here. He's going to try to play this the trade way and see what the Iobits can do against that.
Okay, that's actually a little bit better. That's impressive. Killjadi didn't go for the military wing opening, so he actually doesn't have the Desert Raider to just take the trade out. Like, that's a really effective tool. Even though you don't get the bonus damage versus Cav anymore, you still hit hard in melee, and then you can just start a step with ranged attacks. Instead, it's the Growth Wing. But Killjadi's getting good value out of that. I've been a stickler for this. I've basically had my ruler out when in the classrooms. I've been thumping the fingers of players that don't do it. Look at his berries. He hasn't exhausted any of his berries. Killjadi's doing this for a good reason. If you leave at least one berry on each of those patches, then the Irobids with the Growth Wing get plus 50 to all of them. Vodka in the base orange. There we go. Okay, I'm going to slap his fingers. He depleted one of them. But if you look at the berries, like if you click on them, he's moved beyond some of them. So like, look at them now. So the one closest on the south side should probably be at like 63 berries or something. I'm just saying one. Okay, so he did deplete one, kind of a naughty boy, but his intent was to split up between all the berries because if you do this, that's an extra 300 food. And I've seen so many IB players go Growth Wing, and by the time they tech up, 3 of those berry patches have already been exhausted. It's really bad.
Cat playing into stables, a couple of Keshiks will make their way through, and one thing that we need to kind of highlight here, KP, is that Cat has a very low amount of sheep to work with. He almost depleted the sheep under his town center, so he was actually forced to add a pasture right next to that Ovu.
Yeah, Killjoy went for a different build because he actually clubbed sheep himself, and that's why the berries lasted so long. Like, we were seeing him go late. The interesting thing is if you do that extra micro I was talked about, you can just have like 6 people on berries and not exhaust any of them. But that's a nice approach. Like, I've noticed players struggle to keep up with that detail. It's easy to forget. So clubbing some sheep's not a bad idea considering you start with a few. And if you split your eco between the two, sure, berries are better, but you guarantee the extra. And now we're entering the Keshik phase. This is pretty readable. I imagine Killjoy scouted out that silver tree. Anytime a Mongol player is going to go trade, they're going to go Keshik. It's the way they're able to do that comp. So playing as the Ironbirds, you have a big smile on your face when all you have to do is get the pokey spears out.
Spears on the way. As we do have a pretty substantial commitment from Killjoy towards gold. Makes you wonder if he wants to play a semi-fast castle here. And let's not forget, he still has the option to use the discounted age up to Castle Age, and that is actually very, very cost efficient when you're trying to go up to Castle Age. Oftentimes we see that being used for Feudal Age age-ups, like we've seen that earlier today. But for Castle Age, the discount is actually very substantial.
I don't like it much now, but this might be one of the games where it's acceptable because he took Growth Wing already, and you don't want to go Desert Raiders. Oh, wait. No. What? Please tell me he misrallied. Like, I think he misrallied. I thought that they were trapped for a second. Okay, he just misrallied, thank God. Dude, I thought that they somehow found a buggy spot there. I was about to have a heart attack, dude. Can you imagine if one wolf had trapped 2 traders? I mean, this is still pretty bad. Like, one trader's almost dead to wildlife, and they've been AFK.
Oh, my lord. I mean, they will survive here, but it has been a banged up trader, and now the Lancer charges into the Spearman. Value is just massive. He gets away, but this is just not the way that Cat imagined the start of this game. Killjoy is on the way to Castle Age, folks.
I'll tell you what, if you're not finding this game entertainment, you're barking mad. This is absolutely fantastic. The grief from the Wolves there. Body block attempt there by Cat to protect, but Trader's going to go down. Archers come out, but that is worthwhile. And it is going to be the Advancement Wing play. The reason why Advancement Wing makes a lot of sense here is because logistics is really cool right now, but because it's Keshik, you can't risk it. This just gets you up quickly. It gets you into Lancers, and Lancers absolutely peel the skin off of Keshiks.
Oh, they certainly do. And this is where we get to that domain where Camel Lancers, they will just start roaming the map, so say goodbye to these traders, I guess. Especially considering that Cat has basically nothing that can deal with them.
No, it's worrisome as well because how far out that gold is. You can't high prioritize gold, and if he doesn't hit the gold, he's hitting the traders, right? Like, this is exactly what we highlighted as why Camel Lance is the play. Can we check Killjoy's base? I imagine it is, yeah, going to be a stable drop, right? The funny thing is that he can pump Camel Lancers, and now he already has a Rax to slowly go into Gulums. And Gulums is like the I'm under your TC and not leaving element of the build that Cat won't have an answer to. Oh, we might have our quickest game here, my friend.
Yeah, this feels bad for Cat. I feel like Ayubits, it's not the most unprecedented civilization pick on this map ever, but it definitely feels like, to a certain extent, a counter pick to the Mongols. And we've actually seen an uptick in the trade builds on this map recently, not just in this tournament, but also back in the past, like 1 or 2 tournaments where we had this map frequently played. And I feel like in many ways, this build that we're seeing from Killjoy over here is a great response to a trade build, especially a trade build from the Mongols.
Yeah, I mean, Silver Tree feels appropriately named because on this map, like, genuinely Mongol players like the Crows, right? They see shiny, they want shiny. But, you know, whenever you're up against cavalry comps, it's problematic. It's even hard up against someone like French because they can raid you with knights, and Keshiks seem nice, but the scalability just doesn't feel great. In this game, it's impossible now because the Lancers not only are Castle Age heavy cav, they also have the camel on ease. So, like, your only answer is spears, but you don't have yams, so you don't have mobility, and now you have to defend the entirety of the map. There's one thing Mongol players suck at doing, is defending.
In general, the issue that you run into when you are trying to face Camel Lancers raiding you is the fact that you don't have that combination of mobility and combat potential against them. You either can beat them in battle, or you can chase them, but you cannot do both.
And the annoying thing is, like, Killjoy, you already saw the interesting micro approach there, like having camels come from multiple directions is really important. Because a counter to the Iobid charge there is when you see a Camel Lancer charging at you, you turn around. You actually absorb the charge because they'll catch you. So it minimizes the damage because their base damage is lower. From that angle, you can't do it. Like, if Killjoy comes from left and right, you can stop one charge, but then you fully absorb the other. It's, like, really frustrating to deal with. And this is already getting frustrating, right? This is the first wave of Camel Lancers. Killjoy is so confident about his position, he's massing them all into one big ball. The amount of walls in this bloody area. Oh, we're gonna get a message from Peta at this rate.
Camel Lancers on the way. Charge complete. Unease is there, and it's only a handful of spears, though, to work with. Cat is doing his best to stand and fight, but this just feels like a desperate effort at this point.
I mean, now you have to reinvest in spears, so you're even further away from Castle Age, and you haven't actually killed anything. Like, this is about as bad as it gets. It's really...
He's got 0 destroyed value, KP. It's 1310 against 0. He hasn't killed a single unit this game.
He won't kill a single unit. Like, this outpost is going to go down before he can kill off one of the Camel Lancers.
This
is before Undermesh.
He might get a kill.
Hey, there we go. Woo! That's 200 of... Actually, that's infinite more destroyed value for Cat. He's got this in the back. No, I can't. I can't. Oh, man. Like, Killjoy has more military than you, and some of his spears, but actually half of it is literally just camels.
Cat is just mass-producing archers at this point, combined with spears. He's trying to keep that tower alive, but it's just a desperate effort at this point. He might somehow survive, but it's going to be very similar to the previous game. He survives, but what's next?
Dude, he's trickling Spearman out. This is the worst thing you can do here. Like, this is full panic mode. Like, trying to rally to hold that outpost just killed any percentage chance he has of getting back into this. Now, the spear on the backside at least going to get cleared up, but you can't trade anymore. The Camel Lancers have blocked you out. We should be seeing a transition. I'm expecting a Moss drop and probably a double rack soon, because the follow-up play now, you could just keep going Camel Lancers, or you can go Dervish, and then use the savings to spam Golems out. Looks like for now he's going to keep going Camels, but I think the winning element is to get into the infantry.
I would love to see a Dervish, by the way. At least one, but preferably more. Because one thing that Killjoy could do to leverage this map control even more is to start collecting relics. He's only playing 1 TC, so he's got a somewhat fragile eco. But right now, Cat is in no position to contest the relics, so Killjoy could easily pick them up.
Here we go. Golems, Dervish on the way. Camel Lancers starting to ride into the main base. He knows if Cat's going to get back in this, he has to tech up, right? So he's waiting for it. Like, he's looking for it. Kurotai is also the only way you can play this. Step readout just kills you outright. You just got to accept that, like, you're not going to get trade right now. You need, essentially, your discount Castle Age. As in, you don't have veterancy, but you have the damage buff from Kurotai. Even that might not be enough, though, because Cat's army, his grand army, is 16 large.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, damage buff. Good luck buffing basically 0 damage output, because that's what Cat has right now.
Also, he's getting healed, man. All the spearmen chase out those lances. Second wave comes in for the reinforcements. This is it right now. Killjoy is a hungry monkey, and Cat is the banana. Healed left, right, and center. And this is literally the same issue on the outpost on the north side being replicated. He's sending in spears one by one to die against mass lancers.
Yeah, now you're looking at this, and it's no longer a matter of if, or it's not a matter of who anymore, it's a matter of when.
Oh my god, no. This game is going to be over before that Kurotai unpacks. He hasn't got the pack.
He's going to buff 4 archers. That's all that he's getting out of the Kurotai.
Got him. Well, villagers are definitely going home in a body bag. And Cat is, well, he's looking like he's drowning here, which, as we know, cats don't like water. I think this is just one of those games you accept. It was classic Ibex. There's no coming back. He's now heavily behind on eco. Relics are being yoinked left, right, and center. There really is nothing for Cat in this game.
Absolutely nothing. He's down by 14 eco. He's going to lose out on most of the relics. He's got no trade. His game plan has been completely shattered. And, I mean, I think it speaks for itself that he wasn't even able to replace the Ovu that now got depleted, simply because his map control is a flat 0.
I legit think Cat has been reading way too many anime mangas. Like, he's heard about those like hero stories. He's like episode 1, then by episode 20, he's like, wow, the comeback. That guy shouldn't have won. this is not one of those stories. I mean, Kiljardi is a very talented player. He's not gonna like the degree to which you'd have to throw this right now. I think you genuinely have to pick up your desktop and throw it out the window.
Yeah, I value that Cat is fighting on because to a certain extent, and that's something that we always highlight in broadcasts like this, we see the big picture. Players do not necessarily do that. He probably, well, he certainly knows that he's behind, but especially in a game like this, especially a game that would put his opponent onto match point, he's fighting on, and he's trying to see if his opponent is going to slip up. I think what he's unaware of is how big of a slip-up this would have to be for Kiljardi to lose this game.
Yeah, because he doesn't know about the second TC, and like in fairness, and this is what I'm waiting for, is like the Gulams haven't been sprung yet. Once the extra element to the comp comes in, I think that's where he's gonna be like, okay, yeah, well played, well played. I mean, Kurotai can do some miraculous things, and Mangonel might like help you a bit, but you know, if we check Cat's vision on the game, you'll see the point that Lidcore is making. Like, there's literally nothing he sees right now. You know, he's as blind as a bat. So, Cat, he's going to need a little push over the edge. I think that's going to make it a little bit more sour, a little bit more frustrating when he realizes.
He doesn't even have enough sheep. That's how bad his position is, folks.
He has one pasture. Like, okay, 2 pastures. He has 1 pasture on the Uvu. I mean, in fairness, he lost 15 villages. So, how many pastures do you really need, I guess?
The army count isn't looking very much in the favor of Kiljardi. It's only 22 against 15, but the quality, it's triple the army value right now for Kiljardi. He's got a bunch of Camel Lancers, but it's no longer about the army at this point, KP. It's about, as you kind of touched on that, 2 TCs, and Kiljardi is going to be like, okay, if you are not coming out of your base, I will force you out of it because I will capture the 3rd sacred site. He also has 4 relics, and the 5th one is also easily accessible for him. Kiljardi has all the map control he wants.
One of the tough things here as well is, like, usually I'd highlight a recovery point is the defending player can use Siege against, like, a slow-moving element in the army and defend with spears. Like, you know, I call it the Chinese strat, right? Like, they just nest the bees and spears. The problem here is, like, Ayabid's build in the field, right? I always found, like, of the original Civ, that was one of the more interesting matchups is Mongols versus Abbasids because they can both just react and build Siege on the fly. And that happens here too. So, you know, Kurotai can do some miraculous things, but you know, Kiljardi, to me, like what you just highlighted, he doesn't have to come out. He can just park himself here, macro up. Maybe it takes an extra 5 or 6 minutes. Cat has to come out soon, though. Like, gold-wise, he must be tapping that vein pretty hard on the backside. Tapping to the point that I imagine he's like already 1.5, 1.6k through. Yeah, that's not going to last very long when you're scaling Siege here. And was that Gur again? Oh, dude. Has he been using Gurs as outposts? I think he has been.
But the Gur is pricier than the outpost.
Yeah, but it can move, right?
True. But it doesn't give Yam.
Oh, that's true. But honestly, I think if you're coming out that far that you can use Yam, you're probably going to die anyway, right? Like, I feel bad for Cat because you probably feel like you're on an island surrounded by sharks right now. He's just waiting
someone
to see
drops a nuke on you, yeah.
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden a boat drops from the sky because someone deactivated the flying Dutchman cheat, right? I think the thing for Cat is he's banking on a mistake being made because the reality is, like, the reason why Cat hasn't called this is that I think one thing that gets lost, especially in 1v1s, 1v1s is not about playing perfect. It's about making the least mistakes. And he's banking on Kiljardi making a mistake.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. One of the things, again, is that he doesn't know about the second DC. So in his mind, first of all, he actually managed to decap one of the sacred sites, so credit where it's due. That wasn't an easy thing to accomplish on the opposing side of the map. But if he doesn't know about the extra town center and the eco build of Kiljardi, and given that he didn't see all the Gulam and crossbow build up, he might just say, look, I just need to take out these Lancers and I might have a shot at this. But when you look at the big picture, and I think this is why Kiljardi played this smart, he didn't overcommit. He didn't want to finish the game right now. He just accepted the fact that he's got an advantage and made it into a 5 times bigger advantage.
Yeah, I honestly feel like Kiljardi is leading him on right now. Cat's like, one day, can we be friends? Like, yeah, I've got other friends at the moment, but soon. Okay. Because, like, what's happening here is Kiljardi's only showing the Lancers. This is the first time he's going to show anything else. And Cat, his soul's about to be shattered, man. The size of this army. 55 versus 17. Now that's 6 to 15 siege as well. But only 2 mangoes. I wouldn't hold my breath. This fight will probably be over before I run out of air.
58 army against 17. It's a 146 population against 83. I feel like once Cat sees this, he might not even see until the end of the fight. He's just going to tap out once he sees that army.
Did he I think he saw 2/3 of the army. Like, the army was so big compared to his vision. I think he didn't even see all of it yet. He's like, whoa! That's a bit... Okay, yeah, but if you look at it from the side, I mean, it's even more.
Kiljari is going to drop a keep. He has basically all the blacksmith upgrades he needs. He has like an army 4 times as big as his opponents. It's actually ridiculous how safely Kiljari plays this.
I mean, better safe than sorry. If someone's going to just hide in the hole, go build a nuke and drop down the hole. Like, we've all watched Starship Trooper. No one wants to go down those holes. We know how that ends. It's going to be a keep drop. It's going to be siege. And then it's going to be a bitter taste of death for Cat. I'm trying to figure out a way, Cat sullies out like we're watching Lord of the Rings, 2 Towers. But the problem is, in that movie, they were actually genuinely going to die if it wasn't for the 3rd player. There is no 3rd player here. So, he's going to have to sully out. Oh, God.
Oh, my lord. That must be sad. That must be just very sad. And
he has girl tie? I don't know.
Does it matter?
No. Springles? Okay, yeah, but here we go. Ready? How dare you touch my baby Springald? Lancers go in. Spearmen are going to clash, and yeah, this is it. There's just too many units here. Mangonels get a good hit. Kurtai with the extra damage, but you just have no front line, man. It's such a painful game. Cat, this is GG. Match point for Kiljari. Cat. Man, dude, I hope you got some metal juju. I hope you got a 3D coach here to pat you on the back and give you a talk that inspires the nation right now, because this game has to feel demoralizing.
And I'm actually wondering about the mental state of Cat heading into game number 4 with this, because when you look at this, oftentimes we don't have the chance to touch on player mental, but it's a thing. It's something that the players often point out. Cat was in a losing position for 10-15 minutes. Kiljari was in a winning position for 10-15 minutes. Subconsciously, that gives you and takes away momentum for these respective players. So for Kiljari, he's going to head into game number 4 here with a high amount of confidence, whereas for Cat, there might be some shakiness at the beginning of game number 4 as a consequence of this demoralizing last 15 minutes.
All right, it was all strategic. Kiljari didn't just do that to secure the win. He lives in Finland. I think Cat lives in Russia. So it's later where Cat is right now. Checkmate. Boom. We figured it out. Yeah, brutal beatdown in that game. I mean, I hope it didn't seem like we're being unfair. Sometimes in RTSs you reach this very clear stage where the game is over. But the reality is that we can see that and a player can't. It's always important to emphasize that. Cat, from his perspective, he's like, it's 1 TC still. Yes, he has relics. It's really hard, but Kurtai is just Castle Age Plus. I can out-micro him, outplay him. Unfortunately, the double TC and the comp, it just made it very clean for Kiljari. Means we do find him on match point. And you know what? I thought this was maybe going to be English versus French, but oh my.
Oh my.
What a peculiar matchup. I don't think, and I think at this point, I may have cast more Coastal Cliffs games than anyone because I just nerd around watching the scrims. I don't think I've once seen Order of the Dragon.
Interesting option, especially against the English. Now, hear me out. Dark Age Spearman is a weird option. It's an option against all civilizations. It kind of has a wacky matchup against the English because, of course, the English villagers can shoot with bows. Having said that, technically, with that Spearman, if you can delay the feudal age of the English, this whole concept of longbow buildup is just thrown out the window.
Yeah, so, oh God, dude, I hate Crackety. I hate you so much. My brain is I'm just recalling a game where he outpost rushed after a proxy racks an English player, but that was DQC, who genuinely, he every year is the year of the turtle to him, so it's kind of different. But I'm trying to think if there's a way you can proxy racks an outpost at all. I think it'd be a little bit wonky. Big shout out, by the way. I did just see a bunch of Anon gifters coming in, 20 gift subs. Bunch of people have been subbing, by the way. Keep them pumping in. Reminder, guys, these broadcasts, Very hard to run, very expensive. A lot actually goes into it behind the scenes, more than I think is ever made public here. So if you've got a Prime sub, which doesn't cost you anything, definitely recommend dropping it, especially considering we're at the beginning of a tournament that's going to last a month. We've got several more weeks of fun ahead of us on the weekends. But let's resolve this fun. Match point for Kiljardi. An interesting pick. Order the Dragon up against English, that I would say is almost borderline S tier on Coastal Cliffs. Let's see if Cat can force a game 5, or if Kiljardi is about to get creative.
Let's see how the mental lines up after that very demoralizing game in game number 3 for Cat. Kiljardi definitely feels like he's the one carrying in the momentum into this game. But he's also picking a civilization that's very much out of the box for this map. It's going to be very interesting to see how he approaches this game with the Order of the Dragon.
Yeah, like first things first, any proxy racks, I'm not expecting it, but like maybe just to be safe. It looks like his whole is weird, so we're not going to get any weird plays. I wouldn't expect it. Spearman up against English is just a death sentence. Like even as strong as they are, it's short bows. But what I am looking towards is probably mine work and mass men arms. That's very strong here. That's a very interesting build, especially considering that Longbows are mobile and your own men at arms will not fare very well. So, you know, Kiljardi, considering how aggressive he typically is as a player, and right now, Order of the Dragon gameplay revolves around Feudal, like in terms of their best chance to win, I think we possibly could end up with truly our quickest game here.
No Spearman so far here from Kiljardi. That's
No,
obviously
there
one of the
should be.
first things we're looking at here with the Order. And it looks like this is just going to be an ordinary Feudal Age here for him.
Like if you open Spearman here, you're just feeding. Like I'd shake my head and just wonder what you're doing. It's literally the worst civ in the game to build Spearman against. You could do like a cheesy like outpost rush, but once again, worst civ to do this to in the game, right? Like if Cat scouts you walking across with a slow moving spear or a slow moving villager, he's just gonna pull his villagers and kill you. So yeah, you just have to aim for the feudal. The question is whether it is going to be that mine work. I would be shocked if it isn't. I think Golden Cuirass is legitimately just too good to pass up. And the Arkan Chapel just doesn't feel substantial enough. In fact, in my eyes, they made mine work even better when they buffed the base gathering rate of gilded villages from 25 to 28%.
It's going to be the Mine Work Palace coming in here for Kiljardi. Only 2 villagers on the building, though, and that tells you a lot of things, actually. It means that Kiljardi wants to bank up a bunch of resources when or by the time he hits Feudal Age. And that's something that I feel like he's going to spend on Gilded Horsemen. A unit that's going to be devastating against these early longbows. And it's also a unit that mimics the behavior of early game knights, something that you can use to great effect when it comes to raiding.
Well, like one interesting thing you're seeing here is actually Kiljardi's teching up a lot quicker. The deceptive thing that's really kind of wild about Order Dragon is that like those 2 villagers, it compares to the 3 from 3D Cat. Because you gotta remember they have a 20% build speed buff, and dude, I love this. Boar, it's a bit of a coin flip, but one player tends to get it spawned close to the secondary tree line. What a great read here. Kiljardi is gonna probably start to set up an outpost, but with the way this is now protected by the wood line, longbows can't penetrate it.
I love it. I just love it. It gives you so many things. It gives you kind of an early warning against any kind of aggression. It gives you a strong point with a tower. And of course, needless to say is the fact that it gives you a massive source of extra food.
I also think, like, legitimately looking at this spawn, I really like it for Kiljardi. He got a retracted wood line. He got another one forward on the south side. Like, pretty much you can just wall that south side off or outpost and it's protected. Also, the gold's between the 2 wood lines. So, like, now with that boar play, you just have a natural defense scheme against longbow spam. And if they wrap around the east and north side, there's nothing there, right? It's just berries and then open barren wasteland. So, like, later in the game, it's kind of uncomfortable. But the important part against English is that you survive the first 10 minutes.
That's a big sheep horde, though, for a cat. Probably not the most important thing ever, but, I mean, there is certainly a level of silver lining, especially when you consider the previous game and its outcome. It's going to take away most of that sheep from his opponent, but he himself is going to be somewhat focused on farms already. He has dropped 3 of them as he hits Feudal, and we are likely going to see some longbows coming over very soon.
The question is how far, how deep, and what's the reaction going to be? That's just surprising, actually. Kiljardi doesn't want to even try for that men-at-arms player that's quite popular at the moment. Instead, he's going to be going for the Horseman.
Yeah.
Horsemen
I
are
love it.
pretty good. Like, 15 base damage and the amount of health on these units. They're actually pretty good at killing eco, as well as obviously winning fights.
It's very reminiscent to a Feudal Age Knights. It's a little bit more fragile, especially when you consider the actual armor values. But you can play this very similarly to how you would play a Knights game with a civ like French, for instance.
It's interesting in that regard, right? Like, because it costs the same as a Knight. And I could, like, you know, you could say...
But it's quicker.
Yeah, it's quicker. It wouldn't win a fight versus a Knight. That's guaranteed. Like, his attack speed is worse, you know, his base damage is worse, his health is better, sure, but, like, arm is worse. But against the English is insanely effective. Like, you also have to remember your opponent is building Lombos, which are premium archer units. So every one you find is just all that more valuable. I love the sneaky Palings play by Cat. But it's not going to work here.
Nice touch. Yeah, multiple horsemen coming in. And one of the things that you get with these horsemen is an ability to chase down the enemy scout. Unlike knights, these guys can chase down the enemy scout. Big problem here for Kiljardi is that they are still very expensive units. And once Cat starts bringing in a decent amount of spears, they will no longer be able to take fights.
Yeah, but this is like the OP-ness of Horsemen. Like, I still rate Horsemen as like the S tier unit. I've stood by that a long time. I'll still stand by it because, yes, you could argue spears counter them, spears much cheaper, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is, if you're just using Horsemen to attack the enemy's like army, you're not playing Horsemen right. Especially Gilded Horsemen. These are raiders, right?
Oh, certainly.
So like, if Cat comes to contest your eco, you contest his. The difference is that if you drop an outpost, you stop Cat's contest. If he drops an outpost, it doesn't stop yours, right? Like, it's a very powerful tool.
And that's exactly how you need to use this. Kiljardi lost his scout in the meantime. You can see that at the top overlay. He's got 0 of it. He actually queued up a new one to make up for that. He desperately needs that info because, of course, one of the best ways to use those Gilded Horsemen is when you have a scout guiding them towards their targets.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing about having the stables. It sucks to lose the scout, but at least you actually don't have to sacrifice the villager, which is a really big deal for Ordered Dragon to remain optimal. Love this follow-up. Gilded Archers are sick here. What he's doing right now is he's leveraging the breadth of the Minework Palace to guarantee that he gets value out of every text eventually. And that's a really big edge here because the English, their timings for blacksmiths make or break them. Minework kind of breaks that matchup because it's 40% cheaper, 40% faster, and also remember that you're saving wood on building a blacksmith, right? It's your landmark. All those details make it a very powerful tool in the Order of the Dragon arsenal. And another thing is these archers, not only are they like 2 archers in 1, they have 5.5 tower range. They can close on English archers really quickly.
So far, those horsemen weren't able to find much of a value, but they at least keep Cat confined into his base, which is extremely important if you consider the fact that with the English, you want to capitalize on this early aggression. Cat invested into 11 longbows and 7 spears, but has found absolutely no value for them.
But timing's everything, right? This rotation here doesn't kill any workers, but look at what it's done to the gold income. Cat just queued up his first blacksmith tech, and now he can't get his second. Meanwhile, Kiljardi already has Steeled Arrow and Undermesh, 4 Gilded Archers, and now the Horsemen are going to wrap around because Cat doesn't want to come home to defend. So what does Kiljardi say? Okay, that's a pincer maneuver. He's going to backstab him here, and I'm a bit worried that Cat's going to get wiped.
That's dangerous. Boar's gonna get abandoned here. No defensive tower for Kiljardi, but he does have a couple of archers and some Gilded Horsemen back at home, and I think Kiljardi is still waiting to decide if he wants to take this fight. He's swooping in from the south with the Horsemen as we speak, looking to intercept reinforcements, and, you know, when you send in those reinforcements, you have to make sure that the longbows are accompanied by spears. Otherwise, this is exactly what's going to happen. And the villagers do get intercepted, KP. They were meant to build a forward tower, but they will be denied.
That's sick. He kills 3 of the Lombos. He idles out the villages. The outpost is not going up. Yeah, I love that little detail. I was worried because Kiljardi, that was really suboptimal at first. He sent 4 horsemen after 1 archer. Then he split it. He got better bang for buck, and it seems small, but we are talking about a one base, all in from both players. There's no cheeky tech up, there's no second TC coming. There's just relentless aggression, and the cool thing about what Killjadi's doing here, he exhausted the board to enable this horseplay. He needs good gathering rate still. Cat just ran back home. Cat isn't looking in the right locations, and he's not aggro playing, which means Killjadi is playing pocket eco, which is one of the big edges the OOTD has compared to HRE.
There's this principle in RTSs that if you invest into army and you do not use it, it's probably the worst thing that you can do. And that's exactly what we're seeing kind of from Cat right now. He's investing into a lot of army, but he simply wasn't given an opportunity to use it. At the same time, you could argue that Killjadi wasn't able to kill much either. But first of all, that army scales a lot better because of the high-quality troops. And second, Killjadi was able to force some idle time and do some harassment, unlike Cat.
Yeah, I don't like this circling gold again. Like, this is the point where you should be, like, poking the wood line, but I think he's paranoid about the Rax's production point. And while this is happening, I believe Cat did pull villages. He should be on his way for an outpost. Like, if he's going to break this, he needs it. And yeah, here it's coming. So that's going to give him the attack speed aura, but that's still slower than the archers. Like, I call these gilded archers miniguns for a reason. Check their attack speed. They attack once every second. Like, compared to the Lombos that are just baby speed, right? 1.62. If you look at the gilded archers, oh, baby.
And Killjadi is going to have defensive fortifications soon. He's actually on stone. So he's going to start dropping arrow slits and potentially fortifications to those towers. And once you fortify a tower like that, good luck pushing through that with just spears and archers.
Not to mention it's cheaper because you are getting that same perk the HRE
Oh, yeah, sir.
Once
Arrow
again,
slits on the way, but I feel like fortification is what's going to make this really strong as a defensive position for Killjadi.
ooh, saves the longbow just in time. Yeah, it's kind of important, right? Your backline should be sniped easily, so even 1 HP longbows are very valuable compared to 1 HP spears. But he goes in for the reinforcing longbows. Man, Killjadi, it's just chipping away, right? It's not this big thump straight away. It's just a little tickle here, a little scratch there, and before you know it, you're bleeding out.
Those horsemen have plus 15 bonus damage against light units like longbows. It takes a split second for 2 horsemen to kill a longbowman like that. And that just starts to build up a lot of efficiency here on Killjadi's side. In general, there wasn't much of a value destroyed on either side so far, but Killjadi has definitely been taking the better engagements.
Push in now. He does see that there's a commitment on that gold line, so this is probably his best time to take a fight. He's just trying to finesse this outpost. What I don't like is Cat. He needs a ram. Like, just ram. Like, just siege engineering, get 1 ram here, because that outpost and that archer range are not protected by E-repairs.
The tower is too far away as well. If he wants to aggress the enemy base, he needs to move out of the range of the network of castles. And now, look at that Spearman getting intercepted as well, and the bonus damage applies against the Spearman as well, folks. So if the Spearman isn't fighting back, the Horseman can pick it off very quickly.
And Cat is not, his reaction is to react, not to be proactive, right? Like, literally, this entire army is being distracted by 4 horsemen.
That's the worst thing that can happen. He needs to attack with this army, and he needs to do so before those gilded archer numbers are rising to sufficient numbers. We're looking at 34 longbows against 21 gilded archers, and each of those gilded archers are approximately 2 archers worth. I feel like the window for Cat is closing because numbers are now looking really good for Killjadi.
Also, keep in mind, gilded archers have higher base damage, so there's men-at-arms. Like, I was kind of hoping it's a mistake. It's not. He's getting farm clusters. He wants to spam men-at-arms. Gilded archers will shred that down. The interesting thing about gilded archers compared to, like, standard archers is standard archers, if you start step them, you get more attacks in. From what I can tell, gilded archers is genuinely an A-click brain unit. You just stand still and you Gatling gun. It makes it so much easier to focus on other elements of the fight.
And only 9 horsemen right now for Killjadi. He kind of stopped producing them, and he's just now playing into a full archer battle. But it really comes down to the fact that he is distracting his opponent with just a handful of troops here. And Cat isn't even keeping track of these horsemen with his scout. You see, all of his troops are back at home now. When Killjadi is not even close to his base. Killjadi is sitting back at home, and I think at this point he's actually flirting with the idea of Castle Age.
They both are, but if they both go Castle Age with these comps, Killjadi wins because of scale armor. 24 archers with 5 range reduction up against Lombos is not a pretty picture. And the reality of what happens there is Cat has to come out to fight because it will be about relics then. It'll be about regnants.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can't let Order there, and you can't let Kiljadi get 5 relics, aka 10 relics, 960 gold of passive income.
And once you get to Castle Age, of course, you do have access to Gilded Lancers, which will be insanely effective as raiding units. Gilded Men-at-Arms could still be on the menu for Kiljadi. And of course, the Castle Age upgrades also come in big. Regnite is the landmark of choice for Kiljadi. Wow. On the opposing side, you probably expect the King's Palace. But again, as you kind of touched on this, problem is, especially with that scout being gone, Cat doesn't want to be here. He needed to win this game like 5 minutes ago, I feel.
He's blind right now, right? Like, he can't see a thing.
Yeah.
Ay.
This game is starting to be very reminiscent of the previous one, where Cat might feel like, okay, there's still a reasonable chance for me, but the game is slipping out of his hands while he's confined into his base.
Yeah, so like the crazy part is that he's beating him on the tech up. Like, I was expecting that to at least be quicker for Cat. And yeah, of course, it's 5 relics, right? So it'll be 800 gold. I'm still thinking in Holy Island Mongolian Heights terms. But like, how do you not get 5 here is what I'm thinking. Like, maybe Cat rushes a monastery and just takes them away that way, but you're going to have to guard them one by one. Meanwhile, while you're doing that, Kiljadi could just split up. I think Kiljadi wants to fight though, right? Veterancy is on the way. I want to see Scale Armor being primed alongside this. I think it's just a game breaker.
And it's going to be the diversion again.
He's
going to push with the Horseman on the right side.
Wait, no!
Ooh!
Okay. Oh, God. I always forget that. I swear sometimes it actually blows up the wall. Even though it's not going to delete it immediately, that is, right now, 16 Horsemen, right?
And Kiljadi is doing it again. He's just using this as a diversion to pull Cat's army, but he just wants the relics.
You cheeky kid. That was sick. Cat. He replaces the Burning Wall. He'll get the gate up. So, while this is happening, though, Gilded Archers are now moving out. Veterancy's coming in. Cat has already got his. That's the benefit with the Council Hall. You get it a lot quicker, but, dude, you're not going to slap as hard here, man.
Oh, the Spearman got detached from the longbows. The longbows are completely undefended.
Dude, Kiljadi wants this so badly, man. And the problem is, now that you've come out your base, it's very difficult to just run away. He has got the attack speed aura, so he's going to turn for the fight now. I think Kiljadi just needs to slow this down, right? Like, hold your guns. Like, your advantage isn't diving into the base right now. Your advantage is a mid-map. Play away from the aura, and you can easily beat these longbows.
He's waiting for the tier 2 range defense as well. Veterancy now in for Cat's army, both for the longbows and the spearmen. On the other side, Veterancy there as well. Interesting choice from Kiljadi. He's actually starting to mix in some... Wait for it. Nope. Oh, he has it.
All right, now kill him. Kill the monk. You've got a big goal ahead of you, buddy. We believe in you, though. Now, he's not going to be able to get that, but it's an injured monk now, so it's kind of a liability. And this is already Kiljadi 1 relic bank, 2 more on the way. This is bad. Yeah, it's 2 TC for the English, but the thing I always say is, like, also these numbers are deceptive at the top. Add 28% to Kiljadi's number. Cat doesn't have a lead.
And now Kiljadi is on stone. Could be for a second town center, but it could also be for a keep. One thing is sure, he is scaling this game very, very rapidly. And I just want to touch on the Gilded Crossbowman, something that we've seen being used in one of the previous games. It takes about 4 arrows from Gilded Crossbows to kill a Man-at-Arms. So those Men-at-Arms can evaporate very quickly.
Yeah, maybe a 5th one, right? Because you have Armor Cloud eventually, but it's still really bad for you. These Gilded Horsemen are dangerous right now. They hit for 19 damage, so anything gets touched is going to die. And I think there's some villagers there. Kiljadi, a little bit slow to react. He's going to chase across now. Slow touch, just a little tiny touch. Textiles is there from Cat, though, so we'll minimize any losses. Behind this, though, we are looking at... Yeah, it's not just that. There's a 4th relic now on the way home from Kiljadi. He got 4.
The efficiency is insane, by the way. 2,700 destroyed value against 440. Cat is struggling so badly against the mobility of this cavalry, and we're just seeing a textbook way of playing against the English. You just want to stretch out their attention and never let them move out of their base.
Yeah, and he's switching off of Gilded Archers. Like, this is about to be mass crossbowmen and mangonels, which basically kills everything Cat has. This is a tough one. There's Gilded Archers. I love the fact he's still probing. Horsemen are raiding in. Should be some idle time. Cat not reacting straight away here, so could end up losing some eco. Villagers will find their way through. I love that gate, dude. I love Cat right now. I've been begging for this. I think I said at the start of the day, this type of play, when you're edge map like this, it forces cavalry raids underneath the TC. That's such a smart detail. And the other detail is there's a clown door. That's right, we're all clown themed today. They raid you left side, you run right side. It just turns into a Benny Hills. Sick read, that just saved him a bunch of villages.
And now he's walling off the left side, something that he desperately needs. He has been wanting a fight for so long, but he was never given one. But he kept getting ran around by Killjoy. Now with those walls up, Cat might finally get an opportunity to fight. I don't know if his army is going to be sufficient for that at this point, but Cat might be finally given an open field battle in the middle.
Problem is he doesn't know about the mangoes yet, right? And the scout, if the scout gets sniped, he won't know before the fight. But that's the thing that is really scaring me right now. Where's the siege workshop in the base? I think it's on the north side. Dude.
Oh, it's gonna be a bench.
From the trees?
Yep.
He's not gonna see it. Village is moving out right now. Mangoes looming on the edge there. Looks like Cat is respecting this and backing away, but the mangoes might still catch him off guard. Get some range. Ooh, okay, that was big. Cat. He gets the info and gets away without a scratch.
Yeah, he's waiting for this tower to complete. He desperately needs that attack aura. Credit where it's due, he has a substantial army over here, but there's a keep being dropped by Killjoy, and the tower is gonna get cancelled. Cat once again forced away, and he's playing this very, very cautiously, and rightfully so. He feels very much threatened by that massive army of Killjoys.
Yeah, and I think Killjoy still doesn't have the scale armor, right? Which is a little bit surprising. I mean, it's definitely very cost efficient at this stage. Like, the interesting thing about scale armor for the Gilded Archers is that it's basically, it's the price of your regular undermesh, but it's 3 times as effective. So, a little bit surprised with as many archers he hasn't dived into that still. Instead, he's going to be trying to dive in the base. I mean, his Mangonel timing is huge. You can see Cat now trying to get the counter with Springalds, but he doesn't even have one yet. He can't stand, he can't fight. He has to give over some of the base.
Ink's Palace on the front line as well, something that could be taken out here. Tower is gone, berries as well. A lot of units garrisoned inside the King's Palace, but what's more alarming here, I feel, for Cat, is that this base is full of narrow choke points that those Mangonels will love.
This is classic English, isn't it? Like the fact that they are being dove in their own base by Mangonels and they just have to keep running. Big mistake there. He hung around. I mean, dude, if that hits one more time, this is over. Like, Cat is on the very edge of death here. The problem is the Horseman can easily find the Springald.
That's where you see the value of those gilded units. Just one split second is all you need to take out big groups of units. And now Cat is just getting annihilated. Killjoy feels like there is blood in the water and he's diving deep.
Dude, he's about to reach the farms. I mean, this game, like, Cat is flowing 1,400 food. He doesn't know what to build, what to do here. Mangoes just blitzing through the farms now. Finally, one of them is going to be struck down by all the TC fire, and the Springald able to backstab here. But now the commitment in. Another Mango shot out, keeping the longbows at bay. And behind this, we've got more Gilded Crossbowmen coming. So this is just wave number 1. Killjoy will lose this, yes. But think about what he's done here. The kills on the military, the kills on the eco, the idle time, just putting him further and further ahead. And behind this, they believe he's been dropping keeps on those sacred sites.
Oh, certainly. And he's gotten some really good hits on these longbows.
Wait, what, Cat? What, Cat? Cat? No. No, what? He's in range of the archers! Oh my God. I thought he had one more fight in him, but I don't think he does. He's winded, he's dead.
A lot of villagers getting killed over here. It's a cleanup, but as you pointed out, this was almost just a diversion at this point by Killjoy. He fortified the sacred sites in the middle, he brought forward some production, and now he's switching into some Gilded Knights. Now, I'm not a big fan of his army count right now, KP. He actually took a big beating, but he also managed to hit Cat's eco very, very heavily. And you know what Cat doesn't have right now? Spearmen. So Gilded Knights can work magnificently well here.
Yeah, and the Gilded Crossbowmen solved this next transition to men-at-arms. What I love is the confidence where Killjoy was literally building that keeper regime with 3 villages. Because right now, Cat's entire army is distracted, right? He's not coming out for this. Like, this is just going to be 2 sacred sites locked in, and Cat, by the time he realizes what's happening here, by the time he comes out 5 minutes and sees that keep for the first time, how do you transition fast enough here? Like, Trebs is not going to be quick enough. You can't mass Rams at this stage. That just feels a little bit silly. It's a tough game, man. I think, like, this is similar to the last game where we're kind of sitting here going, Killjoy would have to unplug the PC and throw it out the window. Like, we are very close to that point again. And,
yeah. Definitely. I don't think the advantage of Killjoy is as big as it was in the previous game, but the setup is actually very, very similar. Cat is confined into his base with little to no vision or information on his opponent. And by the time he's going to start coming out, it's going to be too late. Killjoy is now fortifying the sacred sites, not just with keeps, but also with walls. And it's gonna be a Berkshire Palace here for Cat. He's going into Imperial. He gets a lot of good buffs for those longbows with the Imperial Age. Flaming Arrows, Elite, Volley. But all of these techs take A, time to research, B, it's also going to be very expensive. And at the same time, the clock is ticking. We're down to 7 minutes, and Killjoy might just play all in Castle Age here.
Okay, so, like, I want to give him credit that this is a creative solution from a terrible position, in that, like, that is now a double workshop to pump a bombard, so he could break the keep, right? Like, he could. The problem is, like, Killjoy is gathering a lot of stone, and he's going to buy time. Now, behind this, we need to do a farm check, because that's the most important thing right now. If Killjoy is, like, 30 farms deep, he's fine here. He'll catch up. If he's not, then we have a problem, potentially. 13. Yeah. Food is about to be a really big issue for Killjoy, and now, because he's Imp versus Castle, he can't use Siege to ignore that issue.
Yeah, it's, as I said, I don't think his lead is as big as it was in the previous game. Now, Stonewalls will help a little here, but villagers will be denied by the Berkshire Palace. I think it has to start with the fact that you Stonewall off the left-hand side and just say, okay, we need to focus everything on the right. I think he also wants to go into Imperial, and this is where I have to ask you the question, KP. Are we going to see an Elsbach Palace?
I think so. Like, this is your win condition now. I don't think you need to go later. Like, Elsbach Palace is kind of busted right now. If you have a critical component your opponent has to fight over, it's a bit dicey because he could just roll the dice and go left instead, but that means he's playing away from Berkshire. Like, Elsbach, it's kind of legit now, especially since they fixed the influence bug. And it just gives you an extra keep here. The only risk is if there's a cannon coming out, but Cat's not building a bombard. Building a trap.
It definitely feels like a missing piece. I actually wonder if Cat saw the keep. He saw the stone wall, and it's going to be a pass of Rabia, and, you know, some of you might be frowning on this and say, okay, why is a pass of Rabia? Elsbach Palace could be so good to fortify this position, but the pass of Rabia comes at a discount, and Killjoy might be desperate to get into Imperial as quickly as possible.
It's also, like, it gives him a backup plan, right? Like,
True.
No one, look, whenever you're all in on sacred sites, you kind of feel like you're taking a gamble and it's like something went wrong, right? Nothing went wrong in this game. He has 4 relics. He has a lot of map control. So, like, I get where he's coming from. It just makes sure that he's never going to be behind a late game. But the problem is you're playing English versus OOTD. It's kind of delusional to just pretend that you aren't in some way going to be behind. Like, Order the Dragon right now, I've heard it from literally the best players in the game. They don't really know how you win in Imp Plus. It doesn't feel good. So now that we're here, and English is still a civ that's very confident at this stage of the game, Killjoy is going to basically have to finesse this. There's still 4 minutes to go, and the Trebs are getting through the keep.
Yeah, there is no emergency repairs on that keep. 4 minutes to go, indeed. As you said, Killjoy isn't willing to all in this this sacred site ploy. He's leaving his options open with the pass of Rabia. But I feel like he might be forfeiting this position a little too easily here. Just one villager sent to repair, no E-repairs on that keep, and losing that keep would be very underwhelming for him. So easily. Here come the Springwalls, but no repair villagers on the horizon.
He's going to try to pinch it. He's going to force the fight. I mean, they killed a crossbow mass. He's doing this before he's got elite status right now. So, tech advantage for Cat, and he has got mass lombos with the attack speed aura. Killjoy, Mangoes need to hit that back line. Like, he's worried as if there's Springwalls here, but there are not. And Arms, overwhelming the Knights. Good waltz coming in. Gilded Crossbow going to stand their ground. You know what? I actually think he might have done it. There's 3 minutes to go. The Mangoes are unanswered, and Cat's going to try to reboot Men at Arms. But now that Killjoy knows
the traps got pulled. You kind of touched on this, KP. Killjoy pulled back the Mangonels because he was afraid of Springwalls, but so was Cat. He pulled back the traps, and that's why that castle is still standing. One villager is all that it took for Killjoy to put out the flames, because the traps were pulled back.
Springwalls, and now it's only one trap, dude. What a sick read. Killjoy, the patience there. He was hesitant with the Mangoes, and I was worried he was giving over too much. But you know what? Safety first, sir. This was perfect. That castle was going to thread him through. I'm baffled at the fact that Cat he doesn't have any spawns of his own because he's feeling a little bit gold starved.
Yeah,
He
no
didn't have more
bombards.
trips coming out. He had nothing here, right? Like,
No heavy
bombards
siege.
would have been perfect.
And frankly, if he just rolls the dice and says, okay, I'm gonna keep firing at that castle, he would have taken it out. These differences make the mile, KP. That was one villager that was repairing that keep. In fact, I don't think we have a lot of villagers repairing right now either. They just moved up to repair.
March here, please. Like, leave that landmark. Dive coming in by the men-at-arms. So good crossbow getting traded out. There's now hand cannoneers here. These trade really well. Mango's getting them all a bit. I mean, I think he's done it. I just don't see how Cat gets a big enough army together. That's the desperation play right there. He's queuing up horsemen. Feudal age horsemen.
Killjoy managed to pick off the only trap that Cat had, and it's baffling how much Killjoy was able to keep this castle alive with only a handful of repair villagers. This castle was supposed to fall, and if this castle falls, I think that Cat can decap the sacred site.
It's crazy as well. Like, I thought maybe he tried to wrap right side and use the walls of Killjoy against him to block the spring shots, make it a bit easier, but no. It's crazy as well. Like, in a way, if those walls had gone up, Killjoy would have griefed himself with the defense, but now with the CC up, it's undeniable, and I wouldn't be surprised if in desperation Cat goes left, but the problem is there's walls up there as well. Like, can we check the walls, by the way? I think he did get the unique HRE
He doesn't
right?
have heavy siege. That's the problem, right?
Okay, so yeah, he got the firearm, which doesn't matter here. He didn't get the extra health, so theoretically you could breach a wall, but you've got a minute left, dude.
Yeah, it's just too little, too late.
What an unfortunate one for Cat, man. I think, like, when getting this, I said that these players are very talented. I think I could see either one potentially taking it. Cat shows some signs of life, but to me, this is like Killjoy just proving his breadth as he gets deep into a series. Cat came out strong with an early swing, but ever since then, I think Killjoy's just had a more balanced approach to how he executes these maps and how he gets particular Civ matchups. And now, with just 30 seconds to go, it's going to be the desperation dive into 8 mangonels. Oh my god!
And no heavy siege. Nothing that can take that keep out.
For the North as well. Well, lukewarm world, we like to call it. Mangoes are going to smash this all down, and they are going to smash Cat out. He will not make it through in the first qualifier. But don't worry, 3D fans. There's still hope. He can always try again tomorrow, but this one's all Killjoy. 3-1 victory for the Finn.
Convincing set, and really, as you kind of touched on this, Cat had a great start, but what he needs to find is how to rejuvenate himself when he loses momentum. Game number 1, he had an insane momentum and he capitalized on it, but things started falling apart when he started losing momentum. Game number 3, game number 4, when Killjoy took the initiative, and when Killjoy was the one setting the tempo of the game, Cat just felt lost. He wasn't able to recover once he lost that momentum.
Yeah, I think, like, genuinely, I was really impressed with Cat's performance in that first game. But since then, it's just been Killjoy recovery after recovery. Like, the thing that I think we're seeing here is Cat, although he plays in some of these tournaments, I feel like Killjoy came a bit more prepped for the way drafting's meant to go and how you execute deeper into a series. Just really sick performance by the Finn. I said that he's one of my players to watch, and people are gonna slow down KP. No offense to Cat, but it's not a BC, it's not a Lucifron, but this was really impressive out of him. I mean, he's a very promising player. I said he just climbed to 3rd on the ladder recently. I think he got bumped down to 4th by Dimu. But for me, the rate of improvement out of him, I think he's just trailing in Louis' shadow, to put it on like a scale there, right? Which is a really big statement. He's a very impressive player, and I think what I always love is that he's very relentless, like dog with a bone, right? He'll go all in. What we saw here today was a little bit different at times, though, right? Where he'd actually take it a bit safer, a bit more calculated. And I think that's promising. Like, one of the things that can be really rough is that if you're very predictable, you're very counterable, right? We talk about Vortex as an all-in player, but even he has his downsides when that happens, where, oh, I know it's what Vortex is going to do. He's going to be all-in against me. I'll try and turtle, as an example. Sometimes it doesn't work out because that guy's a god. But that level of flexibility, I think, is what's going to take Killjoy to the next level, and I'm excited to see what he can do in the Elite Classic main event.
And he is going, like, his skills is going to be put to a test, really. It's going to be a league format, so he's going to have a lot of opportunities to face off against the real big names of the scene, your Marine Lords, your Demus, your Beasties, and I think this format is going to be a big trial for him, and it's also going to be a great opportunity for him to show what he can really do.
And you know what? I think this is going to end up being our final set of the day, actually, guys, because I just got confirmation that we've been going for just over 7 hours. We're going to take a break, prep for tomorrow. But I think this is a perfect time to emphasize to people why they should definitely get their hands on that Surfshark VPN. All right? Kiljadi's queuing peak European hours. He's hunting. He's looking for all of you right now. If you do not want to queue into him, you need to basically install that VPN, select Antarctica as a server, and hide. All right? Because that guy is coming for your elo. He wants that top #1 spot. He said it to me clear as day. He's not going to settle until he's knocked Vortex off that #1 slot on the leaderboards. So look forward to that. But yeah, once again, in all seriousness, big shout out to Surfshark. If you guys haven't checked that out yet, go do so via the link. We are going to give you an extra 3 months if you use the EGC TV code at checkout. We already highlighted some reasons why. I'm sure Pesty will explain to you on other days as well why that's useful. And big shout out to them for sponsoring us. You know, we're at the beginning of a rough year for a second year in the row for esports. And it's pretty amazing that Surfshark is willing to support grassroots esports like this. So be sure to support them in response. But Lidical, what a crazy day. We had some very interesting games, some sick iterations. I think one big surprise to me is Abbasid's actually not complete trash.
I think we've seen and learned a lot today, as casters, as viewers, and I think the players might have seen some very cool things as well in what was the first real major competitive action since essentially the EGC finals. And it's going to be interesting to see how the meta shapes out to be in early mid 2024, especially given this break that we had since the last major EGC event. But as you kind of touched on that, we are going to have to say goodbye for today. Tomorrow, we're going to have a separate set of qualifiers. So all the players eliminated today will be able to retry, and you will be greeted by the lovely Dr. Dapston and Crackety. For this broadcast, it was me, of course, Liticor, joined by the lovely Killer Pigeon. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining today. Make sure you tune in 15 GMT tomorrow, the usual time, here at EGC TV, as we will bring you the second qualifiers of the Elite Classic 2.
And make sure that you subscribe. You, little pleb right there at the chat.